Chapter 867. Right when the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort were at their wits' end, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. Shit, it's that young miss. As the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters, Luo Fu noticed the 2 young women at the first possible moment, and his face went grim. That young miss seems to be very angry. She wouldn't tear down our Skywolf Fort, right? Mang Li sucked in a cold breath. What should we do now? Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Even though it was the first time he'd seen these 2 young women, 3 days ago, he was terrified to the point of losing his temper when he found out about the yellow, clothed young woman's background from his master. What a joke! How could their Skywolf Fort afford to offend an existence that even a martial Monarch stage expert could be taken as a servant? I think we should go appease her. Otherwise, the Skywolf Fort might really be torn down by her. Ning Kan laughed bitterly. Let's go. Let's go together. Luo Fu deeply agreed, and then he called out to the 4 of them before the 5 of them soared up into the sky and arrived nearby the 2 young women in a short moment. Presently, strands of cold air were sweeping out from the yellow, clothed young woman's body that spread out in all directions. The cold air covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, and it wasn't long before it caused the entire inner fort of Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had fallen into winter. So cold! Many elders and disciples flew out from all over the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. When they saw the 2 young women and the 5 Vice Fort Masters standing opposite each other in the sky, all of them stopped and watched from afar to watch the show. So it's this young miss that's showing her might. I heard even the Fort Master has gone into hiding because of her. I'm truly curious who she is to actually be able to make our Skywolf Fort's Fort Master be so afraid of her. After all, our Fort Master is in existence at the peak of the Void stage, and he's only half a step away from the martial Monarch stage. We can confirm that her identity and background aren't simple. Not only is her identity and background extraordinary, her strength is obviously extraordinary as well. All the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with helpless, bitter smiles. The Skywolf Fort was one of the 4 great forces in the southern region of the northern desert. They were not afraid even if they were to face the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect, who were also part of the 4 great forces. But now he lowered his head in front of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Moreover, when the most powerful Fort Master of Skywolf Fort heard that the girl had come, he deliberately hid himself and didn't want to see her, treating her as a scourge. High up in the sky, the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort were filled with fear and trepidation as they faced the girl in yellow. Miss Xuanai, the leader, Luo Fu, braced himself and greeted them. Miss Xuanai, Miss Xuanai. As for Ning Kan and the other 3, they all squeezed out smiles with great difficulty as they greeted each other. I've already waited for 3 days, but that big dog of your Sky Dog Fort still hasn't come out. Han Xuanai looked at Luo Fu and the other 4 with a frosty expression on her beautiful face. She said in a cold voice, "If he still doesn't come out today, I'll freeze all 4 of you little dogs into popsicles." Freeze into popsicles? As soon as Han Xuanai said this, at the same time that Luo Fu and the other 4 laughed bitterly and helplessly. They didn't take it seriously. Even though the young girl had comprehended ice concept and possessed extraordinary strength, as far as they were concerned, the young girl ought to be unable to do anything to them. Miss Xuanai, our Fort Master has really gone on a long journey. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Yes, Ning Kan and the other 3 nodded in unison. We'll know right away if he's gone on a long journey. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, she took a stride forward. Instantly, the icy cold aura that had been accumulating in her body since long ago swept out. The bone-piercing coldness swept through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to freeze. The 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort hadn't even reacted when the extremely icy cold air had already enveloped them. The terrifying cold air was like numerous, dreadful beasts that fiercely collided with them. In next to no time, Feng Wei's expression went grim. This was because he noticed that after the cold air enveloped his entire body, his body had started to become stiff. In the next moment, the cold air was like a bone-piercing gangrene that pierced into every single pore on his body before charging into his meridians and freezing his meridians and origin energy. Moreover, the flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs in his body were frozen as well. No matter how he circulated his origin energy, he was unable to suppress the bone-piercing cold air. Shit! At this instant, Feng Wei's face went grim. He realized a terrifying problem, and that was the 5 Vice Fort Masters had underestimated this little girl. Originally, they were afraid of this little girl because of the huge force behind her, not because of her own strength. Yet now he noticed that this little girl's strength was even above his own. In just an instant, she'd frozen a dignified 7th level void transformation stage expert into an ice sculpture. What sort of strength was this? As he felt the coldness that came from his entire body and the origin energy that he was utterly unable to utilize, Feng Wei's heart was filled with bitterness. He even noticed that with the current state of his body, the little girl whose strength was originally not worth mentioning in his eyes had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death long ago. Feng Wei stood in midair and had transformed into an ice sculpture, and the origin energy on his body had been completely obliterated. The reason he didn't fall down was because there was a shapeless force supporting him, causing him to not fall and shatter into pieces. At the same time, Ning, Kan, and Yukong, 2 existences at the 8th level of the void transformation stage, had successively transformed into ice sculptures. Through the ice sculptures, one could see their extremely unsightly expressions. Just like Feng Wei, they'd never imagined that Han Shu and I possessed such a terrifying strength and actually suppressed them in a single move. When their eyes that were barely able to move saw Luo Fu and Meng Li before them had transformed into ice sculptures as well, they completely lost their temper. Even the 2 great 9th level void transformation stage Vice Fort Masters of their Skywolf Fort weren't able to escape, let alone them. The 5 ice sculptures stood there in midair, and if it wasn't for a shapeless force supporting them, they'd have fallen down long ago and shattered into pieces without leaving behind any corpses. The hearts of the 5 people that were sealed within the 5 ice sculptures were filled with terror because they'd realized the dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Only a single thought from the yellow-clothed young girl would cause them to die without a doubt. Fort Master, quickly come out. Fort Master, save us. Presently, only this thought remained in their hearts. Due to the origin energy within their bodies being completely sealed in ice, they were unable to send a voice transmission to the young girl before them to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would surely put down all their pride and beg for mercy. Big Dog, Han Shu and I, who controlled the life and death of the 5 great Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, spoke out abruptly, and her voice contained origin energy that spread throughout the entire Skywolf Fort's inner fort. 5 breaths. If you still don't come out within the time of 5 breaths, then I'll smash all 5 of your Skydog Fort's little dogs into pieces. Han Shu and I's voice soared through the sky and clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the inner fort, and her tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Whoosh! The entire inner fort was in an uproar. Who the heck is she? She actually froze our 5 great Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort into ice sculptures by herself. Is the ice concept of legend really so terrifying? When did our Skywolf Fort become a Skydog Fort? If the Fort Master is a big dog and the 5 Vice Fort Masters are little dogs, then what are we? Perhaps, in her eyes, we're only a group of little puppies. The group of elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort laughed bitterly as they looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. At this moment, in their eyes, the yellow-clothed young girl was utterly a little devil that couldn't be offended, and anyone that offended her would suffer misfortune. Elder Ghost, who the heck is she? She possesses such terrifying strength at the mere age of 15 or 16. Could it be that she's a demon? At a certain corner of the inner fort, Zishang stood there as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky from afar, and he asked with a fearful expression, "She's not a demon." A wave of ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishang's mind. "She's just like you, a human." "What?" Zishang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Elder Ghost, you're not joking, right? She. How old is she? How could a human possibly possess such terrifying strength at such an age? Her strength is probably not inferior to the elusive Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, right?" Zishang asked. "Unless the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort is a martial Monarch stage expert here, then perhaps he might be able to go against her. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for her." Elder Ghost's voice continued. "Besides that, I felt a trace of a familiar aura when she attacked. If she's really cultivated that cultivation method, then the power behind her—" As he finished speaking, Elder Ghost's voice started to tremble, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. "What about the power behind her?" Zishang couldn't help but be curious when he heard the terror in Elder Ghost's voice, and he really wanted to know what power caused Elder Ghost to be so afraid. "Very strong. Strong to the point it's beyond your imagination." Elder Ghost's voice became extremely solemn as he spoke, word by word. "No matter what happens in the future, don't offend this young miss. Even when I was at my prime, I was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power she belonged to." "What?" Elder Ghost's words completely terrified Zishang. Someone as strong as Elder Ghost at his prime was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power the yellow-clothed young woman belonged to? Exactly how strong was that power? In the past, he'd heard Elder Ghost boast about how strong he was when he was at his prime. Now, for the first time, he knew that even Elder Ghost had times when he was afraid. Who exactly is she? Zishang looked at the young woman in the sky with a burning gaze. If I'm able to be related to her, then wouldn't I be able to soar into the sky? There's still 2 breaths of time left. Looks like you don't want to care about the life and death of these 5 little dogs. Han Xuanai spoke once more, and at the same time, the shapeless force she released showed signs of being restrained. "Young Miss Xuanai, please show mercy." Chapter 868. At the same time, an old figure appeared in the sky. This was an old man in azure clothes. He had gray hair and white brows, and his face looked slightly ferocious and savage. He had a short goatee on his chin. Fear, that came from the bottom of the old man's heart, appeared in his eyes as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl. At the same time, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to protect the goatee on his chin. The scene from a few years ago was something he could never forget. The goatee he had grown for many years was pulled out one by the young girl before him. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was a shadow that he would never be able to erase in his life. "Big Dog, you've finally come out. I was wondering how it could be so coincidental that you went on a long journey the moment I arrived. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. You were intentionally avoiding me." After the azure-clothed old man appeared, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as if she had seen something rare and interesting. "Young Miss Xuanai, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all." The azure-clothed old man laughed bitterly. At the same time, he was surprised by the young girl's appearance that hadn't changed at all after a few years. He still remembered that when he first saw the young girl had the same appearance as now. A few years had passed, yet the young girl still hadn't grown up. However, the young girl's harmless and pure smile was no different from a devil in his eyes. He knew that this was a little devil from head to toe. Her appearance was only used to confuse others. Big Dog, don't change the topic. Tell me quickly, why are you avoiding me? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll turn these 5 little dogs into ice sculptures. Han, Shu and I glared at the azure-clothed old man as she spoke. The azure-clothed old man was the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qinglang. He was an existence that had stepped into the peak of the void stage. The void stage was divided into the void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation stages. The highest stage was the 9th level of the void transformation stage. However, even if they were all 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, their strength was different. For example, Feng Wei's master, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had a strength that surpassed the other 9th level void transformation stage vice fort master, Meng Li. If the two of them really fought, Luo Fu could defeat Meng Li within 10 moves. In the end, it was because the strongest concept Meng Li had comprehended was only the 8th level void transformation concept. The strongest concept he had comprehended was only the void interpretation concept. Luo Fu, on the other hand, had not only comprehended a 9th level void transformation concept, but he had also comprehended a lower level void transformation concept. The difference between the two was like a chasm. However, in front of the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf, Luo Fu could not even withstand a single blow from him. This was because Qinglang was a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. Such a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse was also called the peak of the void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from stepping into the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch. It was common knowledge that once a martial artist on Cloud Continent stepped into the void realm, they would begin to come into contact with concept. The void prying stage's force, the void initiation stage's elementary concept, the void interpretation stage's intermediate concept, and the void transformation stage's advanced concept. However, if a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse wanted to break through to the martial monarch stage, he must first comprehend profundity. Only a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended profundity could become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. If one wanted to comprehend profundity, the prerequisite was to first comprehend at least 2 types of 9th level advanced concept. In other words, it was 2 types of 9th level void transformation concept. If one could not even accomplish this, it would be impossible for one to comprehend profundity. For example, if a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept of fire wanted to further comprehend the fire profundity, he must exert pressure on the powerhouse. Only other concepts that were similarly at the 9th level advanced concept were capable of exerting pressure on him. Moreover, it might not succeed. It was common knowledge that fire and water countered each other. If a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th level advanced concept of fire was able to comprehend 9th level advanced concept of water as well, then the martial artist would most likely be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, because fire and water countered each other, unless one obtained a fortuitous encounter, otherwise it was practically impossible to comprehend these 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time. On the other hand, if a 9th level void transformation stage expert that had comprehended 9th level advanced concept of fire didn't comprehend 9th level advanced concept of water and instead comprehended another 9th level advanced concept, then the effect would be greatly reduced. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists that had comprehended 2 9th level advanced concepts at the same time, yet were unable to take the final step to become a martial monarch stage powerhouse in their entire lifetimes. There was a difference in strength between peak void transformation stage experts. on Cloud Continent, there were some peak void transformation stage experts that had comprehended 3 or more 9th level advanced concepts. The probability of these peak void transformation stage experts breaking through to the martial monarch stage was much higher than peak void transformation stage experts that had only comprehended 2 9th level advanced concepts. All in all, if one wanted to become a martial monarch stage expert, then one at least had to comprehend 2 9th level advanced concepts at the same time, because this was the lowest threshold. Miss Xuanai, I've been in closed-door cultivation recently. Before I went into closed-door cultivation, I once warned them that once someone comes looking for me, they should say I've gone somewhere far away. So, I did intentionally avoid meeting you, Miss Xuanai. Qing Lang laughed bitterly when faced with Han Xuanai's overbearingness, and he utterly didn't dare admit that he'd intentionally avoided her. Han Xuanai's expression eased up slightly when she heard Qing Lang. Miss Xuanai, since I've come out now, I hope that you won't hold a grudge against me and spare them. Green Wolf lowered its head in front of Han Xuanai. Humph. Han Xuanai grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of her hand, the shapeless energy that held up the 5 human-shaped ice sculptures vanished. At the same time, the icy cold energy on the bodies of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort was withdrawn by her as well. The ice on the surface and within the bodies of the 5 vice fort masters vanished along with this, and the frozen origin energy returned to normal. After the 5 of them fell for a while, they circulated their origin energy to stabilize their bodies. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Han Xuanai with were filled with terror, and it was as if they were looking at a dreadful beast. This young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old had a strength that wasn't inferior to their fort master. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for a few years, not only did Miss Xuanai comprehend the 9th level advance ice concept, you even comprehended the 9th level advance wind concept. Moreover, Miss Xuanai is already able to skillfully fuse these 2 concepts together. I'm afraid you're only a step away from the martial monarch stage, right? Qing Lang gasped and couldn't help but ask. A few years ago, when he met the young girl for the first time, the young girl's strength wasn't worth mentioning before him. He was afraid of the young girl because of the powerhouse by the young girl's side. Today, when he saw the young girl for the second time, he faintly realized a problem. The young girl's strength was already above his, and she was even closer to the martial monarch stage than him. He had a feeling that it probably wouldn't be long before the young girl would be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Big Dog, you have good eyesight. Now that I speak of it, I haven't ridden you for a few years. The reason I came looking for you this time is mainly because I want you to be my mount for a period of time and bring me and Shui to look for my big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai's eyes narrowed as she spoke slowly to Qing Lang. Qing Lang's face instantly went grim when he heard this. On the other hand, the other 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were dumbstruck at this moment as well. Isn't the request of this young miss a little too much? Asking their fort master to be her mount? Their Skywolf Fort's fort master was a formidable demon, and this was something they knew. But even if it was them, they'd only heard that the fort master's true form was a demon wolf, and they'd never seen the exact appearance of the fort master's true form. Young Miss Xuanai, why don't I arrange for another demon to be your mount? How about a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist? Its speed isn't much inferior to mine. Qing Lang laughed bitterly. No, I want you. Big Dog, you're becoming more and more disobedient. Do I have to call out Qing Nu before you're willing to listen to me? Han Xuanai frowned and spoke with slight displeasure. Qing Nu. Qing Lang's face went grim when he heard Han Xuanai, and he hurriedly said, Young Miss Xuanai, there's no need to trouble the ancestor with such a small matter. It's little Qing's honor that you fancy little Qing to be your mount. It's little Qing's honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Lang glanced at the 5 dumbstruck vice fort masters, then glanced at the group of Skywolf Fort's elders and disciples that stood in the sky below him, and he had a slightly troubled expression. "Young Miss Xuanai, look at me. I'm the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, at any rate. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Asking him, the dignified Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, to transform into his true form before so many people and become the mount of two young women was something he was truly unable to do. The scene before their eyes caused the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort to be completely petrified. They discerned that this lofty Fort Master of Skywolf Fort had obviously agreed to this young Mrs. request and temporarily become her mount. Ancestor. Most importantly, they discerned some clues from what the Fort Master said earlier. "Master, do you know who the Qing knew this young miss spoke of is? Why did the Fort Master address her as ancestor?" Feng Wei couldn't help but ask Luo Fu via voice transmission. "I remember that a few years ago the expert that seemed to be at the martial monarch stage or above by this young miss's side was addressed as Qing Nu." Luo Fu replied via voice transmission. "But I never imagined that. So it turns out that there's such a relationship between that expert and our Fort Master. Humph. This young miss doesn't have the time to go anywhere else with you. I still have to urgently look for my big brother Ling Tian. Quickly." Han Xuanai grunted and urged. At this moment, the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort below were too far away, and they were unable to hear the conversation between Han Xuanai and their Fort Master. Chapter 869. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Azure Wolf, who was urged by Han Xuanai, had a helpless and bitter smile on his ferocious and hideous face. After taking a deep breath, Azure Wolf raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, whoosh, a vast flame gushed out from the center of his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the inner fort and formed a fiery red barrier. This fiery red barrier was like an expanse of flaming clouds, and it obstructed the vision of the Skywolf Fort elders and disciples that stood at a low altitude, causing them to be unable to see what was happening in the sky. At this moment, Azure Wolf couldn't help but sigh with emotion at his own resourcefulness. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, the azure-clothed old man's entire body swelled up, and strands of azure grew out from his body. After a short moment, his azure clothes were torn apart, and the azure-clothed old man no longer existed, and in his place was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur. The demon wolf's size was maintained at the size of an ordinary horse. When the azure fur wolf appeared, the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort couldn't help but look at the badge on their chests. The wolf head on the badge was actually exactly the same as the head of the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Looks like our Skywolf Fort's identity badge was made by the Fort Master based on his own head. For a moment, the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort thought to themselves. The demon wolf that was completely covered in azure stood in midair, and there was a faint crescent-shaped mark between its brows that was completely green. A green crescent-shaped mark. Moonhowl Sky Wolf. Mu Shui, who'd always been standing silently beside Han Xuanai, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw Azure Wolf reveal his true form. The Moonhowl Sky Wolf was a type of formidable demon beast. A Moonhowl Sky Wolf that had a violet crescent-shaped mark between its brows was a sacred beast with a noble bloodline. In the Moonhowl Sky Wolf clan, their innate talent was divided into a total of 7 levels, and their innate talent could be seen from the color of the crescent-shaped mark between their brows. The 7 levels of innate talent corresponded to the 7 colors of the rainbow. The 7 colors of the rainbow were respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed a crimson moon brand between their brows were existences with the lowest natural talent in the Moonhowl heavenly wolf clan, and they were at most barely able to break through to the void interpretation stage after they reached adulthood. The natural talent of a Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed an orange moon mark was slightly higher. After it matured, so long as it worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem for it to cultivate to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed a yellow moon brand possessed a higher innate talent than the former, and it was usually able to smoothly cultivate and break through to the void transformation stage. As for moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed the green moon mark, just like the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qinglang, they were usually able to break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage when they cultivated to the limit. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the martial monarch stage unless one had a fortuitous encounter. Behind them were the moonhowl heavenly wolves with the azure moon brand, blue moon brand, and violet moon brand. Amongst them, the moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the violet moon mark was a true saint beast. As for the moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the azure moon brand and blue moon brand, it could be considered a descendant of a saint beast, and its natural talent was extremely extraordinary. Whoosh! When Qinglang transformed into his true form, Han Shuanai's body floated and landed steadily on his back before she sat on him. Shui, come here. Subsequently, Han Shuanai called out to Mu Shui, and the two of them sat on Qinglang's back together. Big dog, let's go. Han Shuanai shouted and urged Qinglang to fly out. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before the eyes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. I'll leave the matter of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to all of you, as long as I can obtain the fire profundity fragment or the thunder profundity fragment. I'll be able to break through to the monarch stage in one go. At the same time, Qinglang's voice transmission entered Luo Fu and the others' ears clearly, causing them to nod hurriedly. The monarch stage was the general name of the martial monarch stage and the demon monarch stage. When a human martial artist entered the monarch stage, he was a martial monarch powerhouse. When a demon beast entered the monarch stage, he was a demon monarch powerhouse. Qinglang was a demon beast that had transformed into a demon, and the next step would be the demon monarch stage. So long as our men are able to obtain the profundity fragment that the fort master acquires from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, then the fort master will become a demon monarch powerhouse. At that time, our Skywolf Fort will advance a level and become a second-rate power in the foreign lands. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced at each other, and they were able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. Right. Suddenly, Ningkan thought of something and said with slight fear, "We haven't had the time to tell the fort master about the Duan Lingtian. How should we treat him in the future? That Duan Lingtian obviously has a deep relationship with young Miss Xuanai. Even that saint weapon in his possession might have been given to him by young Miss Xuanai." Meng Li's eyes flickered with fear. If he knew earlier about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, then he would absolutely not lead his men to pursue Duan Lingtian with the intention of seizing the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Don't offend that Duan Lingtian in the future. A trace of fear flashed past the eyes of the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. All of you have seen how formidable young Miss Xuanai is. I reckon even the fort master isn't a match for her. Moreover, she has a mysterious and enormous strength behind her, and coupled with the fort master's ancestor being her servant, she isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Exactly. Yukong nodded in deep agreement. I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to be related to that young miss. Humph. Feng Wei took a deep breath. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Han Shuanai, and he could only grunt gloomily. Ning Ken, since that personal disciple of yours shared the matter of Duan Lingtian possessing a saint weapon with you, I presume he has a reconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. If it's possible, advise him not to go against Duan Lingtian so as to avoid dragging our Skywolf Fort down with him. Meng Li looked at Ning Ken as he spoke. Yes. Ning Ken nodded. No. Don't tell Zi Shang about this for now. Luo Fu shook his head, and after he successfully attracted the gazes of the other 4 vice fort masters, he continued. Now, we still don't know exactly what enmity there is between Zi Shang and Duan Lingtian. If it's really that sort of irreconcilable enmity, then junior brother Ning, if you ask him to give up his enmity, then he would be disgusted and even betray our Skywolf fort instead. The opening of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at hand. Zi Shang is the main force of our Skywolf fort, and we can't allow any unforeseen events to occur. As he finished speaking, Luo Fu had a solemn expression. Master is right. Let Zi Shang deal with the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian himself. Even if he really does anything to Duan Lingtian in the end, it wouldn't be too late for us to expel him from Skywolf Fort when young Miss Shui Nai comes looking for us. Feng Wei agreed. Meng Li, Ning Can, and Yu Kong agreed with Luo Fu's suggestion as well. On the other hand, the person involved, Zi Shang, was kept in the dark at this moment, and he frowned as he looked at the flaming clouds that gradually dispersed in the horizon and those 5 figures. The fort master and those 2 young women have vanished. Zi Shang spoke with surprise. When Zi Shang saw the 5 vice fort masters in the sky disperse successively, he took a deep breath before soaring up into the sky to greet Ning, before bowing respectfully. Master, is there something you need? Ning Can lightly smiled as he looked at Zi Shang, and he was extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. Master, may I know who that yellow-clothed young woman is? Zi Shang asked with a gaze that carried yearning. The smile on Ning Can's face froze completely when he heard Zi Shang mention Han Xuanai, and then he revealed a fearful expression as he said, I'm not too sure exactly who she is, and I only know that everyone calls her young Miss Shui Nai, but her background seems to be extremely terrifying, and she isn't someone our Skywolf fort can afford to offend. Remember, no matter where you meet her in the future, you have to maintain respect, and you can't be rude. As he finished speaking, Ning Can's expression was exceedingly heavy. Understood. Zi Shang nodded as flowing lights spun within his eyes, as evil thoughts arose in his heart. If I'm able to subdue her and obtain the support of the power behind her, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the future? Needless to say, Zi Shang's dream was extremely beautiful, but whether it was able to be realized was another matter altogether. As the saying goes, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, and these words weren't spoken without reason. Time silently flowed by. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 days had passed. Settlement City, within the 5 element sects, would peak, an estate that occupied a vast area. On the innermost practice grounds, a beautiful figure was ceaselessly flashing about, and her movements were graceful, like a butterfly. Swish, 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 swish. Every time the sword in the beautiful figure's hand flashed out, it would form a flower of the sword, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Suddenly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the young woman had undergone a change, and a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air, yet they were extremely unstable. A seed of force? The gaze of Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side of the practice grounds, lit up abruptly, and he was slightly surprised. Whoosh! The beautiful figure on the practice ground successively struck out a few tens of times before stopping and putting away her sword, and then she arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, when I cultivated my sword skill earlier, I seemed to have a slightly different feeling. Moreover, its might seemed to have become even greater. What's going on? The person that arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian was a young woman, and it was precisely Yi Xian, the daughter of the Ye family of Driftcloud Town. Silly girl, that's a seed of force. Accurately speaking, it's a seed of sword force. With this seed of sword force, once you step into the void prying stage in the future, you'll quickly be able to comprehend true sword force. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's sword force. Yi Xian's gaze lit up. As the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town, she naturally knew what force was, but she never imagined that she would comprehend it so quickly. I can help you improve your natural talent, yet I'm unable to help you with your comprehension ability. I was worried earlier. Now it would seem that I was worried for nothing, as your comprehension ability has already exceeded my imagination. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 870. Chen Wei. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed Chen Wei and Ke Zhang. Beside them was a robust young man that was almost 2 meters tall. He was a little over 30, had a careless appearance, and a pair of bright and piercing eyes. You're Duan Lingtian. The three of them had just approached Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian when the robust young man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with dense battle intent. I heard you once defeated Chen Wei in a single move. Yes. After Duan Lingtian greeted Ke Zhang, he looked at the robust young man and nodded. I'm able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well. Come, fight me. As soon as the robust young man finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that arrived at the center of the martial practice grounds in a short moment, and his robust body didn't seem to be clumsy or cumbersome in the slightest. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the robust young man's words. He knew of Chen Wei's strength. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Comprehended the 3rd level Intermediate Fire concept. This robust young man that looked to be a little over 30 was able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian didn't investigate the robust young man's cultivation, and he instead looked at Chen Wei with a gaze that contained slight curiosity, as he was curious if what the robust young man said was true. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he squeezed out a sentence after a short moment. Both of you are the same. Both of you are freaks. Freaks? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. He'd long since become accustomed to being called a freak. Now, even Chen Wei had called the robust young man a freak, so the robust young man presumably did indeed have some strength. Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be that you don't dare fight me, right? The robust young man that stood at the center of the martial practice grounds and didn't wait for Duan Lingtian for a long time grunted coldly, and his tone was filled with disdain. Big guy, what are you talking about? How could my elder brother Duan be afraid of you? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Yi Xian could not stand it any longer. She worshipped Duan Lingtian the most. Naturally, she would not tolerate someone mocking her idol. Go, Duan Lingtian. Chen Wei smiled to Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, I only told him that you defeated me in a single move, and I didn't tell him that you dealt with 8 bandits by yourself, and the strongest bandits were 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. In the end, Chen Wei had a smirk on his face, as if he was taking revenge maliciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This Chen Wei couldn't be thinking that he had to use the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, in order to deal with that robust youth, right? Ku Zheng didn't say anything and stood at the side as he waited to watch the show. Even though he'd only been with Duan Lingtian for a short period of time, with his understanding of Duan Lingtian would absolutely not refuse the challenge of the robust young man. The facts proved that Ke Zhang was right. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before the robust young man and stood in confrontation with him. What's your name? If you want to know my name, you can defeat me first. The robust young man stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his voice was like a thunderclap that rolled out. Oh, interesting. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Hey, big guy, you must not cry after losing to my elder brother Duan. Yi Xian laughed as she cried out from the side, and she wished for the world to be in chaos. I'll lose to him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the robust young man was enraged, and he opened his mouth and roared, "Little girl, open your eyes wide and watch properly. Watch how I, Huang Daniu, defeat him." "So you're called Huang Daniu?" Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "What an old-fashioned name. It's much worse than my elder brother Duan's name." "You." Only now did Huang Daniu realize that he'd inadvertently let slip his name, and he was instantly slightly embarrassed and angry. However, he naturally wouldn't vent his anger on a harmless little girl like Yi Xian. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, today I'll let that little girl know that a nice name doesn't mean anything." Hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless. This Huang Daniu's temper was really no different from a child's. "Please." Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu and smiled faintly, indicating that he was ready. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Daniu didn't waste any time. His leg stomped on the ground, and 2 bursts of khaki energy gushed out from beneath his feet and pushed him straight towards Duan Lingtian. The khaki energy was the fusion of origin energy and earth concept, and it transformed into the material earth energy. Above the void, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and it finally condensed into 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Lingtian with Huang Daniu in a ferocious manner. When he saw the 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian's expression had already changed. Never did he expect Huang Daniu's strength to be so strong. It was completely beyond his imagination. Huang Daniu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't follow him. He hurriedly pierced his spiritual energy into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his soul skill. 1,000 illusions, along with a dim light flashing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. An illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it enveloped down with Duan Lingtian as the center, and it practically enveloped half of the martial practice grounds. Huang Daniu just happened to be within the area. When Huang Daniu arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, his raised fist was practically about to smash down, but in the next moment his figure swiftly stopped. Subsequently, Huang Daniu turned around and charged to the side, and he smashed out a punch with a ferocious momentum. Vast khaki energy swept out, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. The airflow in the air was compressed and flashed, and it spread out to form a wave of piercingly cold gales. 5th level void interpretation stage. Origin energy exploding out completely is comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 5th level intermediate earth concept is comparable to the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the fact that they're fighting on the ground, the earth energy he can borrow is half of the earth energy of a 5th level earth concept, and it's comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. On the ground, even if he doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, he's still able to exert a strength comparable to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. Even a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist that has similarly comprehended a 5th level intermediate concept would probably not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and he was shocked by Huang Daniu's strength as well. With Huang Daniu's strength, he was probably an existence that was ranked at the top even in the entire younger generation of the 5-element sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he would really not be a match for Huang Daniu. Bang, 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 bang. Every single punch of Huang Daniu's had a vast khaki energy sweep out, and it was like numerous enraged and roaring dragons. But unfortunately, his attacks missed every single time. Illusory space. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared outside the martial practice grounds. It was a one-armed old man, and it was precisely the Wood Peak's elder, Yangling senior brother. Ku Zheng looked respectfully at Yangling, martial uncle. Chen Wei bowed respectfully and reverently. "Both of you knew since long ago?" Yan Ling glanced at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the martial practice grounds with a composed expression, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Kajang and Chunwei. He was able to discern that Kajang and Chunwei seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when faced with the scene before them, and they obviously knew since long ago. "Senior brother." Ku Zheng nodded, and then he said, "That's the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's innate ability." Innate ability. Yan Ling was first stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his gaze to abruptly light up as his breathing became slightly hurried. "What you mean is, he's a variant?" Yan Ling had heard a little about variants, and he knew that they were existences blessed by the heavens and possessed unique innate abilities. "Yes." Ku Zheng nodded. "Huh, good. Ku Zheng, I never imagined that you'd actually find such two outstanding young disciples on your trip this time. With their addition, the Wood Peak will surely be able to be ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time." Yan Ling laughed loudly and seemed to be extremely excited. The reason he said second was because Yan Ling knew that even if Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu's strengths weren't bad, they weren't a match for the outstanding disciples of the Gold Peak. The Gold Peak was the #1 peak in the Five Element sect, and its status had never changed since ancient times. Moreover, with their strengths, they'll surely be able to fight for the greatest benefits for our Wood Peak at that place. If they're able to obtain what the Peak Master needs, then the Peak Master will become the first martial monarch stage expert in the history of our Five Element sect. Yan Ling's eyes lit up as if he'd already seen the scene of the Wood Peak rising once more in the Five Element sect. "Martial uncle, why haven't I seen those two fellows?" Chan Wei looked at the surroundings and asked curiously. "Them. They've already been killed by me." Yan Ling spoke indifferently. Kuzhang and Chen Wei were both shocked. They're spies that the Earth Peak's Tang Lin placed in our Wood Peak. A few days ago, he even wanted to rope Duan Lingtian into the Earth Peak, and he even promised a Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment. Yan Ling's eyes flickered with cold lights as he explained. "What?" Kuzhang and Chen Wei were greatly shocked when Yan Ling said this. "Spies? I truly never imagined that I'd misjudged as well, but that Tang Lin has truly gone too far. Not only did he place spies in our Wood Peak, he even wants to rope in our Wood Peak disciples." Ku Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy as cold lights flickered in his eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow someone up. It's not the first time they've done this, but Duan Lingtian isn't bad indeed. If it was me, perhaps I would be tempted by the Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment, but he didn't. As he finished speaking, Yan Ling revealed a smile. "Grade 2 spirit weapon, 7th level concept fragment. Our Wood Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly." Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian as the cold lights in his eyes gradually vanished and were replaced by gratification. "Originally, I was already pleasantly surprised that you found Duan Lingtian for the Wood Peak. Yet, I never imagined that you found another young expert. This Huang Danyu's strength isn't bad, and I was inferior to him when I was his age all those years ago." Chapter 871. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Danyu, who was still running around like a headless fly, and he smiled indifferently before flying out. After a short moment, he arrived beside Huang Danyu. Huang Danyu didn't notice him at all, and he was still punching the air. His punches were like a landslide, and they gushed out like an earth dragon, leaving its hole as they swept out. Bang! Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm, and it landed on Huang Danyu's back and blasted him flying. At the same time that Huang Danyu flew out, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, he looked behind him and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who's helping Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Huang Danyu, who was looking at him. In the illusory realm that Huang Danyu was in, there was no one around him. When he saw Huang Daniu looking left and right as if he wanted to find out who attacked him, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, and the illusory realm was destroyed. At the same time, he appeared before Huang Daniu. Why are you here? When Huang Daniu saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Subsequently, he hurriedly turned around to look behind him, but he noticed that there was no one there. Impossible. How can your speed be so fast? Unless you're a void transformation stage expert. Otherwise, it's impossible for your speed to be so fast. Huang Daniu shook his head ceaselessly, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. Daniu, are you convinced now? Meanwhile, Chen Wei walked into the martial practice field with large strides and stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he grinned as he said to Huang Daniu, "Needless to say, your strength is really not bad. But you must know that Duan Lingtian once killed 8 bandits with extraordinary strength by himself. Amongst those 8 bandits, there were 3 existences at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage." Chen Wei spoke of Duan Lingtian's past accomplishments. What? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and gasped. Don't tell me you're really a void transformation powerhouse? Do you think that if I were a void transformation stage expert, you would be able to withstand a single blow from me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that Huang Daniu was too naive. To put it bluntly, he was simple-minded. Daniu, Duan Lingtian is a 5th level void interpretation martial artist just like you. Chen Wei smiled. Impossible. Huang Daniu shook his head decisively. It's impossible for him to be a 5th level void interpretation martial artist. If a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist wants to defeat me on the ground, then he must have comprehended 6th level intermediate earth concept or has comprehended another 9th level intermediate concept. Huang Daniu was very confident in his own strength. Moreover, the speed at which he arrived here from that side was extremely fast. It was so fast that I was completely unable to react in time. In front of me, only a void transformation stage expert is able to do this. Huang Daniu spoke with extreme certainty. Chen Wei was slightly speechless towards Huang Daniu's one-track mind, but he still spoke of the truth. Then what if I told you, earlier, Duan Lingtian used an illusory realm to confuse you before injuring you? In other words, the Duan Lingtian you've always been attacking isn't the real Duan Lingtian, but was created by an illusory realm. In the world in our eyes, you've always been attacking the air. Chen Wei finished speaking in a single breath. Illusory realm? Huang Daniu frowned, and then he looked at Chen Wei with an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me." I didn't sense any fluctuation of an inscription or inscription formation earlier. It's impossible for it to be an illusory realm. Unless this Duan Lingtian is a person transformed from a demon, then he would be able to use spiritual force to construct an illusory realm. Huang Daniu added, I've said it before, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation is only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. I wonder if you've heard of a variant? Chen Wei shook his head and directly spoke of Duan Lingtian's identity in the end. A variant? Huang Daniu frowned and muttered. I seem to have heard someone mention it in the past. Wait, let me think. Huang Daniu fell into deep thought as he spoke. What an idiot. Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and couldn't help but grunt. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he walked out of the martial practice grounds. Only now did he notice that Yang Ling had suddenly arrived, and he instantly greeted with a smile. Elder Yang, Duan Lingtian, your cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, yet the illusory realm you constructed with your innate ability is actually able to affect a 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Yang Ling asked with a dumbstruck expression, and he obviously heard what Chen Wei said earlier. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. even though my cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, but because I've consumed spirit fruits that improve the level of my soul, my spiritual force is higher than my cultivation. Haha, Yang Ling laughed loudly. Looks like there'll be a good show to watch in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Battle of the 5 Peaks? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Yang Ling. What's that? The Battle of the 5 Peaks is a martial competition of the 5 peaks that our 5-element sect is going to hold recently for the younger generation. However, it's different from an ordinary martial competition. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, apart from determining the individual strength rankings, each peak will also send out 3 of their strongest young talents to compete in team martial competitions with the other peaks. Finally, the specific rankings of the 5 peaks will be rearranged according to the individual's strength and team's strength rankings. Ku Zhang smiled as he explained. As far as he was concerned, the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time was an opportunity for the Wood Peak, an opportunity to reclaim their glory. I've decided to go back with all of you to join in the fun, Yang Ling said. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes faintly flickered with anticipation. He hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain a good ranking for the Wood Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. I remember now. Suddenly, a voice that was like muffled thunder sounded out. It was Huang Daniu, who was in the martial practice grounds that had recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster as he exclaimed in surprise. So you're a variant. In that case, the illusory realm you constructed earlier to affect me was your innate ability? Innate ability? Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't admit nor deny it. Some things might not be a bad thing when misunderstood by others. However, when Duan Lingtian's smile entered into Huang Daniu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a tacit agreement. How old are you this year? Unknowingly, Huang Daniu had arrived by Duan Lingtian's side, and he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Based on your appearance, you're only around the age of 25. Your true age is probably over 30, right? 28. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke. What? Huang Daniu was instantly shocked when he heard this. You're actually younger than me. I'm already 31 years old. Monster. You're the real monster. As he finished speaking, Huang Daniu scolded with a grin. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He'd long since become accustomed to this. But even though Duan Lingtian was accustomed to it, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was accustomed to it as well. When she heard Huang Daniu scold Duan Lingtian, she was instantly displeased. You're the monster. Your entire family is monsters. Currently, Yi Xian was completely like a female leopard protecting her cubs. When they saw this scene, Yang Ling and Ku Zhang laughed heartily, and they were both amused by Yi Xian. Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei couldn't help but laugh as well, and they looked at Huang Daniu at the same time as they wanted to see how he would react. Huang Daniu was speechless instead, and he had nothing to say. As far as he was concerned, him scolding Duan Lingtian like that seemed to be another type of praise, right? After all, he was extremely happy every time someone called him a monster in the past, because it indicated that he was outstanding and different from the masses. When do all of you intend to depart? Yang Ling looked at Ku Zhang and asked. Tomorrow, Ku Zhang said. At dawn the next day, the group of people departed from Settlement City and headed towards the 5-element sect. As soon as the 5 of them left the city, a middle-aged man appeared from the shadows and returned to Settlement City. He headed straight towards a mansion that occupied a vast area and entered a back garden. Elder Tang. The middle-aged man stood outside the pavilion in the back garden and bowed respectfully to the old man inside. Have you found out their whereabouts? The old man that was playing chess with himself, the Earth Peak elder, Tang Lin, slowly raised his head and asked with a low voice. No. The middle-aged man shook his head, and then he said, But Ku Zhang brought people back to the sect today. The 2 of them didn't return with Kajang, so they've probably perished. Whoosh! Tang Lin abruptly stood up from his seat, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as he said with a low voice, "Would Peak, how audacious! They actually dared to touch a disciple of my Earth Peak." The middle-aged man was speechless in his heart when he saw Tang Lin flare up. "You've already sent people to the Wood Peak to be spies, yet you still won't allow them to clean up the sect?" Of course, he only dared think like this in his heart and didn't dare speak it out. Besides Chen Wei, was there another young man around the age of 25 that traveled with Kajang? Tang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze as he asked. "I didn't dare approach too close, so I didn't see his appearance clearly. Besides that, it wasn't just one person that traveled with Kajang and Chen Wei, but 4. The middle-aged man continued. 4? Tang Lin frowned. "Who else?" "One of them is the person in charge of the Wood Peak stronghold in Settlement City, Elder Yang. As for the other 3, all of them are unfamiliar faces, and one of them is comparatively tall." The middle-aged man spoke of everything he saw. "That old fellow, Youngling?" Tang Lin's face sank. "That old fellow actually left Settlement City and returned to the sect with Kajang? Could it be that he thinks that merely that Duan Lingtian is able to make the Wood Peak turn the tables in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time? Humph. Yangling, Kajang, I'll let all of you know that your Wood Peak has been busy for so long, yet in the end, all of you were only paving the way for our Earth Peak." Tang Lin grunted coldly as he muttered, and then his figure flashed out to vanish into thin air from the pergola in the rear garden. "I'm returning to the sect. You take charge of the matters in Settlement City." Chapter 872. The 5 Elements Sect was situated on an enormous mountain. It was like an enormous mountain where an enormous beast lay dormant, and the peak of the mountain was flat and empty, whereas on this flat and empty peak sat 5 precipitous peaks that were connected together. When looked at from afar, the 5 peaks were like the fingers of a human, and they were both tall and short as they shot straight into the sky. 5-Finger Mountains. When he saw the 5 precipitous peaks before him, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at the first possible moment. These 5 precipitous peaks are the grounds of our 5 Elements sect. The tallest peak in the middle is our 5 Elements sect's Gold Peak. Chen Wei introduced to Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Yixian. "That's the Water Peak, that's the Fire Peak, and the shortest is the Earth Peak. Our Wood Peak is that one." After introducing the 3rd, 4th, and shortest precipitous peaks, Chen Wei pointed towards the 2nd tallest precipitous peak and spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 3. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak shot straight into the clouds, and its entire appearance couldn't be seen clearly. When they saw Chen Wei introducing the Wood Peak to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, Kajang and Yangling flashed out to be the first to flash towards the Wood Peak. After a short moment, the 2 of them had become 2 little black dots in the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. "Let's go over as well." Chen Wei called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before taking the lead to chase after Kajang and Yangling. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 followed closely behind. Of course, Yixian was brought along by Duan Lingtian to chase after them. Not to mention that Yixian hadn't stepped into the void prying stage yet and didn't know how to fly. Even if Yixian had stepped into the void prying stage and knew how to fly, Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow her to fly by herself. Compared to existences that were at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, the flying speed of a void prying stage martial artist was no different than an ant walking. Under Chen Wei's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto a vast flat platform at the mountainside of the Wood Peak. "Chen Wei, arrange a residence for them first. Your martial uncle and I will go see the Peak Master first, and will register them as official disciples tomorrow." After Kujang informed Chen Wei, He left with Yang Ling. All of you follow me. Chen Wei spoke to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Then he brought Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 to a nearby mountainside, and they stood in the sky above the continuous cluster of buildings. Most of the buildings were pavilions, but there were also a few palace-like buildings. The pavilions over there are all empty. Someone usually cleans them. You can stay there for the time being. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll change them for you later. Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to fly towards the row of pavilions ahead, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above one of the pavilions. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed many young men and young women flying out from some pavilions nearby, and they curiously sized him, Yixian and Duan Lingtian up. The appearance of 3 new faces in the Wood Peak obviously caused these Wood Peak disciples to be rather surprised. Right when Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to dive down and intended to enter the pavilion. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out at the same time, and they grew closer and closer. After a short moment, 2 figures appeared on the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and obstructed their path. These were 2 young men around the age of 35. One wore blue clothes, the other wore green clothes, and their ages were similar to Chen Wei's. But based on the ridiculing smiles on their faces, they obviously didn't come with good intentions. Luo Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chen Wei's face sank as he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked in a low voice. Obviously, Chen Wei recognized this blue-clothed young man. Moreover, from Chen Wei's extremely unsightly expression and the cold lights that flickered in his eyes, it was obvious that he had quite a bit of conflict with this blue-clothed young man. For a time, Duan Lingtian realized that this blue-clothed young man had come for Chen Wei. Chen Wei, what sort of attitude is this? I only want to see what sort of figures are the Wood Peak disciples you brought back after making a trip with Elder Ko. Luo Chen, who wore blue clothes, smiled lightly, and then his eyes narrowed as he sized up Duan Lingtian, Yixian, and Huang Daniu from top to bottom. Haha! Suddenly, Luo Chen started roaring with laughter for no reason, and he laughed for a long time to the point tears almost fell from his eyes in the end. What are you laughing at? Cold lights flickered within Chen Wei's eyes. The brows of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but knit together. If it wasn't out of consideration that this was the Wood Peak and he just arrived here, Duan Lingtian would have been unable to restrain himself from slapping Luo Chen twice since long ago. What are you laughing at? Luo Chen's laughter stopped when he heard Chen Wei, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Yixian. Chen Wei, don't tell me. These 2 are Wood Peak disciples you and Elder Ko brought back this time. So what if they are? Chen Wei replied with a cold voice, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder. I remember that the elders of our Wood Peak received orders to go out for the sake of recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, right? You and Elder Ko bringing back 2 useless trash seems to have gone against the orders of the Peak Master, right? A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Luo Chen's mouth as he ridiculed. Luo Chen, watch your mouth. Chen Wei's face went grim when he heard Luo Chen call Duan Lingtian and Yixian trash, and he shouted out with a grim voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Yixian sank as well. It seems to be the first time they've met Luo Chen, right? Luo Chen called them trash the first time they met? Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with slight coldness as he stared coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen, and the origin energy in his body roiled. If this Wood Peak disciple dared say it again, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to make a move. At this moment, he was filled with disgust towards this Wood Peak disciple that he'd never met in the past. Luo Chen seemed as if he didn't hear Chen Wei's grim shout, and he continued ridiculing. Or perhaps you and Elder Ko were truly unable to find a void interpretation stage young expert below the age of 40. So you found these 3 people to make up the numbers. When he spoke up to hear, not only did Luo Qin start laughing, even the green-clothed young man by his side couldn't refrain from laughing. Luo Qin, you'll regret it. Chen Wei's expression became even more gloomy, and the coldness in his eyes was on the verge of erupting as he shouted out with a low voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were extremely unsightly as well. He said they were making up the numbers. Regret. Luo Chen was first stunned when he heard Chen Wei, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Chen Wei, don't forget that our strengths are equal. You can dream of obtaining any advantage at my hands. Or perhaps you want to rely on them. Forget about these 2. Perhaps they have some natural talent, but they're completely useless to our would peak now. Luo Chen's gaze of disdain flashed past Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before locking onto Huang Daniu in the end. This big guy looks to be not bad, but how strong can a person that's a little over 30 be? At most, he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. The gaze Luo Qin shot at Huang Daniu was still filled with disdain. Huang Daniu's face went grim, and he was slightly unable to restrain himself, causing the origin energy in his body to surge as he wanted to make a move against Luo Qin. But when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, it caused him to suppress the impulse in his heart, and at the same time, a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth, a cold smile of ridicule. Luo Qin. Chen Wei took a deep breath as a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. You're constantly ridiculing the Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back. Yet I wonder how strong the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back are? The Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back are naturally stronger than the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back. Do you see this person by my side? He's called Hong Shi, 36 years old, and his strength isn't inferior to us. Luo Qin looked at the green-clothed young man by his side as he spoke, and his face was filled with complacency. At this moment, the green-clothed young man, Hong Shi, flashed his gaze past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and then he laughed with disdain. Even if these 2 pieces of trash join forces, I'll be able to make them fall to the ground with a single move. As for Yi Xian, she was directly disregarded by him. Luo Qin, as expected of a Wood Peak disciple you and your master brought back. This Hong Shi's mouth is as smelly as yours. Chen Wei's gaze that was piercingly cold like a blade swept past Hong Shi before descending onto Luo Qin in the end. You. Luo Chen's expression went grim when he was ridiculed by Chen Wei, and he was enraged to the point the origin energy on his body roiled and was on the verge of bursting out. Luo Qin, this Hong Shi, your master, brought back probably hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of our Wood Peak, right? Chen Wei's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked seriously. He hasn't. Luo Qin couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the changes in Chen Wei's expression, and he answered as if he was possessed. But after he answered Chen Wei, he returned to his senses, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Chen Wei, why are you asking this? You'll know very soon. This time, Chen Wei utterly didn't look at Luo Qin, and he only glanced deeply at Hong Shi. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian Daniu. The various peaks of our 5-element sect have a rule. Everyone that hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of the various peaks isn't considered to be a member of the sect. And even if they're killed, the sect won't pursue the matter. Chen Wei's words caused the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to be unable to help but light up. Luo Qin said with disdain when he heard Chen Wei, Chen Wei, you wouldn't be thinking that the joint forces of these 2 pieces of trash can kill Hong Shi, right? What an enormous joke. Trash? The smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu froze completely when they heard Luo Qin. Their gazes that were filled with coldness locked onto Luo Qin at the first possible moment, and they were about to swallow him up. So long as the other isn't crippled or killed in a battle between official disciples of the sect won't pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Chinwei added another sentence. For a time, the frozen smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Dainyu bloomed once more, and it was extremely brilliant. Dainyu, which one do you want? Duan Lingtian asked. Me. I want both of them. Huang Dainyu was first stunned, and then he spoke resolutely after he recovered from his shock. Dainyu, aren't you too greedy? Since it's like this, then let's see who's faster. Chapter 873. You're shameless. When he saw Duan Lingtian fly out as soon as he finished speaking and utterly didn't give him the chance to prepare, Huang Dainyu cursed and hurriedly followed up. Bang! Bang! The material earthen yellow energy beneath Huang Dainyu's feet soared through the sky, whereas he relied on it to flash out swiftly, and his speed was so swift that it even surpassed Duan Lingtian, even though this wasn't the ground and he couldn't rely on the energy of the earth. But he was a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th-level intermediate earth concept after all. And even if he didn't rely on the energy of the earth, he was still capable of exerting the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. As for Duan Lingtian, even though he was at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage as well, he'd only comprehended 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, and even if he utilized his other elementary concepts, he was still inferior to Huang Dainyu by the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons. So even though Duan Lingtian was the first to make a move, he was still caught up by Huang Dainyu. Both of them tacitly chose the same person as their first target. Luo Qin, both of you. Luo Qin, who was stunned by Chen Wei's words, instantly shuddered when he saw 2 figures pouncing towards him in the blink of an eye, and he recovered from his shock. He saw that ancient horned dragon silhouettes that caused him to be astounded had even appeared in the sky above these 2 people. 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Accompanied by the violet-clothed young man and the tall and robust young man, they flashed directly towards him. Luo Chen was dumbstruck, completely dumbstruck. How could the strengths of these 2 people possibly be so strong? Slap, slap. 2 clear slaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu that had arrived before Luo Chen in the blink of an eye, and they slapped him from both sides. Instantly, Luo Chen's face that could be considered to be handsome swelled up to become a pig's head. You, both of you, A.H. The eyes of Luo Chen, who was slapped into a pig's head, were suffused with gloominess, and he wanted to speak ruthlessly. But he hadn't finished speaking when Huang Dainyu's fist struck his stomach, and he was blasted flying while emitting a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Qin was barely able to stop his figure. Presently, he'd been beaten to the point he'd completely sobered up. Looking at the 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Dainyu's head, he felt a chill run down his spine. This big guy is actually so strong. He did not use any spirit weapon. When he attacked, he drew upon the heaven and earth energy to form 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If it was a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, then only a martial artist that had comprehended 6th-level intermediate concept would be able to accomplish this. 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were capable of comprehending 5th-level intermediate concept as well. A 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist only needed to comprehend 4th-level intermediate concept to accomplish this. However, no matter what kind of person they were not people he could provoke. There was also the purple-clothed youth. Luo Chen's gaze descended onto the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian's head. There were 110 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggling down from there, and they possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Drawing upon the heaven and earth energy to condense 110 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. Even his strength is stronger than mine. Luo Chen's expression was as unsightly as it could be as he stared fixedly at the purple-clothed young man that he'd looked down upon earlier. So strong! Meanwhile, the spectating Wood Peak disciples exclaimed in shock, successively. For a time, they were shocked by the strength of these two unfamiliar faces, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Both of them are the Wood Peak disciples that Chen Wei and Elder Ke brought back this time. Aren't they too strong? Especially that big guy. He looks to be a little over 30. Yet, as soon as he attacked, it was like a rock shattering the heavens and the earth as he drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense 130 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. That violet, clothed young man isn't weak as well. He looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength has already surpassed Chen Wei and Luo Chen. The group of Wood Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with gazes that contained excitement mixed within. So long as that big guy isn't poached away by the other 3 peaks, then our Wood Peak might not be at the bottom in the battle of the 5 peaks this time. Exactly. The big guy's strength is formidable, and coupled with him comprehending Earth concept, once he attacks on the ground, he'll be able to draw support from the extremely terrifying energy of the Earth. The big guy's strength on the ground is sufficient to crush all the young disciples of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak. The gazes of most of the Wood Peak disciples locked onto Huang Daniu tightly. At this moment, at the same time that they revealed excited expressions, their eyes faintly contained slight perturbation, and they were perturbed that Huang Daniu would be poached away by the other 3 peaks. After all, similar incidents had occurred numerous times in the past, and it caused them to feel rather powerless. Daniu, they're all extremely afraid that you'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples, and he looked at Huang Daniu as he spoke. Humph! Huang Daniu grunted with a voice that was like a thunderclap. All of you are underestimating me. Huang Daniu! How could I, Huang Daniu, be a fence-sitter that swings with the wind? When Huang Daniu spoke up to hear, the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples revealed benevolent expressions, and they felt that their Wood Peak would have another young expert that was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens from now onwards. But what Huang Daniu said next caused them to be completely dumbstruck. Of course, if anyone is willing to give me 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons and another 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above, then I think I'm still willing to leave the Wood Peak and join their peak. Huang Daniu changed the topic and chuckled. For a time, the crowd of Wood Peak disciples reacted to what Huang Daniu had said, and they emitted benevolent laughter. 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons. Even if all the grade 2 spirit weapons in the possession of the peak masters and elders of any peak in the 5 element sect were added together, they seem to not possess so many spirit weapons, right? 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above was even more outrageous. Perhaps Huang Daniu's strength wasn't bad, and even if it was amongst all the disciples of the younger generation in the 5 element sect, he was still unable to make the other 3 peaks pay such a great price. Chen Wei, I truly never imagined that you and Elder Ke actually found 2 freaks like this. Hongxi, let's go. Luo Chen, who realized that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage today, glared hatefully at Chen Wei, and then he rubbed his swollen face before calling out to the green-clothed young man and intending to leave. Early on, when he'd witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu revealed, Hongxi's expression had gone grim and become extremely unsightly. Even though his strength wasn't bad, it was only comparable to Luo Chen. If he didn't utilize a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, then he would at most possess the strength of 100 ancient, horned dragons. not to mention being inferior to that big fellow. He was even inferior to the violet, clothed young man. Now, when he heard Luo Chen's call out to him, Hong Xi's gaze abruptly lit up, and he flashed towards Luo Chen as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't want to stay at this place for a moment longer, but was it a place where he could leave as he pleased? Swoosh! Swoosh! An azure-colored bolt of lightning accompanied by an earthen yellow-colored bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on Hong Xi's path and obstructed his path. A violet-clothed young man that was completely enveloped in azure-colored strong winds, and a tall young man that was completely enveloped in an earthen yellow-colored light barrier firmly obstructed Hong Xi's path. "What are all of you doing?" Luo Chen's expression went grim. Hong Xi's expression went grim as well when he saw the two people that appeared before him. And then he took a deep breath and tried hard to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. "Both of you, I didn't, you motherfucker." Hong Xi hadn't finished speaking when Huang Daniu had already shouted out explosively to interrupt Hong Xi. And at the same time he attacked out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Huang Daniu smashed out with his fist, and his fist was like a toppling mountain. Vast earthen yellow-colored energy spilled out and seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow-colored divine dragon that fiercely smashed towards Hong Xi's chest. Bang! The vast energy collided with Hong Xi's chest, and it smashed Hong Xi's entire body flying like an arrow that left the bowstring. Ah! At the instant Hong Xi flew out, his face flushed red as he spat out a large mouthful of blood that was mixed with blood. Obviously, it was the fragments of his internal organs that were shattered by Huang Daniu's fist. Bang! Bang! When he saw Hong Xi flying out, Huang Daniu obviously didn't intend to let Hong Xi off just like this. Huang Daniu stomped on the air to shatter an enormous earthen yellow-colored rock that appeared beneath his feet, and he relied on the force of the collision to fly out. Swoosh! Huang Daniu's speed was like a swift bolt of lightning, and he caught up to Hong Xi in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out another punch that struck right onto Hong Xi's dantian and completely destroyed it, causing the origin energy within Hong Xi's dantian to spill out uncontrollably. Hong Xi emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, and the origin energy in his body was obliterated along with this, causing his body to lose the support of his origin energy and fall down. Without his origin energy, even if Hong Xi was able to sense the concept in the heavens and the earth, but without origin energy as a carrier, it was insufficient to fuse into his body and support him up. Luo Chen, save me. Hong Xi's falling speed grew faster and faster, and he opened his mouth with great difficulty to ask Luo Chen for help. If Luo Chen didn't save him, then he would surely fall to his death. When Hong Xi's dantian was destroyed by Huang Daniu, the gaze Luo Chen shot at Hong Xi had completely changed. Now when he heard Hong Xi's cry for help, he grunted coldly. Humph, useless trash. After that, he flew off and didn't even look back as he allowed Hong Xi to continue falling, and he crashed onto the cliff with a bang before smashing into a pile of mush. This Hong Xi is pitiable. After withdrawing his gaze from Hong Xi, Duan Lingtian glanced at Luo Chen's figure that was disappearing into the distance before shaking his head. That Luo Chen is really a bastard. Big Brother Niu, I was merciful and only crippled the dantian of his companion, and I didn't intend to kill his companion, but he actually disregarded his companion and directly fled. Huang Daniu smacked his lips as he cursed. Merciful. The surrounding crowd of Wood-Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Huang Daniu. You fucking crippled his dantian, yet you're merciful? If you didn't cripple his dantian, would he have fallen to his death? Let's go. Chen Wei seemed to be accustomed to Huang Daniu's violence, and after he called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, he continued to dive down towards the pavilion below. Humph, humph. That Luo Chen got off easy. Chapter 874. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shudder when he heard Yi Xian. If this little girl grows up in the future, she'll probably be a figure like the little she-devil. When he thought of the little she-devil, Duan Lingtian's gaze became dazed, and the figure of a yellow-clothed young woman appeared in his mind. The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuanai. I wonder what Xuanai is doing at this moment. There's also Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. I wonder if they've come out from that place. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and when he returned to his senses, he'd already descended onto a 3-story pavilion with Chen Wei. There's a master bedroom on every single floor of this pavilion. All of you can make your own arrangements. Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, "If you lack anything, all of you can come look for me. I'm staying in that pavilion." As he spoke, Chen Wei pointed towards a 2-story pavilion in the distance. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 nodded, and then they entered the pavilion. Huang Daniu took the lowest floor. Yi Xian stayed on the 2nd floor, whereas Duan Lingtian stayed on the top floor. As soon as they left the master bedroom on the top floor, a boundless blue sky and white clouds would appear before their eyes. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the pavilion, those would-peak disciples that were watching the show dispersed successively, yet their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. I truly never imagined that Senior Brother Chin and Elder Ku would bring back 2 such outstanding young experts this time. Our would-peak can hold our heads high now. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is only the beginning. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in another 3 days. It's truly something that I look forward to. Smiles suffused the faces of all the would-peak disciples. They were disciples of the would-peak and shared both honor and disgrace with the would-peak. The would-peak being at the bottom amongst the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect caused them to suffer disdain from the disciples of the other 4 peaks and be unable to hold their heads high. They'd been unable to endure such days since long ago. This time, when they saw they had a chance to turn the tables, they were naturally extremely excited. Not long after, more than half of the would-peak found out about what had occurred earlier. For a time, all the would-peak disciples that found out about this matter were excited and seething with excitement. Right when most of the would-peak disciples were in an uproar, there were some disciples that were exceptions. Luo Chen was one of them. After Luo Chen consumed the healing pill, his swollen face returned to normal. There were no signs of injury. However, his current expression was extremely ugly. He stood there in the air, feeling somewhat uneasy. At a place near the peak of the wood peak stood a 3-story pavilion. This pavilion was isolated at the side of a precipitous cliff, and it looked to be extremely dangerous, causing others to be unable to help but feel terrified. As he gazed at the pavilion before him, Luo Chen's face was filled with a conflicted expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew out to descend onto the pavilion. "He's back?" At this moment, an old man in red clothes walked out of a room on the 3rd floor of the pavilion. The old man had a strong body and a curly beard on his face. He looked careless. "Master." Luo Chen was extremely respectful when facing the old man, but his expression was somewhat ugly. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was as if there was something that was difficult for him to say. "What?" The curly-bearded old man noticed that something was off with Luo Chen, and he asked with bewilderment, "Master." Luo Chen took a deep breath. He knew very clearly in his heart that even if he didn't say anything now, it wouldn't take long for his master to find out about Hong Shi. So he chose to be frank. "Hong Shi." Luo Chen looked at the curly-bearded old man, his master, with a slightly perturbed expression, and he slowly spat out 3 words before hesitating slightly and seeming to be unable to continue. Some time ago, his master could be said to have paid a great price for the sake of pulling Hong Shi into the 5-element sect and the wood peak. Besides wasting time for nothing, he'd even spent a great deal of grade 3 spirit weapons and concept fragments on the power Hong Shi was in. Yet now, Hong Shi had died, and he died in the wood peak. What happened to Hong Shi? The curly-bearded old man's face went grim. Master, Hong Shi, he was killed by someone. Luo Qin took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak. What? The curly-bearded old man's pupils constricted as cold lights flashed within them, and he asked with a grim voice, was it the members of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, or Earth Peak? None of them. Luo Qin shook his head. None of them? The curly-bearded old man frowned. Then how did he die? Could it be that it was the members of the Gold Peak that did it? When the Gold Peak was mentioned, the old man's eyes revealed a trace of fear. No. Luo Qin shook his head once more and laughed bitterly. It was the members of our Wood Peak. The members of our Wood Peak. The curly-bearded old man was shocked, and then he frowned as he asked, could it be that he offended an elder, or perhaps he offended a middle-aged disciple? As far as he was concerned, with Hong Shi's strength, besides the elders of the Wood Peak and those middle-aged disciples, practically no one in the entire Wood Peak was capable of killing him. Hong Shi's strength was comparable to the most outstanding disciples in the younger generation of the Wood Peak, Chen Wei and Luo Qin, and even if Chen Wei and Luo Qin made a move, it would be impossible for them to kill Hong Shi. No. Luo Qin shook his head once more. No. The corners of the curly-bearded old man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and his eyes revealed astonishment. Could it be that it was done by a young disciple that the other elders found from outside? Yes. Luo Qin nodded as two fierce lights shot out from his eyes. It was a young disciple that Chen Wei and Elder Ke found from outside. They killed Hong Shi as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. A bright light flashed within the curly-bearded old man's eyes, and he went silent for a time. Meanwhile, Luo Qin looked at the curly-bearded man and urged anxiously, Master! The reason they dared kill Hong Shi was none other than because Hong Shi hadn't officially registered as a disciple of our Five-Element sect, and they firmly believed that the sect wouldn't interfere. Now those two fellows haven't registered as well, so even if they die, the sect won't pursue the matter. Master, you must take revenge for Hong Shi and kill those two fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Chen's eyes had piercingly cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. Today, he originally only wanted to provoke Chen Wei and suppress Chen Wei. But who would have imagined that not only was he unable to successfully suppress Chen Wei, even the companion by his side was killed by someone by Chen Wei's side. At the instant Hong Shi was killed, he was able to notice the ridiculing gazes of the surrounding Wood Peak disciples looking at him. It was the first time in his entire life that he'd suffered such great humiliation. Now he only wanted those two fellows that caused him to suffer such humiliation to die, and he couldn't be at ease until they died. 2. The curly-bearded old man who'd originally fallen into silence couldn't help but frown when he heard Luo Qin. You mean that they joined forces to kill Hong Shi? Yes. Luo Qin nodded. He knew clearly in his heart that if it was said that Huang Daniu had killed Hong Shi by himself, then for the sake of the Wood Peak's future, his master might not do anything to Huang Daniu. Yet now it was completely different to say that they'd joined forces to kill Hong Shi. Before the curly-bearded old man could reply, Luo Qin grunted. If they didn't join forces, then how could they be a match for Hong Shi? Besides that, Chen Wei is to blame for this matter. It was he who stopped me and didn't allow me to save Hong Shi. It was precisely because of this that Hong Shi was killed by those two fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Qin had an expression of grief and indignation, and it seemed as if everything he said was true. At least, the curly-bearded old man believed him. Humph! The old man grunted coldly when he finished listening to Luo Qin. It would be fine if they killed Hong Shi in a one-on-one situation. With them in the Wood Peak, it wouldn't be affected even if Hong Shi wasn't here. but they actually dared join forces to destroy a prospective would-peak disciple that was even more outstanding than them. Two people that are inferior to Hong Shi are completely useless to our would-peak. As he finished speaking, the old man's face was covered in a layer of frost. Since they were audacious enough to kill Hong Shi because he was a prospective would-peak disciple, then I can similarly kill them. They're only two tiny prospective would-peak disciples. The curly-bearded old man's words were filled with coldness. A prospective would-peak disciple referred to a person that the would-peak was willing to accept and was willing to join the would-peak, yet hadn't officially registered as a disciple of the Five-Element sect. A person like this wasn't protected by the Five-Element sect. Master, if you want to kill them, then we'll rush over now and kill them before Chun Wei brings them to register as official disciples. A trace of complacency flashed within the eyes of Luo Qin, who clearly sensed his master's rage, and he couldn't help but urge. Lead the way. The curly-bearded old man nodded, and he obviously felt that what Luo Qin said made sense. Yes, Luo Qin flew out excitedly and led the way at the front before plunging down. As for the curly-bearded old man, he followed behind Luo Qin unhurriedly from the beginning until the end, and he descended onto a pavilion at the mountainside of the wood peak with Luo Qin. It's Luo Qin. His master, Elder He, is there as well. Instantly, many people stuck their heads out from the nearby pavilions and recognized Luo Qin and the curly-bearded old man. What VE they come here for? They wouldn't have come to get even with those two young disciples that Qin Wei and Elder Ke brought back, right? They probably won't. Perhaps Luo Qin is capable of doing something like this. Yet Elder He is surely unable to do it. Elder He wholeheartedly serves the Wood Peak, and he surely won't do anything that harms the Wood Peak's interests. Because of the appearance of the curly-bearded old man, the Wood Peak disciples in the various pavilions didn't dare approach to watch the show, as they were all afraid of accidentally offending this Elder He. Elder He's temper was famous in the Wood Peak for being irritable, and there weren't many people that dared take the initiative to offend him. There and there, the curly-bearded old man, the Five-Element sect's Wood Peak's Elder He gang, looked at the three-story pavilion beneath his feet as a strand of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and he asked with a low voice, "Yes, master." Luo Qin replied respectfully, and then he urged his voice with origin energy to directly flash down towards the three-story pavilion. Even though his voice converged and spread throughout the entire three-story pavilion, it wasn't heard by the other Wood Peak disciples that were spectating in the distant pavilions. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, come out and receive your death. These were Luo Qin's exact words. Chapter 875. For a time, Yixian walked out of his room and looked up at Luo Qin, who was high above in the sky, and his eyes flickered with rage. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu soared up into the sky successively, and they arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye to stand in confrontation with Luo Qin from afar. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu could speak, they saw a curly-bearded old man in red clothes descend from the sky to descend by Luo Qin's side, and then he stared at them with a ghastly gaze. A void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as astonishment suffused his face. Huang Daniu revealed slight fear as well, and he said to the nearby Duan Lingtian in a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, looks like Luo Qin has called his master over." Luo Qin's master was the Wood Peak's Elder He gang. Duan Lingtian had obtained this information from the whispers of some Wood Peak disciples when Chun Wei and Luo Qin were in confrontation earlier, but never had he imagined that Luo Qin would actually call his master over. "Master, it was the two of them that killed Hong Shi." Luo Qin looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as he spoke to He gang with a low voice. Strands of terrifying cold lights were mixed within his eyes, and he seemed to be choosing to swallow his enemies. "Hong, she was killed by the two of you." He Gang stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a piercingly cold gaze, and his face revealed rage. At the same time, the red clothes on his body fluttered without the wind and swelled up. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu didn't have the time to speak when Luo Qin had already stretched out his hand and pointed towards the distance. "Master, look, that's Hong Shi's corpse." After they crippled Hong Shi's cultivation, they allowed him to fall to his death. The direction Luo Chen pointed at was precisely the side of the cliff where Hong Shi fell to his death. There was a pool of horrifying fresh blood there, and there was a corpse that had been smashed into mush. He Gang glanced over, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Unknowingly, a vast and condensed, milky white origin energy gushed out from his body, flowing around his body like liquid. Within this vast and condensed origin energy that was like liquid, there were also traces of a tyrannical aura that seemed as if it would spill out at any moment. A person's death is but a simple matter, but the two of you actually used such a cruel method to kill Hong Shi. All of you don't have the qualifications to become disciples of Maiwood Peak. He Gang was furious. His cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. His voice was extremely cold. Not only that, the two of you will have to pay for Hong Shi's death. Not qualified to become a disciple of the Wood Peak? Pay the price for Hong Shi's death? Hearing He Gang's words, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the extreme anger in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of their mouths at the same time. "You're the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang?" Duan Lingtian took a step forward and met He Gang's gaze without the slightest fear as he asked coldly, "How presumptuous!" He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Qin had already shouted out, "Duan Lingtian, how can a prospective Wood Peak disciple like you directly address my master's name? Not to mention you're only a prospective Wood Peak disciple now. Even if you become an official Wood Peak disciple, my master's name isn't something you have the qualifications to address directly." But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Luo Qin and looked at He Gang instead as he asked coldly, "Elder He, you said repeatedly that you want us to pay the price for Hong Shi's death. Could it be that you think we killed Hong Shi for no reason? Or perhaps you think Hong Shi wasn't wrong?" He Gang's expression was extremely unsightly when questioned by Duan Lingtian. Who was he? A dignified elder of the 5-element sex Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. A prospective Wood Peak disciple dared to be so presumptuous before him? But when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, He Gang couldn't help but frown as he realized that he'd overlooked the most important thing. How did Hong Shi offend these two people before him? Then I want to hear from both of you. What mistake did Hong Shi make? He Gang asked with a cold voice. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask Elder He's good disciple about this." Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with coldness, and then he looked at Luo Qin as he spoke word by word. He Gang instantly looked at Luo Qin when he heard this. Luo Qin speak. "Yes, master." Luo Qin replied respectfully, and then he said, "I admit that I was in the wrong in the matter today. I saw Chan Wei bring them to the Wood Peak, and I aroused the desire to win, so I stopped them." As Luo Qin spoke, he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. "Yes." He Gang nodded as he revealed a gratified smile. He naturally understood his disciple. This disciple of his was used to being competitive, so it wasn't strange for him to do something like this. But since Luo Qin was able to recognize his mistake, then it was a good start, and it was understandable. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu saw that not only did He Gang not blame Luo Qin after Luo Qin explained the reason for the conflict, but He Gang instead revealed a smile, their expressions instantly became slightly unsightly. Duan Lingtian, looks like this old fellow is a brainless person that protects his own. Huang Daniu's voice transmission that contained rage sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was exceedingly clear. I discerned it. Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said via voice transmission, "Like disciple, like master." Perhaps we were wrong since the beginning, and the reason the wood peak declined wasn't entirely because of the other 3 peaks targeting it. Humph. This old fellow actually dares to say that I, Big Brother Ox, don't have the qualifications to become a disciple of the wood peak. Does he really think that I, Big Brother Ox, want to become a disciple of the wood peak? With Brother Ox's natural talent, even that gold peak of the 5 Elements sect wouldn't refuse Brother Ox. Huang Daniu's voice transmission was filled with disdain. Later on, Hong Shi and I only used inappropriate words and slightly offended them. But they didn't say anything before exploding and crippling Hong Shi's cultivation, and they threw Hong Shi to his death. Luo Chen continued. As he finished speaking, he looked at He Gang as extreme rage suffused his face, and he said angrily, "Master, you must take revenge for Hong Shi. Even if Hong Shi was in the wrong first, his crime doesn't warrant death." He Gang nodded, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu was filled with icy cold, killing intent. "Do the 2 of you still have anything to say now?" "Humph." Huang Daniu grunted and revealed a disdainful expression as he said, "Now is there any use in saying anything? No wonder Luo Qin is so arrogant and dares to cause trouble for no reason. So it turns out that he has a good master like you supporting him from behind. With a parasite like you here, it's no wonder the wood peak declined." As he finished speaking, Huang Daniu didn't hold back in the slightest. You're courting death." He Gang's face went grim when he heard Huang Daniu. Subsequently, the origin energy on his body that was almost liquid shook before transforming into numerous thick violet-colored bolts of lightning, and waves of low and deep thunderclaps faintly sounded out from within them. Whoosh! In the sky above He Gang, over 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered there in a formidable array, and they were like dark clouds that pressed down upon a city and brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage. 6th level advanced lightning concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Even though he knew since long ago that He Gang was an elder of the Wood Peak, yet he never imagined that He Gang's strength would be so formidable. An elder at the 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage would surely possess an extraordinary status in the Wood Peak. For a time, coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He suddenly felt that what Huang Daniu said earlier was so correct. Perhaps the decline of the Wood Peak wasn't only because of the powerlessness of the younger generation of the Wood Peak, and it was also because this elder of the Wood Peak couldn't distinguish right from wrong. As the saying goes, a pitiable person would surely have something detestable about him, and the Wood Peak was like this as well. Shit! Oh my God! Elder, he actually wants to make a move against them. They're the future of our Wood Peak. This won't do. We absolutely can't allow anything to happen to them. Once something happens to them, we'll be unable to hold our heads up high before the other 4 peaks. Like before. Senior brothers and junior sisters that don't want to suffer humiliation in the future, follow me. No matter what, we can't allow Elder He to harm the future hope of our Wood Peak. Let's go. I'll go notify Senior Brother Chinwei. Right when He Gang raised his hand and intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a talisman had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and his gaze locked tightly onto He Gang as he prepared to toss out the talisman to crush He Gang at any moment. Stay your hand. Elder He, you can't kill them. You can't destroy the future of our Wood Peak. Elder He, if they're killed by you, then you'll become a sinner of our Wood Peak for eternity. He Gang, I don't care if you're an elder of the Wood Peak or not. If you want to touch them, then you have to step over my dead body first. Waves of seething voices that were like thunderclaps swept over from all directions, and it caused He Gang's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. As for Luo Qin, he was completely dumbstruck when he saw the group of Wood Peak disciples charging over here in a formidable array, as he'd never imagined that such an exaggerated incident would occur. These Wood Peak disciples have come to help Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, these two outsiders? At this moment, at the same time that his heart was filled with disbelief, boundless jealousy and hatred arose in his heart as well. Subsequently, he hurriedly looked at He Gang and urged, "Master, quickly kill them! Quickly kill them!" At this moment, only a single thought remained in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu must die. Duan Lingtian, who was originally shocked by the Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, went grim when he heard Luo Qin, and he hurriedly moved his attention onto He Gang and locked his gaze onto He Gang. So long as He Gang made the slightest movement, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to toss out the talisman in his hand and crush He Gang. But He Gang seemed as if he didn't hear Luo Qin, and he slowly lowered his hand before the violet-colored lightning that coiled around his body vanished without a trace. He Gang was dumbstruck as he looked at the group of Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, and a trace of a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Chapter 876. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous figures of both men and women flashed through the sky and arrived before Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in a short moment, and they formed a human wall that protected them behind them. These people were all disciples of the Wood Peak. "This is..." Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu glanced at each other, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time that the actions of these Wood Peak disciples caused them to be shocked, warmth arose in their hearts. These Wood Peak disciples were protecting them. Presently, the group of Wood Peak disciples had protected Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu behind them, and they looked at the Wood Peak elder, He Gang, with vigilant expressions as if He Gang was a dreadful monster. "Elder He, you can't touch them. Elder He, if you want to kill them, then you have to pass through us first." The group of Wood Peak disciples were united as one, and their faces were filled with rage when facing He Gang. "All of you, what are all of you doing?" He Gang took a deep breath, and his face beneath his curly beard was filled with shock. Never had he imagined that two young men that had just arrived at their Wood Peak and hadn't even been registered as official disciples would actually possess such a strong charisma. "Can someone tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? What are all of you doing?" Luo Qin stood by He Gang's side as he swept the group of Wood Peak disciples with a cold gaze, and then he said with a low voice, "Don't all of you forget that all of you are disciples of the Wood Peak. Now, my master, an elder of the Wood Peak, wants to punish these two prospective Wood Peak disciples that willfully slaughtered the innocent. Yet all of you dare interfere? Do all of you want to die?" As he finished speaking, ghastly killing intent suffused Luo Chen's eyes, and it swept towards the group of Wood Peak disciples as if he wanted to use this to threaten them. But unfortunately, the group of Wood Peak disciples seemed to have utterly not heard Luo Chen, and their gazes had always descended onto He Gang with gazes that were filled with vigilance. It was as if they were deeply afraid that He Gang would make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu once more. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. He Gang stood there in midair without moving in the slightest. Even though he had the absolute certainty of killing Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, even if a group of Wood Peak disciples interfered, he didn't do this. Right now, he was filled with curiosity. On what basis did Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu make a group of Wood Peak disciples go to such an extent for them? As the saying goes, whoever wins the people's hearts wins the world. Even though Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shoyong hadn't officially become disciples of the Wood Peak, yet they'd obtained the support of everyone in the Wood Peak, and even he, an elder of the Wood Peak, felt ashamed of his inferiority. "Duan Lingtian, Daniu, are you guys okay?" An urgent voice approached from afar, and it was accompanied by a swift figure that flashed over to arrive before the crowd of Wood Peak disciples that had formed a human wall in a short moment. "I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu stepped out from behind the crowd and stood in front of the newcomer. The person who had arrived was precisely Chen Wei. At this moment, Chen Wei's expression was extremely unsightly. Before he came here, he'd already roughly found out about everything that happened before him from the Wood Peak disciples that went to look for him. Never had he imagined that not long after he'd just returned to his residence and sat down cross-legged to cultivate, such a great incident would occur outside. There was actually someone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and they wanted to annihilate the future of their Wood Peak. If it was in the past, Chen Wei would surely greet the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, first after he made an appearance. But he didn't do that now, and he instead bowed to the group of Wood Peak disciples and said with a serious expression, "Thank you, all of you are great. I believe that with all of you here, the future of our Wood Peak will surely be bright. Senior Brother Chen Wei, you're too kind. Yeah, Senior Brother Chen Wei, this is something we ought to do. Senior Brother Chen Wei, you and Elder Ku are the great contributors of our Wood Peak. What we've done is just some insignificant things." The group of Wood Peak disciples replied successively, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu bowed to the group of Wood Peak disciples as well. Perhaps not a single person in the group of Wood Peak disciples before them possessed a strength that was stronger than them, but everything these Wood Peak disciples had done earlier caused them to feel heartfelt gratitude. When faced with Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's thanks, the group of Wood Peak disciples smiled with good intentions. Elder He, Chen Wei turned around to look at He Gang, who stood in the distance, and his face sank. "I wonder how Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu offended you? It actually made you want to kill them." Chen Wei's tone was filled with an interrogative tone. "Chen Wei, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of speaking like this to my master?" He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Chen had already sneered with disdain. Luo, He Gang had already noticed that something was off, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw his disciples were still so rash, and he intended to stop them. But he'd just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by a cold and indifferent voice that descended from the sky. "If he's unworthy, then am I worthy?" The cold and indifferent voice descended and drew the gazes of everyone. High above in the sky, two old men descended side by side, but the expressions of these two old men were extremely unsightly at this moment, especially the one-armed old man that spoke earlier. His eyes even flickered with extreme icy coldness. He was like a dormant, venomous snake that would explode out and harm another at any moment. Elder Yang, you've returned?" He Gang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the one-armed old man, as never had he imagined that this old man would return to the Wood Peak. After all, since the old man's personal disciple was poached away by the Fire Peak's master 10 years ago, the old man left the Five Element sect in a fit of rage and headed to the Wood Peak's base in Settlement City. He never imagined that, after 10 years, the old man would actually return once more. "Who are you?" Luo Chen obviously didn't know the one-armed old man, and he frowned as he asked with a low voice, "Luo Chen, don't be rude. This is Elder Yang, the number 2 expert of our Wood Peak. Quickly apologized to Elder Yang." Cold sweat broke out on He Gang's forehead when he saw his disciple actually daring to offend the old man, and he hurriedly shouted out with a grim voice, "The number 2 expert of the Wood Peak?" Luo Chen's expression went completely grim as soon as He Gang spoke. He's Elder Yang Ling? Suddenly, Luo Chen's gaze had descended onto the severed arm of the one-armed old man. Subsequently, his body trembled for no reason, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. Even though he'd only taken He Gang as his master 8 years ago and had only arrived at the Wood Peak 7 years ago, he'd heard of this old man from his master on more than one occasion. This old man was called Yang Ling, and he was the strongest existence beneath the Peak Master in the Wood Peak. Elder Yang. Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder, and he lowered his head in panic as he bowed to Yang Ling. I didn't know Elder Yang's identity earlier. I hope Elder Yang doesn't blame me. Humph. Yang Ling grunted coldly, and he didn't seem to make any movement when a bang resounded out. In the next moment, Luo Chen's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the way. Luo Chen, who was barely able to stop his figure in midair, had an expression that was ghastly pale as he looked at Yang Ling with a terrified expression. Elder Yang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. From the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to react to when the one-armed old man before him made a move. He knew that if the one-armed old man wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to live until the next breath. Elder Yang, why did you do this? When he saw Yang Ling still make a move against him after his disciple apologized to Yang Ling, He Gang was slightly unable to maintain his composure, and he asked with a low voice, "Why?" Yang Ling glanced indifferently at He Gang, and in the next moment he vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already at the spot He Gang was at earlier, whereas He Gang was blasted flying to follow in Luo Chen's footsteps. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, the Wood Peak will give both of you an explanation for what happened today. Ku Zheng, who'd come over with Yang Ling, spoke to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a solemn expression. In the distance, He Gang's face was ghastly pale as he glared angrily at Yang Ling. Yang Ling, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, then I'll look for the Peak Master to seek justice. Peak Master? A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Yang Ling's mouth when he heard He Gang. If it wasn't me that was standing here now, but the Peak Master, do you think you and your disciple would suffer this little bit of punishment? Needless to say, Yang Ling's words had shocked He Gang. Subsequently, He Gang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and he faintly realized that everything before him was related to these 2 young men. Who exactly are these 2 young men? Why would this group of Wood Peak disciples willingly protect them? Why would Yang Ling and Ku Zheng stand up for them? At this moment, besides bewilderment, there was only bewilderment in his heart. Qinwei, as soon as we heard He Gang wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, we rushed over extremely hastily. What exactly is going on in this matter? Right when the atmosphere was slightly strange, Ku Zheng looked at Qinwei and asked with a low voice. Qinwei took a deep breath and didn't conceal the slightest thing as he spoke about how he was obstructed by Luo Chen and Hong Xu when he brought Duan Lingtian and the others over today. Not only did Luo Chen and Hong Xu obstruct us, they even repeatedly humiliated Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with their words, and they called them trash. All of this is something that many senior brothers and senior sisters can bear witness to. When he spoke up to hear, Qinwei glanced at the surroundings and looked at the crowd of Wood Peak disciples that were scattered in the surroundings. Exactly. I can bear witness that Luo Chen and Hong, she did indeed humiliate Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu like that at that time. I can bear witness as well. If it wasn't for them being overbearing, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would surely not have made a move. Even a man made of clay has a temper, not to mention Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu are people. If I was them, I wouldn't be able to endure being humiliated like that as well. All the Wood Peak disciples spoke out successively. Martial artists were firm and unyielding as they stood in the heavens and the earth, and the might of the heavens and the earth was unable to press down on their backs. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. If they were still able to remain indifferent after being humiliated like that, then what was the point of cultivating their martial strength? If they were unable to even protect themselves, then how could they protect their loved ones? Chapter 877. Never had He Gang imagined that such an important matter would actually be casually mentioned by his disciple. If he knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu had made a move because they suffered such humiliation, then he would absolutely not make a move because he was utterly in the wrong. Why didn't you tell me clearly? He Gang looked at Luo Qin as he asked with a low voice, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Luo Qin went silent. It was naturally impossible for him to explain this matter clearly, because he knew that once he explained it clearly, then with his master's character, it would be impossible for his master to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. But never had he imagined that when Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were about to be killed by his master, those Wood Peak disciples would come over in a formidable array to cause trouble and obstruct his master. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This was the portrayal in Luo Chen's heart. But Luo Chen wasn't worried. Even though he'd gone slightly overboard in this matter, the two people involved, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, were fine after all. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't to the extent that he had to pay with his life. Moreover, the Wood Peak was in need of people now. As an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Wood Peak, he believed that even Yang Ling and Ke Zhang wouldn't really do anything to him. Once something happened to him, it would be a loss to the entire Wood Peak. So he had nothing to fear. After Luo Chen and Hong, she humiliated Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu on numerous occasions. The two of them were unable to endure it any longer and slapped Luo Chen twice. Subsequently, Hong, she was heavily injured and his cultivation was crippled. Chen Wei continued speaking of the scene at that time. At that time, even though Hong Shi's cultivation was crippled, but if someone saved him, then he wouldn't fall to his death. Hong, she had once sought help from Luo Qin, yet Luo Qin left without looking back and didn't go save him. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples nodded successively, and they agreed with Chen Wei. Slap. A clear sound of a slap sounded out, and it drew the gazes of everyone. It was He Gang who'd slapped Luo Qin under extreme rage, and he slapped Luo Qin so heavily that it caused Luo Chen's head to tilt to the side as he spat out a mouthful of shattered teeth. It wasn't just that. Half of Luo Chen's face was slapped to the point it swelled up, and it seemed extremely like half a pig's head. Master, Luo Chen was stupefied, completely stupefied. This was the first time his master had been so angry in front of him, and the first time he had beaten him so ruthlessly, which made it hard for him to accept. You two little fellows, now that the truth of this matter has been revealed, and He Gang and his disciple have received the lesson they deserved, how about we end it like this? After knowing the sequence of events, Yang Ling coldly glanced at He Gang and Luo Qin, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, asking for their opinions. A lesson that should be taught? Duan Lingtian sneered. Was this the lesson he deserved? Impossible. Huang Daniu shook his head and said resolutely, This elder, he was extremely formidable earlier, and he said that Duan Lingtian and I don't have the qualifications to become Wood Peak disciples. Since it's like this, then there's utterly no need for me and Duan Lingtian to head to the Wood Peak. Huang Daniu glanced indifferently at He Gang and chuckled slyly. As soon as Huang Daniu said this, not only did the expressions of Yang Ling, Ke Zhang, and Chen Wei go grim, even the expressions of the surrounding group of Wood Peak disciples went completely grim. For a time, the group of Wood Peak disciples glared angrily at He Gang. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for what He Gang said, how could Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu have the thought of leaving the Wood Peak? Don't worry, elders. Even if Daniu and I leave the Wood Peak, we won't go to any one of the 3 peaks. We'll go to the Gold Peak, and I presume the Gold Peak won't refuse us. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Ling and Ke Zhang as he spoke indifferently. Humph. Meanwhile, He Gang grunted coldly and said with disdain, 2 kids that don't know their limits. The matter from before was indeed my disciple's fault, but Elder Yang has already said that it's over. Yet both of you still dare try to take a yard after taking an inch? You only joined forces to cripple Hong, she who has a similar strength to Luo Qin. Do both of you really think you're strong? Do both of you really think you're important to our Wood Peak? As he finished speaking, He Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a gaze that was filled with disdain. Ha 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 ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he heard He Gang, and then he looked at Yangling and Kejung before shrugging indifferently. Elders, both of you have seen it as well. Since the Wood Peak doesn't welcome me and Daniu, then Daniu and I will naturally not be thick-skinned and stay here. Duan Lingtian, let's go get Shaoxian first, and then we'll leave the Wood Peak. I don't want to stay in this damnable place for a moment longer, Huang Daniu said. All right, Duan Lingtian agreed readily. Yang Ling and Ku Zheng's expressions went grim as they glared angrily at He Gang, and their gazes that were fierce like blades wished for nothing more than to slice He Gang into pieces. Now they finally understood. It turned out that He Gang utterly didn't know the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and he thought that the two of them would only be able to barely defeat Hong Shi, who possessed a strength similar to Luo Qin, if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian, Daniu. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, Chen Wei stopped Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Chen Wei, no matter if I stay in the Wood Peak or not, we'll always be friends. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Me too. Huang Daniu spoke as well. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, wait a moment. Just wait a moment, all right? Chen Wei's tone faintly contained a trace of pleading. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu glanced at each other, and after they came to an agreement, they nodded to Chen Wei and agreed. Chen Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and at the same time he looked at He Gang, who stood in the distance, and said with a low voice, Elder He, what did you say earlier about Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu joining forces to defeat Hong Shi? As far as I'm concerned, that's simply the greatest joke in the world. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang was first stunned, and then he frowned. Could it be that it isn't? This was something his disciple, Luo Qin, had told him himself. Could it be false? This ought to have been told to you by Luo Qin, right? Looks like Luo Qin really hates Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to the extreme. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he completely disregarded the Wood Peak's future. After he saw He Gang's current reaction, Chen Wei easily guessed some things, and he hit the nail on the head. The Wood Peak's future. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang's face went grim, and he revealed a gaze of disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and his heart shook. Could it be that they were able to cripple Hong Shi in a one-on-one battle? What? Luo Qin actually didn't tell Elder He that Huang Daniu crushed Hong Shi in a single move and crippled Hong Shi's Dantian in a second move? Huang Daniu has comprehended Earth concept, so even if he attacks in midair, he's unable to rely on the energy of the Earth. He doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, yet he's able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the Earth to condense 130 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes when he attacks. Duan Lingtian isn't bad as well. His strength has already surpassed senior brother Chen Wei and Luo Qin at such a young age. Elder He's expression seems to be slightly unsightly to me. Looks like Luo Qin really didn't tell him clearly about Huang Daniu and Duan Lingtian's strengths. Luo Qin is truly selfish. For the sake of his own selfish interests, he didn't hesitate to ruin the future of our Wood Peak. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from glaring angrily at Luo Qin. Slap. Another resounding slap sounded out, and it was He Gang that had given Luo Qin another slap, causing the other half of Luo Qin's face to swell up, causing Luo Qin to once again become a pig's head. In a single day, Luo Qin had successively become a pig's head. Bastard! You're trying to trap your master into disloyalty. Presently, He Gang seemed to have transformed into an enraged tiger that wished for nothing more than to open his bloody mouth and swallow Luo Qin. Yet he was unable to do so in the end. Luo Qin didn't beg for mercy and continued maintaining silence. He knew that at this time, silence was the best protection. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. In next to no time, He Gang took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and then he bowed deeply to them. I apologize for what I said earlier. No matter what, both of you must stay. Stay in the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak can't endure any more storms. The Wood Peak needs people like both of you to create its future, and the disciples of the Wood Peak need people like both of you to stand up for them and allow them to hold their heads high. He Gang's words were extremely sincere. Since he found out about Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's strengths, he seemed to have become a completely different person, and he became a person that placed the future of the Wood Peak before everything. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and paid no attention to He Gang. Do you think that what both of you did to me and Duan Lingtian can be resolved with just a few words of apology? If it's really so simple, then we might as well not cultivate and cripple our own cultivations. Huang Daniu sneered. So long as both of you are willing to stay, then I'll agree to anything no matter what. He Gang spoke with a sincere expression. Are you sure? The sneer on Huang Daniu's face grew even deeper. I'm sure. He Gang nodded. All right, since you're so frank, then I won't waste my time with you. So long as you agree to two of my requests, I can continue staying in the Wood Peak, and I guarantee that I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Huang Daniu spoke slowly. What about him? He Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm unable to make a decision on his matters. Huang Daniu shook his head. Daniu, what did you ask him to agree to? Duan Lingtian asked curiously via voice transmission. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian received Huang Daniu's reply, and he couldn't help but gasp as he replied via voice transmission with slight astonishment. Daniu, you're really ruthless. He, who asked them to offend Big Brother Nyo, especially that old fellow. He almost killed Big Brother Nyo earlier. Huang Daniu couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. So long as you agree to Daniu's 2 requests, I can stay in the Wood Peak with Daniu, and I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Gang, who was staring at him as he spoke indifferently. He Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at Huang Daniu and asked anxiously, What requests do you have? Please speak. Chapter 878. The first request is that you cripple your own cultivation. As soon as Huang Daniu spoke, it was like a rock shattering the heavens, and it caused the expressions of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian to go grim. Never had they imagined that Huang Daniu would actually put forward such an absurd request. Asking a Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation, isn't this a joke? What, you're unwilling? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he saw He Gang's expression go grim. Don't forget that Daniu and I were almost killed by you earlier. Now, we don't want your life as well, and we only want your cultivation, and we can already be considered to be extremely benevolent to you. The surrounding Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian. Can this be called benevolent? He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. His cultivation was something that he'd experienced most of his lifetime of cultivation and accumulation. Once it was crippled, it was obvious that he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian, don't go too far. Luo Chun, who'd always maintained silence, finally couldn't refrain himself from shouting out in a grim voice. Luo Chun, shut your stinking mouth. It isn't your turn to speak now. Believe it or not, Daniu and I will leave the Wood Peak right away if you dare speak another word of nonsense. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Luo Chun as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's intentions are my intentions. Huang Daniu chimed in. Bastard, shut up. He Gang's face sank as he berated. If you dare say another word, today, I, as your master, will personally end your life." Luo Chen's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't dare speak another word. He knew his master's temper extremely well, and his master would absolutely do as he said. "Little fellow." Yang Ling looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as he frowned. "Can the both of you change your request? Elder, he is a pillar of our Wood Peak after all. Both of you. Elder Yang Daniu, and I didn't insist on making him cripple his own cultivation." Duan Lingtian bluntly interrupted Yang Ling and spoke indifferently. "That's good." Yang Ling was not angry because Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. "But if he doesn't satisfy our request, then we'll leave the Wood Peak right away." Duan Lingtian finished what he was about to say. For a time, Yang Ling's expression changed greatly. He never expected that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would be so stubborn. From their words, it seemed that they would only stop after He Gang's cultivation was crippled. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. According to Duan Lingtian's words, they had almost died in He Gang's hands. Putting himself in her shoes, such a request wasn't too much. Yang Ling's current thoughts were exactly the thoughts of the surrounding group of Wood Peak disciples. After they were shocked by Huang Daniu's request, they immediately recalled what happened earlier and couldn't help but feel relieved. If they were in Huang Daniu's position, they would have made the same decision. "Daniu, looks like Elder he still hasn't made his decision. Let's go." Duan Lingtian glanced at He Gang, whose expression was changing ceaselessly, and he shook his head before calling out to Huang Daniu and intending to leave. Wait, right when Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to leave, He Gang finally spoke out, and he seemed to have instantly aged by over 10 years. "After all is said and done, even though the matter today was caused by this rascal of mine, I myself can't escape the blame. So I apologize to both of you once more." He Gang bowed once more to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, yet the latter only looked at him coldly and indifferently. Bang! Right at this moment, He Gang moved, and he struck out like a bolt of lightning to descend onto his dantian. Whoosh! In the next moment, vast origin energy that was almost liquid gushed out from He Gang's dantian, and it charged into the sky in the blink of an eye before vanishing. As for He Gang himself, his face was ghastly pale as his body fell down. Without his cultivation, he already didn't have the ability to continue flying in the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point most of the people present were unable to react to it. Alas! Yang Ling sighed, and with a raise of his hand, a shapeless force swept out to support He Gang, whose cultivation had been crippled, allowing him to avoid falling to his death. "You, take Elder he to rest." Yang Ling looked at a Wood Peak disciple. "Yes, Elder Yang." The Wood Peak disciple that was called out replied respectfully before leaving with He Gang. Meanwhile, everyone including Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu had recovered from their shock, yet their faces were covered in shock. Obviously, they'd never imagined that He Gang would really do that. This He Gang really dares to take responsibility for his actions. He crippled his cultivation at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage, just like that, without the slightest hesitation. I have to admit that he's a qualified Wood Peak Elder. The hatred in Duan Lingtian's eyes vanished and was replaced by admiration. A 6th level Void transformation stage martial artist was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the Wood Peak's future. Just this alone was enough to earn his respect. But unfortunately, his judgment was too bad and took a selfish disciple that destroyed his entire life. Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. "Master!" Right at this moment, Luo Chun, who stood in the distance, cried out sorrowfully, and then his figure flashed out to swiftly pursue towards the direction He Gang left towards. "Wanna leave?" Luo Chin had just moved when Huang Daniu, who'd always been staring at him, chased after him. With Huang Daniu's strength, he caught up to Luo Chen in the blink of an eye and stopped Luo Chin. Luo Chen's face sank when he saw Huang Daniu appear before him. And then he looked at Yang Ling. Elder Yang, my master is old, and his cultivation has even been crippled now. I want to go take care of him. At this moment, Luo Chen played the emotional card. He knew clearly in his heart that after his master crippled his own cultivation to satisfy Huang Daniu's first request, Huang Daniu would surely raise a second request. He didn't even have to think about the second request to be able to guess that it was related to him. So he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But unfortunately, he just moved when he was stopped by Huang Daniu. Humph. Yang Ling grunted coldly when he heard Luo Chen, and his wise eyes stared at Luo Chen as if they could see through everything. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How could a selfish person like you really be concerned about Elder He? Little fellow, what's your second request? Yang Ling glanced at Huang Daniu, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, speak. Huang Daniu chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Luo Chen, and he seemed like a hunter that had set his eyes on his prey. The second request of Daniu and I is very simple. This Luo Chen can choose one of us to have a life and death battle with. If he's able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then we'll let bygones be bygones and stay in the wood peak. Even if he's killed by the person we choose within 3 breaths of time, we'll still stay in the wood peak and represent the wood peak to participate in the battle of the 5 peaks and fight for glory for the wood peak. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken resolutely and powerfully. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. The time of 3 breaths? Aren't they underestimating Luo Chen too much? If Luo Chen and Huang Daniu were to fight, then perhaps Luo Chen wouldn't be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. But now, they're asking Luo Chen to choose one of them to carry out a life and death battle with. In this way, the variable is great. If Luo Chen chooses Duan Lingtian, then I presume he'll be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. For a time, most of the Wood Peak disciples thought that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to let Luo Chen off. Only Yang Ling, Kuzhang, and Chen Wei, who were clearly aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, knew of this. Duan Lingtian's strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, and if he wanted to kill Luo Chen, it probably wouldn't even take the time of a single breath. All right, I agree to your requests. After he heard Duan Lingtian's second request, Luo Chen, whose expression changed ceaselessly, gritted his teeth and agreed in the end. Elder Yang, I hope you can bear witness to the agreement between me and them. Luo Chen looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words seemed to be extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would go back on their word. You choose any one of them to carry out that life and death battle with, so long as you're able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then I guarantee your safety. Yang Ling didn't refuse and agreed. Of course, he knew that these words of his were unnecessary because it was impossible for Luo Chen to persist for 3 breaths of time at the hands of Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu. Wind blew by slowly, and it carried traces of coldness mixed within. High above in the sky, the crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples stared fixedly at Luo Chen. Even though they were mentally prepared and guessed that Luo Chen would surely choose Duan Lingtian, they still felt slight anticipation when Luo Chen was about to make his choice. Duan Lingtian. Just as most of the Wood Peak disciples had thought, Luo Chen's gaze had locked onto Duan Lingtian, and he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be a soft persimmon. When he saw Luo Chen choose Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu revealed a smile of having succeeded in his scheme. This Luo Chen actually dares challenge Duan Lingtian. He's truly courting death. Presently, Huang Daniu seemed to have completely forgotten that even if Luo Chen didn't choose Duan Lingtian and chose him, Luo Chen would similarly be unable to escape death. After a short moment, 2 people stood in confrontation within the encirclement of the crowd of Wood Peak disciples. Duan Lingtian, Luo Qin. Luo Qin stood in midair and withdrew his spirit weapon at the first possible moment. It was a grade 3 spirit sword that flowed with flowing lights, and he seemed to be seeking a sense of security because of this. Now he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his breathing became hurried, and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead as he was extremely perturbed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there silently without moving like a mountain. From the beginning until the end, he didn't look Luo Qin in the eye, and his absent-minded gaze didn't seem as if he was undergoing a life-and-death battle in the slightest, and he seemed as if he was staring blankly. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Duan Lingtian's attitude caused Luo Qin's rage to rise, and he tightened his grip on the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand as he prepared to attack at any moment. Today, the Wood Peak disciples Duan Lingtian and Luo Qin are undergoing a life-and-death battle. The sect won't pursue the responsibility of any one of them that dies. All the Wood Peak disciples present are witnesses. Chapter 879. As soon as Yang Ling finished speaking, Luo Qin moved and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Swish! Luo Qin's figure was like a swimming dragon as he shot towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand tore through the sky and emitted waves of ear-piercing sword howls. Swimming dragon, sword technique. When Luo Qin struck out with his sword, the sword in his hand seemed to have perfectly coordinated with his body. If it was said that his body was like the body of a dragon, then the sword in his hand was the dragon claw. The sharp dragon claw tore through the sky without the slightest mercy as it clawed towards Duan Lingtian. When facing Luo Qin's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian lazily stretched his body before yawning lazily. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they saw the scene. Perhaps Luo Qin's strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian, yet it wasn't much inferior. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was too careless, and he was probably going to suffer a loss. After all, Duan Lingtian hadn't even withdrawn his spirit weapon now. Whoosh! Right at the same time that Luo Qin flashed towards Duan Lingtian with his sword, 140 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Thousand illusions. When he saw Luo Qin and his sword were only a foot away from him, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that he'd accumulated since long ago entered into the soul brand in the depths of his soul before directly executing his soul skill. An illusory space appeared and enveloped an area of a few tens of meters around Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Luo Qin just happened to be within the area enveloped by the illusory space. Whirlwind. When facing Luo Qin's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian flashed to the side. Subsequently, the spectating crowd of Wood Peak disciples were shocked to the point their eyes stared wide open, and some even gaped in astonishment and were unable to close their mouths for a long time. All of this was because they'd seen a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetimes. They could clearly see that when Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Logically speaking, Luo Qin, whose strength was far superior to theirs, seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all. He continued to stab towards Duan Lingtian with his sword. His sharp gaze was fixed on the air in front of him, as if Duan Lingtian was still there. What is Luo Qin doing? Is he blind? Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian had already dodged to the side? If he doesn't stop now, his back will be completely exposed to Duan Lingtian. The scene before their eyes caused the crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be stunned, and they were unable to understand why Luo Qin would make such an obvious mistake. Only the few people who knew Duan Lingtian well knew why Luo Qin acted like this. Luo Qin did not make a mistake. It was to the extent that in that world, in Luo Qin's eyes, Duan Lingtian had not dodged at all. That was why he was able to charge forward and strike with his sword. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian, who dodged to the side, raged with origin energy, and then it transformed into strands of piercingly cold, strong winds that coiled around his palm and ceaselessly converged together. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth gradually condensed into form. First, 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. A total of 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down as if they were displaying Duan Lingtian's current strength. 5th level of the void interpretation stage. 3rd level intermediate wind concept. It's over. Luo Chen is finished. When they saw Luo Chen still hadn't noticed Duan Lingtian, and his momentum of charging forward didn't change from the beginning to the end as he stabbed towards the spot Duan Lingtian stood earlier, many would peek disciple side. Swish! Luo Chen charged out with his sword and flashed past Duan Lingtian, causing his back to be completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's palm that had been accumulating force since long ago suddenly shook the sky, and it was accompanied by a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding as it fiercely descended onto Luo Chen's back. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Luo Chen was blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was barely able to stop himself after repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? Luo Chen hurriedly turned around, and with a single glance he saw Duan Lingtian that stood there, and his face couldn't help but go grim. You. Why are you there? Aren't you already dead? Luo Chen seemed as if he'd seen a ghost as he looked at Duan Lingtian who stood before him. Earlier, the sword in his hand had clearly pierced Duan Lingtian's chest and killed Duan Lingtian. But right when he was feeling extremely excited from his success, he felt a vast force come from behind him, and it descended onto his body and heavily injured him as he was blasted flying. Originally, he thought it was Huang Daniu that was unwilling to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had been killed, so Huang Daniu launched a surprise attack against him. But when he turned around, he instead noticed an extremely terrifying thing to his astonishment. The Duan Lingtian that ought to have been killed by him was actually standing completely unharmed before him, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. I'm already dead? Duan Lingtian sneered when facing Luo Chen, who was struck with panic. Do you think you're capable of killing me? Earlier, he'd utilized his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, to confuse Luo Chen and make Luo Chen kill him. That was created within the illusory space because he wanted Luo Chen to deliver himself to him. Everything that happened after that was within his control. After he heavily injured Luo Chen, he withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, and exposed his true self before Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Chen she was still alive. After all, Luo Chen had already killed him that was created within the illusory space, and Luo Chen was utterly unaware of the existence of the illusory space. Impossible! How could this be possible? How could such a thing have occurred? Impossible, impossible! Luo Chen's gaze was dumbstruck as he ceaselessly shook his head, and he was slightly hysterical. There's another breath of time. Right at this moment, Yang Ling's voice sounded out. The gazes of the surrounding crowd of would-peak disciples lit up as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen, and all of them wanted to know if Luo Chen would be able to persist for another breath of time. If he could, then he would be able to survive. If he couldn't, then he would die here. Flee. When Yang Ling's voice entered into Luo Chen's ears, it was like a talisman that hastened his death, causing him to not dare divert his attention and think of anything else, and only the thought of leaving Duan Lingtian remained. So long as he was able to endure through this final breath of time, then he would be able to survive. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered to think about it, nor did he dare think about it. At this moment, there was only a single thought remaining in his mind: survive. But would he be able to survive? Right when Luo Chen's figure flashed with the intention of fleeing, and he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A swift violet-colored figure appeared by his side like a ghost, and it terrified him to the point his soul almost left his body. No. As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was almost within reach, Luo Chen's face went grim, and at the same time that he shouted out explosively, the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand shook before stabbing towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! A slight sword howl had just resounded out when it stopped abruptly in the blink of an eye, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, all the spectators clearly saw it. A fine mark of the sword had suddenly appeared on Luo Chen's throat. After a short moment, the mark of the sword bloomed, and strands of dazzling and resplendent fresh blood gushed out freely and dyed Luo Chen's entire body red. Subsequently, Luo Chen's gaze went slack as his hand that stabbed towards Duan Lingtian stopped halfway, and then it flashed forward with a slightly reduced speed. Luo Chen's corpse, that had lost all signs of life in the blink of an eye, flashed out along with him. Luo Chen's corpse fell down, and it fell onto a cliff at the side of the wood peak in a short moment before transforming into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The group of Wood Peak disciples withdrew their gazes and shot tacitly at the nearby violet-clothed young man, and their gazes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade had appeared in the violet-clothed young man's hand. The brief sword howl from before was precisely the sound emitted when the 1-meter-long blade in his hand flashed out. Sword-drawing arts. It was the sword-skilled Duan Lingtian used to slit Luo Chen's throat after he arrived by Luo Chen's side like a shadow. The sword skill wasn't high grade, yet it emphasized extremely on speed. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, when he executed the sword-drawing arts, his speed was swift to an astonishing extent. At the very least, amongst the people present, only Yangling and Kuzhang were able to see it clearly. Even if it was Huang Daniu, who was similarly a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian, he was similarly unable to capture the flash of the sword light. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was put away into his spatial ring. At the same time, the almost 160 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier was so swift. Yeah, from the beginning until the end, we only heard the brief sword howl. When we reacted to it, Luo Chen was already dead. But this was also because Luo Chen was already injured. Otherwise, he might not have been caught up by Duan Lingtian. I still don't understand the injuries on Luo Chen's body after Duan Lingtian dodged. Why did he still charge forward with all his might and expose his back to Duan Lingtian? The strangest thing was that after he was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, he actually said Duan Lingtian was already dead when he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. His desire to excel was probably aroused to the point of hallucinating. In this way, everything makes sense. It was because of hallucinations that he exposed his back to Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and the content of their discussion was none other than the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen earlier. Ha! Duan Lingtian, amazing! When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, Huang Daniu laughed loudly and gave him a thumbs up. That Luo Chen is an idiot as well. He actually dared to choose a freak like you. If he didn't choose me, could it be that he would choose you? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. If a fellow like you made a move, you'd probably be able to kill him in a single move. I at least allowed him to live for 2 breaths of time. Nearby, Yangling and Kuzhang glanced at each other and sighed. They were naturally not sighing because of Luo Chen's death, but because He Gang crippled his own cultivation. He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. Chapter 880. No matter what, the matter today could be considered to have come to an end. But the news of the Wood Peaks, Higang crippling his own cultivation, still spread through the entire Wood Peak with an extremely swift speed. And it even spread to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. For a time, practically all the members of the various peaks of the 5-element sect knew that 2 disciples that had just arrived at the Wood Peak had forced Higang to cripple his own cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were completely famous. Earth Peak. Even though the Earth Peak was the shortest peak amongst the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, it was only compared to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. And when compared to the other peaks, the Earth Peak was an existence that stood out like a crane amongst chickens. The peak of the Earth Peak shot straight into the clouds, and when looked at from afar, it was utterly impossible to see clearly what was there. There was a vast platform halfway up the mountain at the side of the peak, and on the platform stood a palace that occupied a vast area. This was the Earth Peak's discussion hall. Normally, the higher-ups of the Earth Peak would come here to discuss matters. Peak Master. The travel-worn old man stood within the discussion hall, and he bowed respectfully as he looked at the middle-aged fatty that sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged fatty wore an earthen yellow robe, and his figure was short and fat, and he was only around 5 meters tall. Elder Tang, why have you returned? The short middle-aged fatty was precisely the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, Tiangu, and his small eyes that were already mostly covered by the fat on his face had narrowed into slits, causing him to seem harmless. The old man was precisely Tang Lin that had rushed back from Settlement City, the person in charge of the Earth Peak's outpost in Settlement City. Peak Master, I've returned because I have something important to report. Tang Lin spoke respectfully. Is it related to the matter of the Wood Peak's Yangling returning from Settlement City, and the matter of the Wood Peak recruiting 2 young experts? Tiangu asked indifferently. Peak Master, you know everything? Tang Lin was surprised, and then he asked with bewilderment, But Peak Master, you said 2 young experts? According to my knowledge, the Wood Peak seems to have only recruited a single young expert that's capable. Your information is behind the times. Tiangu shook his head. I just received news half an hour ago. Those 2 new young experts of the Wood Peak caused a great commotion as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. Tang Lin's eyes flashed with curiosity. They killed a prospective Wood Peak disciple with a strength comparable to Qin Wei and Luo Qin as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. That prospective Wood Peak disciple was brought back by the Wood Peak's Higang. Tiangu said. Tang Lin was shocked when he heard this. Even though he knew that the Wood Peak had recruited a young expert that could easily defeat Qin Wei, yet he never imagined that the young expert would be so audacious and cause such a great commotion as soon as he arrived at the Wood Peak. Moreover, the person he killed was someone brought back by the Wood Peak's Higang. Higang, an elder of the Wood Peak, was in existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage, just like him, and his status in the Wood Peak wasn't inferior to his status in the Earth Peak. Higang won't let this go, right? Tang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked. He had experienced Higang's fiery temper before. Higang. Tiangu sneered. Indeed, he won't give up. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be beyond your expectations. Yangling and Kuzheng have appeared. When he heard Tianhu, Tang Lin faintly realized that the 2 young experts that Yangling and Kuzheng brought back to the Wood Peak ought to not have been harmed by Higang. It wasn't just them that appeared. Right when Higang wanted to kill those 2 young experts, all the Wood Peak disciples present had appeared and surrounded the 2 of them, and they didn't allow Higang to touch a single hair on their heads. When he spoke up to hear, Tiangu sighed. Even though the Wood Peak has declined, the unity of the Wood Peak disciples is far from something our Earth Peak disciples can compare to. When he first heard this news, the first thought that arose in Tiangu's mind wasn't what those 2 young experts were like, but was instead shocked by the unity of the Wood Peak disciples. Unity was like an impregnable fortress. Was there anything they couldn't accomplish? Hiss! Tang Lin gasped when he heard this. I truly never imagined that the two people Yangling and Kuzhang brought back would actually possess such a strong ability to rally. Looks like the Wood Peak disciples have taken them to be the hope of the Wood Peak. As he finished muttering, a strand of cold light flashed within Tang Lin's eyes. As a member of the Earth Peak, he naturally didn't wish for the Wood Peak to rise once more. Once the Wood Peak rose, it would mean that it was extremely likely for their Earth Peak to become the peak at the bottom once more. 20 years ago, when the Wood Peak was like the scorching sun in the midday sky, it was their Earth Peak that was at the bottom. With their strengths, they do indeed possess the qualifications to be taken to be the future hope of the Wood Peak. But after He Gang caused such a commotion, they aroused the intention to leave the Wood Peak. Tian Gu continued. Tang Lin was first stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up. Peak Master, our Earth Peak can strive to pull them over. I never imagined that He Gang would help us. Let me finish. Tian Gu was slightly displeased from being interrupted by Tang Lin, and he continued after Tang Lin shut up in embarrassment. At the critical moment, Yang Ling and Kuzhang made an appearance. Subsequently, Tian Gu told Tang Lin everything he'd heard earlier, including the matter of the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, being forced to cripple his own cultivation and the matter of He Gang's personal disciple, Luo Chen, being killed. What? He Gang actually agreed to their request and crippled his own cultivation? Tang Lin's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with shock. He Gang, an existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage, had crippled his own cultivation that he'd spent more than half his lifetime to attain because of the absurd request of 2 little kids. As far as he was concerned, He Gang's actions were truly stupid, but he couldn't help but admire He Gang's resolution in his heart. For the sake of the Wood Peak's unknown future, and for the sake of taking responsibility for the mistake he'd made, he'd resolutely crippled his own cultivation. He Gang was worthy of respect. I didn't pay much attention to that He Gang in the past, yet I never imagined that he would be able to do this when faced with the great matter of right and wrong. Even Tian Gu, the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration when He Gang was mentioned. After He Gang caused such a commotion, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to leave the Wood Peak and join our Earth Peak. Truly a pity. Tang Lin knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who'd made a promise before the 2 Wood Peak elders and the crowd of Wood Peak disciples, to join any of the other 4 peaks of the 5 element sect. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu might not be willing. Even if they were willing, the Wood Peak wouldn't let the matter go. At that time, even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably interfere. Even though the Wood Peak had declined, it was only limited to the decline of the younger generation. The experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were only inferior to the number 1 peak of the 5 element sect, the Gold Peak. Over 20 years ago, the Peak Master of the Wood Peak was the number 2 expert of the sect that was only inferior to the sect leader of the 5 element sect, even though he was injured later on. But after so many years had passed, no matter how heavy his injuries were, he ought to have recovered. During these past few years, the reason their Earth Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak dared to poach the Wood Peak's disciples on numerous occasions was because the Peak Master of the Wood Peak disdained to lower himself to interfere in such a trivial matter. But the matter this time wasn't a trivial matter, and it was related to the cultivation of a 6th level Void transformation stage elder of the Wood Peak. Once Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu went back on their word, then the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably be the first to make a move and kill them. This was something that Tang Lin didn't doubt in the slightest. I returned this time mainly for the sake of notifying you, Peak Master, about the Wood Peak recruiting a young expert. But I never imagined that not only did the Wood Peak recruit a young expert this time, it even caused such a great incident. Tang Lin sighed. Looks like I've made a trip for nothing this time. It can't be considered to be for nothing. Since you've returned this time, stay behind and guide those little fellows. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in a few days. Tian Gu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The rise of the Wood Peak is already inevitable. But I think that no one in our Earth Peak would hope for the Earth Peak to be ranked at the bottom in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Moreover, the ranking of the 5 peaks this time is related to the quota to enter that place. It's of extraordinary significance to our Earth Peak. As he finished speaking, Tian Gu's eyes flickered with traces of burning yearning. Tang Lin nodded heavily. He naturally knew the significance of that place to the 5-element sect and the Earth Peak. Fire Peak, on a platform halfway up the mountain. 3 Fire Peak disciples were gathered together and chatting happily. Have all of you heard about the matter of the Wood Peak? Suddenly, the expression of a Fire Peak disciple became serious as he asked the other 2 people. I've heard. I truly never imagined that the Wood Peak would be able to find such outstanding young experts this time. For the sake of making those 2 young experts stay, the Wood Peak's elder, Higang, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, even crippled his own cultivation. The Wood Peak's resolution this time is extremely great. Supposedly, those 2 young experts were brought back by the Wood Peak's Elder Yongling and Elder Kujang. Elder Yongling, Hu Fei's master from before? The 2nd strongest of the Wood Peak? Exactly, it's him. Supposedly, after Hu Fei was poached by the Peak Master to join our Fire Peak 10 years ago, Elder Yongling was enraged to the extreme and severed one of his arms before leaving the sect. I never imagined that he would return this time. It can't be, right? Even if Hu Fei betrayed him, there's no need for him to harm himself, right? You don't know about this. Supposedly, when Elder Yongling met Hu Fei all those years ago, Hu Fei was an orphan, and he was chased by a pack of wolves and fell down a 30 kilometers tall cliff. It was precisely Elder Yongling who passed by that saved him and brought him back to the 5-element sects Wood Peak to foster him into a genius. I've heard of it as well. The arm Elder Yongling severed seemed to be the arm he used to grab Hu Fei and save Hu Fei all those years ago. He obviously did that because he regretted saving an ingrate all those years ago. The 3 Fire Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and all of their words snorted disdainfully at Hu Fei. Could it be that the 3 of you don't know that it's extremely impolite to talk about others behind their backs? Suddenly a chilly voice sounded out. Chapter 881. The young man wore a fiery red robe. He had a handsome yet devilish face. His eyes were extremely deep and seemed to contain an endless amount of demonic power. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Just one sentence from him was enough to make the 3 Fire Peak disciples' faces change as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Senior brother, Hu Fei. One of the Fire Peak disciples had a grave expression on his face. It was true that one should not speak ill of others behind their backs. He was just saying that Hu Fei was an ungrateful wretch when Hu Fei himself appeared. Senior brother, Hu Fei. The other 2 Fire Peak disciples looked anxious as well. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Hu Fei. Humph. Hu Fei snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed across his deep eyes before he took a step forward. In an instant, a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from Hu Fei's body. Halfway through, it transformed into a raging flame that blotted out the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a giant flaming beast that pounced towards the 3 Fire Peak disciples. Senior brother, Hu Fei, please spare our lives. No. The 3 Fire Peak disciples did not expect Hu Fei to attack them all of a sudden just because they spoke the truth behind his back and talked about him objectively. The 3 of them, who were filled with despair, did not even have the chance to escape in front of Hu Fei. In just a blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flame that seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. They turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Not far away, a few Fire Peak disciples who happened to pass by happened to witness the scene. Their faces changed immediately. Hu Fei noticed the few Fire Peak disciples immediately. He frowned slightly as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Senior brother, Hu Fei. Senior brother, Hu Fei, we didn't see anything. The few Fire Peak disciples hurriedly said. They were afraid that Hu Fei would kill them to silence them. Swear. Hu Fei's eyes were fierce and his voice was as cold as ice. The few Fire Peak disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words. At the same time, they pinched their fingers one after another. Drops of blood shot up into the sky. In the next moment, they each swore an oath. The content of the oath was that they would not tell anyone about what they saw today. Otherwise, they would be punished. At that moment, a series of thunderclaps came from the sky. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that was responding to their oath. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. He had killed someone in Fire Peak. Even if the Peak Master of Fire Peak knew about it, he would not really do anything to him. However, the problem was that Fire Peak was only one of the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect. Above the Peak Master of Fire Peak, there was another Peak Master of Gold Peak who was also the sect leader of the 5-element sect. If what happened today was only spread around Fire Peak, Hu Fei would be fine. However, if news of this were to spread, even his master, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not be able to protect him. There was a rule in the 5-element sect. The disciples of the 5-element sect were not allowed to casually cripple or kill their fellow disciples. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Humph! Hu Fei snorted softly when he saw the few Fire Peak's disciples swearing on the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. After Hu Fei left, the few Fire Peak disciples took a deep breath and looked at each other. They could see the relief in each other's eyes. He rejoiced that he had survived. Wood Peak. On the balcony of the top floor of a 3-story pavilion, 3 young men were gathered together and were chatting about something. So, Elder Yang crippled his own arm and left the sect to go to Settlement City. It can be considered as a silent escape. Chen Wei sighed. Currently, he was answering Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's questions. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu found out that Yangling was the second strongest person in Wood Peak. Besides being surprised, they were also filled with curiosity about Yangling's severed arm. They obtained the answer from Qin Wei. Yangling's severed arm was actually severed by himself. The specific reason was because of the direct disciple that he regarded as his own son who betrayed him and joined the Fire Peak's Peak Masters faction. Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian, and Huang Daniu's expression was slightly unsightly. Although they were neither relatives nor friends with Yangling, let alone help him take revenge. However, when they found out about the dispute between Yangling and Hu Fei, monstrous rage involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Fei's life was saved by Yangling. His ability was taught by Yangling. However, in the end, because he despised the Wood Peak that was unable to recover from the setback and coupled with the temptation of the Fire Peak's Peak Master, he betrayed the master that nurtured him and betrayed the Wood Peak. During the battle of the 5 peaks, if I meet him, I'll surely teach him a good lesson. Huang Daniu waved his fist as he spoke angrily. In his entire life, he hated ungrateful people the most. Although the matter between Hu Fei and Yangling had nothing to do with him, Hu Fei's actions caused him to be unable to stand it and even detest it. According to his own words, I, Brother Niu, just can't stand the sight of you and want to beat you up, so what? Although Duan Lingtan did not say anything, his pair of cold eyes undoubtedly indicated that his thoughts were similar to Huang Daniu's at this moment. Hu Fei had also touched his bottom line. Daniu, don't underestimate that Hu Fei. It's said that he's already at the 6th level void interpretation now and has comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. It's precisely because of his outstanding innate talent that the peak master of Fire Peak poached him away from Elder Yang at all costs. Chen Wei said with a solemn expression, "If it was not for the fact that the peak master of Fire Peak paid a huge price, why would Hu Fei, who had followed Elder Yang since he was young, betray Elder Yang? Humph! If he dares to fight me on the ground without a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid of him." Huang Daniu snorted. Although he was only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage and had only comprehended 5th level intermediate concept, he had comprehended the earth concept. Once he executed it on the ground, he would be able to draw support from the earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. If Hu Fei did not use a spirit weapon and unleashed all his techniques, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. That was why Huang Daniu said so. However, although Huang Daniu said so, he did not think so in his heart. This could be seen from the fear in his eyes. The battle of the 5 peaks is about to begin. It's time for me to go back and cultivate. Both of you should cultivate well during this period of time. Although both of you are quite strong, there are many young disciples in the other 4 peaks who are much stronger than me. Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a solemn expression. Both of them nodded. After Chen Wei left, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu parted ways and returned to their own rooms to cultivate. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. He held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the thunder concept fragment in the other. While comprehending 2 completely different concepts, he cultivated at the same time. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. If those 9th level void transformation stage experts were to find out that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments at the same time, they would probably be jealous to the point of spitting blood. What a 9th level void transformation powerhouse pursued was not to comprehend 1 concept to the 9th level advanced stage, but to comprehend 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced stage. Only then could they be considered to have touched the threshold of the martial monarch stage. Otherwise, they would never be able to step into the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's current situation was every 9th level void transformation powerhouse's dream. Comprehending 2 different concepts at the same time also meant that Duan Lingtian could take half a step into the martial monarch stage in the shortest time possible. Compared to ordinary martial artists, it was much easier for Duan Lingtian to break through to the martial monarch stage. With the same comprehension ability and the same conditions, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 4 types of 9th level advanced concepts in the time it took a 9th level void transformation powerhouse to comprehend 2 types of 9th level advanced concepts. On Cloud Continent, almost all 9th level void transformation powerhouses that comprehended 4 9th level advanced concepts at the same time would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become formidable martial monarch powerhouses. Time silently flowed by. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill ceaselessly converged with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and it circulated according to the 9 dragons war sovereign techniques, sword dragon form, mental cultivation method to assist his origin energy to swiftly improve. After an unknown period of time, the bottleneck from the 5th level of the void interpretation stage to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage appeared, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel extremely pleasantly surprised. The appearance of this bottleneck also meant that he was another step closer to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. He really looked forward to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage because he urgently wanted to verify something. He wanted to know if his spiritual force would improve to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage along with his cultivation after his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, or would his spiritual force stay where it was and synchronize with his cultivation? If it's the latter, the side effects left behind by the devil's sealed tablet after it caused me to be devilified the other day would truly be too exaggerated. Even though Duan Lingtian was prepared for the worst, he was still slightly perturbed. He hoped that his spiritual force would improve along with this. Otherwise, the effect of his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be greatly reduced, and it was even equivalent to being useless. Duan Lingtian, who continued cultivating, felt that it wasn't long before someone called out to him from outside. The voice was old, yet familiar. When Duan Lingtian stopped cultivating, opened his eyes, and returned to his senses, he recognized the person that called out to him from outside. Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian opened the door and smiled lightly as he looked at the one-armed old man that stood outside the door. It was the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak, Yangling. There was a faint smile on Yangling's face, and he looked kind and benevolent. Could it be that the Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin? When he saw Yangling's arrival, Duan Lingtian's heart clenched as he secretly guessed. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he was overthinking things. Duan Lingtian, the Peak Master asked me to pass this origin-enhancing fruit to you. With your innate talent, I think you'll be able to absorb its medicinal efficacy before the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins and improve your cultivation. Chapter 882. The spirit fruit in Yangling's hand was purplish-black in color. It was surrounded by a faint halo and emitted a pleasant fragrance. The fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's body through his nose, causing the origin energy in his meridians to become restless. Even the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill became restless as well. It seemed to be resonating with it, but it was not repelling it. Although the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill repelled the heaven and earth origin energy that was accumulated in the origin energy, it did not repel the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit. Although the rebirth pill was not a spirit fruit, it had the same destination as the spirit fruit. It could be considered as a family. Since it was a family, why would it repel it? Origin-enhancing fruit. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The origin-enhancing fruit was a spirit fruit used by void interpretation martial artists. Among the many spirit fruits used by void interpretation martial artists, the medicinal efficacy it contained was ranked above average. It was extremely rare. Through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian easily found out about the origin-enhancing fruit. Even if a martial artist who has just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation consumes the origin-enhancing fruit, he'll be able to make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time as long as he fully absorbs the medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as his emotions surged. I'm only a step away from the 6th level void interpretation now. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit can help me make a breakthrough easily. Not only that, with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's very likely that the bottleneck to the 7th level void interpretation will appear in my body. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not think about making a breakthrough from the peak of the 5th level void interpretation to the 7th level void interpretation, but he thought it was unrealistic. There was a watershed between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation. The difference was like a chasm. Even if a martial artist who had just made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation consumed the origin-enhancing fruit and fully digested the medicinal efficacy, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He would reach the peak of the 6th level void interpretation at most. Otherwise, why would it be called a watershed? For this reason, even with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after consuming the origin-enhancing fruit, because it was too difficult. Perhaps the heavens are looking out for our wood peak. When the peak master went out some time ago, he happened to come across these origin-enhancing fruits. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Yang Ling said with a smile, originally he was preparing to give it to Qin Wei and Luo Qin, but the appearance of you and Daniu made him change his mind. 2. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. One must know that a person would be extremely lucky if they could come across a high-grade spirit fruit like the origin-enhancing fruit once in their lifetime. However, the peak master of Wood Peak actually came across 2 of them at once. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives, he had only seen 1 origin-enhancing fruit in his first life, and it was at a large-scale auction. One could easily imagine how rare the origin-enhancing fruit was. Cultivate well. Our Wood Peak's hopes are all on you and Daniu in the battle of the 5 peaks this time. Yang Ling said solemnly as he passed the origin-enhancing fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll definitely do my best. Duan Lingtian looked at the spirit fruit in his hand with a joyful expression as he promised Yang Ling, all right, I'll go look for Daniu now. You continue to cultivate. Yang Ling nodded and left the top floor of the 3-story pavilion. He headed to the lowest floor to look for Huang Daniu. After Yang Ling left, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He immediately closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With this origin-enhancing fruit, I can definitely make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time. At that time, I'll be able to verify the exact situation of my spiritual energy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and swallowed the origin-enhancing fruit in just a few mouthfuls. In an instant, a stream of alternating hot and cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. It merged with all the meridians in his body, big and small. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have sensed something and began to stir. After it merged with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it welcomed the alternating hot and cold liquid. Boom, 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 boom. In Duan Lingtian's meridians, the origin energy and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill finally collided with the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit. As soon as they collided, the 2 completely merged into one. At the same time, the origin energy under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit seemed to have transformed into a runaway wild horse as it rampaged through all the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body. Pooh! Before Duan Lingtian could even react, the meridians in his body were almost torn apart by the collision. His internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. His blood surged up and forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly cultivated his mental cultivation method and gradually controlled the origin energy in his body that was like a runaway wild horse to get it on the right track. When all of the origin energy was on the right track, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like an entire day had passed. Whoosh! The overbearing medicinal efficacy urged the origin energy to sweep out like waves after waves of stormy waves as it rushed toward the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation. It was very aggressive. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in Duan Lingtian's body. It was the vast origin energy that broke through the bottleneck, leading to the 6th level void interpretation and continued to sweep out. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt the origin energy in his body undergo a qualitative change, and it was as if he'd been reborn. 6th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian knew that he'd broken through, and smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation. The advancement of his cultivation allowed him to possess an unprecedentedly formidable strength. Spiritual force. After he knew he'd broken through, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved onto his spiritual force. He urged his origin energy to continue circulating according to the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, sword dragon form, mental cultivation method, while observing his spiritual force, as he wanted to know if his spiritual force had improved. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally detected the situation of his spiritual force. It was even to the extent that, at this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of his spiritual force. It was a transformation that was like his origin energy being reborn, and it had improved by an entire level. Spiritual force, 7th level of the void interpretation stage. When he detected the level of his spiritual force after its transformation, Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed the entire world. Excitement and satisfaction swept out from his soul and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. He'd broken through. He'd finally broken through. The aftereffects that the Devil Seal tablet had given him previously only forcefully reduced the gap between his cultivation base and spiritual force to 1 level. His cultivation base was now at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. His spiritual force was now at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. He was truly excited. This feeling of regaining what he'd lost made him want to open his throat and shout, "Awesome!" The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body continued to surge under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin enhancing fruit. It continued to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. His cultivation base continued to improve. At the lowest floor of the 3-story pavilion where Duan Lingtian was, Huang Daniu, who was also sitting cross-legged in his room to cultivate, suddenly opened his eyes. "I've broken through." 6th level void interpretation stage. Huang Daniu's face was filled with ecstasy. He clenched his fists tightly. The moment his origin energy raged, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head began to form. There was a total of 80 ancient, horned dragons, silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. I still have more than half of the medicinal efficacy left. If I can break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go, I won't be afraid even if I encounter Hu Fei on the ground, even if I use my spirit weapon. When the time comes, I will definitely avenge Elder Yang. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and quickly digested the medicinal efficacy of the origin enhancing fruit that was circulating his origin energy in his body. Gold Peak. It was the first peak of the 5-element sect. It was also the main peak that was personally controlled by the sect leader of the 5-element sect. Ever since the establishment of the 5-element sect, it had been the absolute overlord of the 5 peaks. Of course, the reason why Gold Peak was strong was not only because there were many powerhouses there. The sect leader of the 5-element sect was there as well. The main reason was because the legacy of the younger generation in Gold Peak was the most outstanding among all the peaks in the 5-element sect. On a vast platform halfway up Gold Peak, there was a stream of people. Many Gold Peak disciples were sparring with each other on the platform. The battle was like a raging fire. It was a scene of bustling activity. This was the battle platform of Gold Peak. As long as one was a Gold Peak disciple, they would come here to improve themselves through actual combat after their cultivation. Suddenly, 2 figures came from afar. It was as though they had transformed into 2 bolts of lightning. In just a moment, they appeared above the vast platform and stood in the air. They were 2 young men who were about 30 years old. They were handsome and elegant. The most eye-catching thing was The two of them actually looked exactly the same. If it was not for the fact that their attire and clothes were different, nobody would be able to recognize them at first glance. The blue-clad young man stood there with a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold and dull. The red-clad young man stood there and looked at the bustling scene on the vast platform with great interest. He smiled and said, "Second brother, look. The martial spirit of our Gold Peak is still as strong as before. It's far from what the other 4 peaks can compare to." Humph! Unlike the red-clad young man who was cheerful and active, the blue-clad young man's expression remained unchanged as he snorted coolly. It was as though he was saying to the red-clad young man, "I'm your big brother." When the red-clad young man saw the blue-clad young man's expression, he naturally guessed his thoughts. However, he was not bothered by it, or perhaps he had already gotten used to it. Ever since they were sensible, they had never really distinguished who was superior. He did not accept him as his big brother, and he did not accept him as his big brother either. Chapter 883. It's Senior Brother Chin and Senior Brother E. On the vast platform, someone cried out in alarm. At once, all of the Gold Peak's disciples on the platform, including those who were sparring, stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the 2 young men in the sky. At this moment, there was a faint trace of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts in their eyes. The twin brothers in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation of Gold Peak. They were also the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. Senior Brother Chin, Senior Brother E, Senior Brother E, Senior Brother Chen. All of the Gold Peak's disciples greeted the 2 young men respectfully in unison. The red-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother E smiled and waved his hand at the crowd. He looked outgoing and easygoing. As for the blue-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chin, he stood there with an expressionless face. He was indifferent to everything around him. He was introverted and cold. However, the group of Gold Peak's disciples did not show any dissatisfaction. It was as though they were used to it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man moved and disappeared before the group of Gold Peak's disciples. The red-clad young man raised his eyebrows and smiled at the group of Gold Peak's disciples before chasing after him. "Second brother, I heard that 2 young powerhouses came to Wood Peak a few days ago. Have you heard about it?" The blue-clad young man did not reply. However, his calm eyes were undoubtedly telling the red-clad young man the answer. "I also heard that Elder He Gang from Wood Peak was forced by the 2 young powerhouses to the point that he crippled his own cultivation base." The red-clad young man continued. The blue-clad young man still did not show any reaction. His face was expressionless, as though everyone in the world owed him money. However, the red-clad young man did not feel bored or even shut his mouth because of this. He continued to talk to the blue-clad young man as though he was singing a one-man show. He was not impatient at all. Time passed by quietly. The day of the Battle of the 5 Peaks was getting closer and closer. The Battle of the 5 Peaks was a tradition of the 5 Element Sect. It was held every 3 years, and only the younger generation of disciples from each peak were eligible to participate. In the end, the ranking of each peak would be decided according to the performance of each peak's disciples. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources such as origin stones, pills, and so on they would be able to obtain in the next 3 years. The lower the ranking, the lesser the cultivation resources they would obtain. Under this virtuous and vicious cycle, the gap between the 5 peaks of the 5 Element Sect was very clear. Wood Peak that was ranked at the bottom 20 years ago, it was because of this setback. If the Wood Peak wanted to make a comeback, then the first step was to first escape the fate of being at the bottom, and then reclaim its former glory step by step. If it was in the past, everyone, including the members of the Wood Peak, would already know the outcome of the Battle of the 5 Peaks before it began. Wood's Peak would definitely was peak. But this time, because of the addition of these two young experts, many unstable factors had been added to the wood peak. So during this period of time, the gazes of the other 4 peaks had converged onto the wood peak. Would those 2 young experts that had just joined the wood peak be able to allow the wood peak to turn over a new leaf? Peak. Squeak. The door to the room on the top floor of the 3-story building opened. A purple-clothed young man walked out and arrived in front of the pavilion's balcony. He squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless blue sky and white clouds in front of him. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with excitement when he recalled the experience earlier. However, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is really amazing. I've only consumed a little after consuming it for such a long time. The remaining medicinal efficacy is enough to help me break through to the martial Monarch stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Unfortunately, my current cultivation base is still too low. The speed of consumption of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is much slower than the spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian sighed. Due to the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, his cultivation speed had been constantly increasing. However, due to the restriction of his cultivation base, the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of his cultivation after consuming the spirit fruit, just like the origin-enhancing fruit he had consumed recently, under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. He had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy in just a few days. Not only that, but the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was also absorbed by him by the medicinal efficacy of the vitality-enhancing fruit. With my innate talent and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's impossible for others to catch up to me if they don't consume the spirit fruits. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew this was unrealistic. Perhaps I should think of a way to get more spirit fruits to aid my cultivation. In that case, not only will the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits help me improve my cultivation base, but I'll also be able to absorb more of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. As long as I have a lot of spirit fruits to consume, who on the cloud continent would have a faster cultivation speed than me? Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he could obtain more spirit fruits, coupled with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in his body, he would be able to surpass the young powerhouses in the foreign lands who grew up eating spirit fruits. This time, after coming out of the secret treasure left behind by the martial emperor and reuniting with Tianwu and the others, it's time for me to plan my future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I must break through to the void transformation stage in the shortest time possible. Then, I'll get a rough map of the cloud continent and confirm the location of the northern desert. After that, I'll find the place where the reincarnation emperor Wu left behind the great treasure. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. Without him noticing, Yi Xian had come to Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian looked over and extended his spiritual energy instinctively. He immediately noticed the changes in Yi Xian's body. Xiao Xian, YUV, broken through to the 9th level nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Almost a month ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 8th level nascent soul stage. Yet now, she'd actually broken through once more. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to break through so quickly. If it wasn't for you cleansing my meridians and marrow, it would be impossible for me to possess such natural talent. It's true that I helped you improve your natural talent, but I never imagined that your improvement would be so great. Duan Lingtian sighed. Elder brother Duan, I saw you staring blankly into the distance earlier. What were you thinking about? Yi Xian asked curiously. I wasn't thinking about anything. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and then he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Xiao Xian, according to your current cultivation speed, you ought to be able to break through to the void prying stage in 3 months at most. A martial artist on Cloud Continent could only be considered a true martial artist after stepping into the void stage. Once one stepped into the void stage, one would be able to fly and roam the horizon. My goal is to break through within 2 months. Yi Xian was filled with confidence, and then she said, Elder Brother Duan, I'm going back to cultivate. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian left in a hurry. This girl is really impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Then the Battle of the 5 Peaks ought to be starting soon, right? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He knew that after the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he would surely become a young representative of the 5 Element sect and head to the treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu to obtain the things the 5 Element sect needed. The 5 Element sect was one of the 3 great powers in the eastern area of the northern desert, after all. Only spirit weapons at grade 2 or above, concept fragments at the 7th level or above, and exceedingly precious profundity fragments were able to enter its eyes. Since the treasure vault was left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, there should be a lot of these things if there were no accidents. After I come out from the treasure vault, left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, and meet up with Tian Wu and the others, I'll leave Wood Peak and the 5 Element sect. No matter what, I'll do my best in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time and fight for the greatest benefits for Wood Peak. In this way, I can consider it as returning the favor of the origin enhancing fruit from the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. At the same time, he seriously comprehended the wind concept and thunder concept. He had even made some breakthroughs in the latter. The Battle of the 5 Peaks arrived as scheduled under the anticipation of the 5 Element sect's disciples. There was no specific location for the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It would be held directly in the sky outside the Gold Peak, the tallest peak in the 5 Element sect. That place allowed the disciples of each peak to do whatever they wanted. Early in the morning, the sky outside the Gold Peak was already filled with people. It was a grand scene. When Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei arrived, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was densely packed with people. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Soon, some of the disciples from the other peaks recognized Chen Wei. Chen Wei used to be one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Wood Peak. Many people knew him. That purple-clad young man and that tall young man next to Chen Wei seemed to be unfamiliar. Many people noticed Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, who were next to Chen Wei. Both of them. Don't tell me they're Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? Somebody cried out in surprise. It caused the group of 5 Element sect's disciples in the sky to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, both of them became the center of attention. They're the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak took in not long ago. It's said that when they just arrived at Wood Peak, they killed Luo Chen from Wood Peak and even forced Luo Chen's master, Higang, to cripple his own cultivation. Higang is a top-ranked elder in the Wood Peak, and his cultivation is at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. For the sake of giving these 2 people an explanation and making them stay in the Wood Peak, he was willing to sacrifice his cultivation. From this, it can be seen that Elder Higang is very confident in their strength. I'd like to see if Wood Peak can change its fate of being at the bottom in today's Battle of the 5 Peaks. Chapter 884. Duan Lingtian was already used to being the center of attention, so he did not mind at all. However, Huang Daniu was different. When had he ever seen such a scene before? At once, he could not help but frown. It was not until Duan Lingtian and the other two moved to the side that the sudden arrival of a person caught everyone's attention. Hu Fei! It's Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. A young man dressed in a fiery red long robe flew in the air from afar. He was alone and looked extremely arrogant. He did not seem to make any movements, but the fiery red long robe on his body fluttered like a ball of blazing flame. In just a short while, he arrived at the empty space at the side. Subsequently, Hu Fei, who was hovering in the air, began to close his eyes to rest. At this moment, it seemed like he did not notice the gazes that were on him at all. He stood there by himself as if he was deaf to everything around him. He's Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's face turned grave as he glared at the red-clad young man in the distance, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. The origin energy in his body stirred as he took a step forward, ready to beat the man up. Daniu! Chen Wei's eyes were sharp as he stopped Huang Daniu. He said with a fearful expression, I just received news 2 days ago. This Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. 7th level void interpretation. These 5 short words caused Huang Daniu's face to turn grave. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Although he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he still did not have the confidence to fight a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation, the gap between them was like a chasm. This was because there was an insurmountable divide between the two. There was a difference of 20 ancient, horned dragon strength between the two. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not use any spirit weapons. If both of them used spirit weapons, the 7th level void interpretation would not only have an advantage of 20 ancient horned dragon strength compared to the 6th level void interpretation, it would have an advantage of 30 ancient horned dragon strength instead. Daniu, you really want to beat him up? Duan Lingtian, who had been standing quietly at the side, asked Huang Daniu with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course. Huang Daniu nodded without any hesitation. He really wanted to rush up and give this kind of ungrateful person 2 slaps to teach him how to behave properly. Then come with me. Duan Lingtian smiled. He stepped into the air and headed straight for Hu Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian! Hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian flying out with incomparable confidence, Chen Wei, who had just reacted, was stunned. He did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. According to his understanding of Duan Lingtian, when he faced the 7th level void interpretation stage bandit leader that day, Duan Lingtian seemed to be helpless. At that time, his innate ability was obviously useless against a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew Hu Fei was a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist, he still dashed up to Hu Fei. Moreover, he was exuding confidence from head to toe. Could it be that he has made a breakthrough? Chen Wei's eyes widened in shock. All right. When Huang Daniu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hastily followed them. He knew Duan Lingtian had consumed the origin enhancing fruit. In his opinion, since he had made a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian must have made a breakthrough as well. It seems like there's going to be a good show today. When Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei flying away, he smiled faintly and followed them. Yang Ling was his senior uncle. In the past, Hu Fei could be considered as his senior brother. However, the moment Hu Fei betrayed his senior uncle and joined the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he no longer treated Hu Fei as a senior brother. In fact, there were countless times when he wished he had the strength to defeat Hu Fei. In that case, he would be able to avenge his senior uncle and teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Now that there was someone who could help him realize his dream, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian and the other two flew towards Hu Fei. In just a moment, they hovered in the air not far away from Hu Fei. They were only 100 meters away from him. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the others. What are they trying to do? 10 years ago, Hu Fei betrayed Wood Peak and joined Fire Peak. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian and the other two are trying to clean up the mess for Wood Peak? It's possible. But are they a match for Hu Fei? As far as I know, Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage a few days ago. Many people discussed among themselves. Someone even revealed that Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. What? Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage? No way. He made another breakthrough. So quickly? No wonder the Peak Master of Fire Peak would try to poach him to Fire Peak at all costs 10 years ago. As it turns out, his innate talent is so strong. 7th level void interpretation stage. Doesn't that mean his strength is on par with Brother Nangong from Gold Peak? Brother Nangong is only at the 7th level void interpretation stage as well. The group of 5 element sects disciples discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Hu Fei had actually made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. This was a shocking piece of news. In fact, in the past, among the younger generation of 5 element sect, only Nangong and Brother Nangong from Gold Peak had made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation stage. Now, there was a third person. It was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because he heard the discussions in the surroundings that were related to the Wood Peak. Hu Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes slowly. His calm gaze immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian and the other two who were 100 meters away. Junior brother Qinwei. Hu Fei's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Huang Deniu before it landed on Qinwei. He opened his mouth and greeted him nonchalantly. Humph. However, in the face of Hu Fei taking the initiative to greet him, Chen Wei did not care at all. He said, sarcastically, "In my eyes, the senior brother Hu Fei from the past is already dead. As for you, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, I, Chen Wei, dare not claim connections with you. So, you should just call me by my name." It was obvious that Chen Wei was mocking Hu Fei for betraying Yangling and Wood Peak. Upon hearing Chen Wei's sarcasm, Hu Fei's face turned grave. His tone turned cold. "Chen Wei, I really don't know where you get your courage from to actually dare to talk to me like this. Huh? As expected of the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What an imposing manner." Chen Wei continued to mock him. Put aside the fact that he believed that Duan Lingtian could deal with Hu Fei, even if Duan Lingtian could not, he would still not be able to hold himself back from scolding Hu Fei when he faced him head-on. All of this was because he looked down on this ingrate, Hu Fei, from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Chen Wei still dared to take a yard after taking an inch, Hu Fei's eyes shot out 2 cold lights, and his voice was low and indifferent. "Chen Wei, you can't be thinking that the 2 pieces of trash beside you can stop me, right? Trash?" Horror dawned on Huang Deniu's face. It did not cross his mind that Hu Fei would scold him and Duan Lingtian as trash the moment he opened his mouth. One must know that he did not have any interaction with Hu Fei before this. In an instant, Huang Deniu was filled with rage. His eyes gleamed with a chilling gleam. "Stop you?" Just when all the 5 element sects disciples present had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and the other two, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Hu Fei indifferently. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with origin energy. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the group of 5 element sects disciples present to be stunned. This Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Hu Fei like this? Is he seeking death? This Duan Lingtian is really bold. How dare he provoke Hu Fei? Among the younger generation in our Five Elements sect, I'm afraid only the two brothers Nangong from Gold Peak are not afraid of Hu Fei, right? I have to say that I admire this Duan Lingtian's courage. However, he's definitely going to be in trouble. That's for sure. In the past 10 years, those who dared to speak ill of Hu Fei behind his back did not have a good ending. Many of them even went missing because of it. Most likely, they were killed by Hu Fei and had their corpses destroyed. Each and every one of the Five Elements sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not dare to underestimate him. After seeing Duan Lingtian in person today, they faintly realized something. This young man who looked like he was only 25 years old was definitely not a match for Hu Fei. In fact, Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He was the third person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Hu Fei. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hu Fei was stunned. He was completely stunned. When had he ever been provoked like this in the Five Elements sect? Moreover, it was a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously at all. Boy, you're seeking death. Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. With a flash of his body, a vast flame that shot up into the sky rose up from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic flaming beast as he pounced forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gigantic flaming beast pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples could not help but close their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die in the face of Hu Fei, who attacked in rage. Right now, Hu Fei had completely lost his mind. He had completely thrown the rules of the Five Elements sect to the back of his mind. All he could think about was killing this purple-clad young man who dared to provoke him. Humph! When Duan Lingtian saw the 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky above Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, he snorted softly and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 885. Thousand Illusions. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, the spiritual energy that he had been accumulating earlier entered the soul brand in the depths of his soul and unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, the illusory space swept out and covered an area of more than 100 meters, including Hu Fei, who was charging at him. Whirlwind! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dodged to the side. At the same time, he looked at Huang Daniu and said through voice transmission, "Daniu, do as I say now." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, missed his target. Just when the crowd thought Hu Fei was going to attack Duan Lingtian again, they noticed Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, was still standing on the spot. He was looking around in a daze. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear, as if he had encountered something special. In Hu Fei's eyes, he was in a boundless desert. There was no one around him at all. Illusory space. Hu Fei's face turned grave. He could guess what he had encountered at the first moment. I didn't sense any waves of inscriptions or inscription formations. Could it be that there's a special demon beast with extraordinary talent hiding nearby and plotting against me? This was the first thought that rose in Hu Fei's mind. In his opinion, since the illusory space he was facing was not constructed by inscriptions or inscription formations, it must be constructed by spiritual energy that was similar to a soul skill. Amongst the human martial artists, only the legendary martial emperor powerhouses were capable of constructing an illusory realm with spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not think that it was Emperor Wu who was attacking him. What a joke! A powerhouse like Emperor Wu could kill him with just a thought. Why would he need to trick him like this? Therefore, it could only be a demon beast that was causing trouble in the dark. Moreover, the demon beast's spiritual energy was at least at the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, it would not be able to affect him. Don't! Just when Hu Fei opened his mouth and was about to say, "Don't play dirty if you dare!" a gust of wind suddenly attacked half of his face, causing his expression to change drastically. Pah! Just as Hu Fei reacted, half of his face received a resounding slap. His head was slapped to one side, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. At the same time, half of his face swelled up. The ruthlessness of the attacker was obvious. Who is it? Hu Fei, who was still in a daze from the slap, finally regained his senses after spitting out some broken teeth. His expression was gloomy, and the flames on his body surged once again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Hu Fei took out a pair of spiritual gloves made of an unknown material. As he raised his hand, palm after palm whizzed out and covered his entire body. It was as if they had formed a dense and inescapable net that protected his entire body. Boom! 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 Hu Fei's palms pierced through the air, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of deafening explosions. Many solid palm prints whizzed down and landed on the cliff beside Gold Peak. At the same time, it set off a series of loud noises and set off waves of sand and dust. In the sky, other than Duan Lingtian, Chen Wei, and Huang Daniu, who stood quietly in the air, there was no change in their expressions at all. The 5 Element Sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who was going crazy there. Who can tell me what's going on here? I don't know. This Hu Fei attacked Duan Lingtian, and after his attack failed, he no longer chased after Duan Lingtian. Instead, he just stood there and looked left and right as if he couldn't find Duan Lingtian. What kind of joke is this? Duan Lingtian is not far away from him. How can he not find Duan Lingtian? Then, what do you think he's doing now? When Huang Daniu got close to him, he didn't even notice it and took a hard slap from him. Has Hu Fei gone crazy? The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were stunned. They had no idea what was going on in front of them. After a while, perhaps he was tired, Hu Fei's movements slowed down. Daniu! Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu and smiled. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he charged toward Hu Fei again. In just a short while, he arrived in front of Hu Fei. He raised his hand again and slapped him. At this moment, the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching felt chills running down their spines. Many of them could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. Would Huang Daniu be able to succeed this time? Slap! Another clear and loud slap resonated in the air and answered the question in their hearts. When they saw Hu Fei's head tilted and he spat out another mouthful of blood with many broken teeth mixed in the blood, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples felt their scalps tingle. This Huang Daniu was too ruthless, right? The other half of Hu Fei's face that was originally intact was now completely swollen. His entire head seemed to have turned into a pig's head. It was hard to see his face anymore. No matter who you are, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Hu Fei, who was slapped twice by Huang Daniu, continued to roar loudly. At the same time, the speed of his hand increased again. The vast palm print formed a layer of protective shield that protected him within it. Perhaps this was the only way he could feel the sense of security that he deserved. Hu Fei's loud roars entered the ears of the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples. They could not help but be stunned. Then they were all dumbfounded. Hu Fei doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him? What the F***CK is going on here? Not only did Hu Fei not notice that Huang Daniu was approaching him, but he even took 2 slaps from Huang Daniu. After that, he still doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him. Could it be that he's really crazy? I don't think he's crazy. He's blind. Each and every one of the 5 element sect's disciples stared at Hu Fei with their mouths agape. They felt that the scene in front of them was unbelievable and incomprehensible. Who could tell them what the hell was going on here? I think that not only is he blind, but he's deaf as well. We've said so much, but it's as if he didn't hear a thing. I also think that he's both blind and deaf now. But why did he become like this? Other than Hu Fei himself, Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Qin Wei, all of the 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with confusion. Until now, they still did not know what was going on. When they saw that Hu Fei's movements had slowed down again, everyone's gaze fell on Huang Daniu again. They were all curious about where Huang Daniu would hit Hu Fei this time. Qin Wei, do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Wei and asked with a smile. When Huang Daniu slapped Hu Fei twice and retreated unscathed, Duan Lingtian noticed that Qin Wei was a little tempted. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he could not help but ask, "All right." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's eyes lit up. With a flash, he charged toward Hu Fei. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Qin Wei threw out a punch at lightning speed. It hit Hu Fei's head and sent him flying. Of course, Qin Wei had held back. Otherwise, this punch of his could have taken Hu Fei's life. Although he hated Hu Fei and wanted to avenge his senior uncle, Yangling, he had never thought of taking Hu Fei's life. All he wanted was to teach him a lesson. Right now, his dream had come true, just like that. It made him feel as though he was in a dream, until he could not help but pinch his thigh. The waves of intense pain that came from his thigh seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. All of this wasn't a dream, it was real. Who's there? At this moment, Hu Fei, who was sent flying with his head bleeding, looked around in all directions in a wretched manner. However, he did not look at Qin Wei at all. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene could only feel chills running down their spines. Did this Hu Fei see a ghost or something? In the sky, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man in blue, while the other one was a young man in red. The blue-clad young man's face was expressionless. It was as though even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with him. However, there was an obvious hint of surprise in his eyes. It was as though he had discovered something. What did you discover? After the red-clad young man retracted his gaze that was filled with shock, he happened to see the surprise in the blue-clad young man's eyes. He could not help but ask curiously, "Spiritual energy." It was rare for the blue-clad young man to open his mouth. His voice was cold, and he was a man of few words. Spiritual energy? The red-clad young man's eyes lit up immediately. You mean Hu Fei became like this because of some spiritual energy technique? Could it be that he's in an illusion? When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but guess. This time, the blue-clad young man did not answer him. Instead, he stood there quietly. However, his pair of dull eyes were staring at a person from afar. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian, the purple-clad young man who was standing in the sky not far away from Hu Fei. It was apparent that he had discovered that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. When the blue-clad young man was staring at Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the sky that was even higher. Soon, the 2 figures that were hidden in the clouds appeared clearly before his eyes. Twin brothers. Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian's current eyesight was far superior to ordinary people. With just a glance, he could tell that the two young men that appeared before his eyes looked exactly the same. The blue-clad young man, in particular, stared at him as though he could see through him completely. Inscription Master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy that originated from the blue-clad young man. He could not help but be taken aback. Moreover, he also confirmed another thing from the blue-clad young man's spiritual energy wave. The blue-clad young man's spiritual energy level was not lower than his. Duan Lingtian knew very well what this meant. Don't tell me. These two are the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak that the Five Element Sect's disciples mentioned earlier? Chapter 886. Don't play dirty if you have the guts. Don't tell me all of you from Wood Peak only know how to rely on external forces. Looks like I still have the foresight to leave Wood Peak early. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me, Hu Fei, to be associated with all of you. Hu Fei continued to roar loudly. As he roared, he moved his body swiftly as though he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him again. 2 slaps and 1 punch had turned Hu Fei's head into a pig's head, causing his head to bleed profusely. He was in a sorry state, and he no longer had the high spirits he had in the beginning. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame that continued to sweep across the sky. They believed that the scene that they saw today would be one that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hu Fei, the 3rd 7th level Void interpretation martial artist to appear among the younger generation of 5 Element Sect, looked as though he had seen a ghost and was possessed in front of the 3 Wood Peak disciples. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he looks. Of course, there was no lack of people who were meticulous among the 5 Element Sect's disciples. Their eyes immediately landed on the purple figure in the distance. In their opinion, everything that happened before their eyes originated from this purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Hu Fei was clamoring to teach Chunwei a lesson and even said that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were trash. At that time, they clearly saw the expressions on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's faces. Huang Daniu was furious. His eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he took a step forward and glanced at Hu Fei indifferently. Are you even worthy? At that time, their first thought was the same as most of the 5 Element Sect's disciples. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was purely seeking death. This was because Duan Lingtian was just too young. They could not relate Duan Lingtian to a powerhouse who could defeat Hu Fei no matter what. However, as time went by, things had progressed to this stage, and they had no choice but to re-evaluate Duan Lingtian. From the moment Duan Lingtian provoked Hu Fei, everything seemed to be under the control of Duan Lingtian. He was the real master. He was not afraid at all when faced with Hu Fei, who attacked him in anger. Instead, he faced him calmly. It was only until the moment when Hu Fei was about to pounce on him that he barely managed to dodge to the side. He did not move to leave his spot. He continued to watch Hu Fei as though he was a monkey show. This Duan Lingtian, he's a person we can't afford to offend. At once, the few 5 Element Sect's disciples who managed to react felt a chill in their hearts. It rushed straight to their heads, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. There to Duan Lingchen, to Duan Lingtian. He would rather offend Hu Fei than Lingtian. Unknowingly, another 3 young men walked side by side from afar. The young man on the right looked at the ball of flame that was constantly moving in the sky and could not help but ask. The young man on the left looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. 250 ancient horned dragon strength. He knew very well what the strength of 250 ancient horned dragons' strength meant. Even a 7th level Void interpretation martial artist would need to comprehend the 7th level intermediate concept and use a grade 3 spirit weapon before he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon. "It's Hu Fei," the young man in the middle exclaimed in a low voice. He wore a long green robe and had an ordinary appearance. There was a hint of dread in his eyes as he muttered, "I originally thought that I would be able to fight Hu Fei after I've broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. I can't believe that he has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation." The green-clad young man sighed as he muttered to himself, "What?" Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the young men on both sides of him widened their eyes and stared blankly at the young man in the ball of flame that was constantly moving. The young man's face was swollen like a pig's head. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely wretched. It was difficult for them to connect this young man with Hu Fei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. Who is it that made Hu Fei look so wretched? The green-clad young man's attention shifted away from Hu Fei to another place. Among the younger generation of the 5-element sect, only the Nangong brothers from the Gold Peak were able to put Hu Fei into such a sorry state. However, the Nangong brothers and Hu Fei had always minded their own business. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to treat Hu Fei like this. Moreover, the Nangong brothers were not present at the moment. His gaze gradually shifted to the 3 figures near Hu Fei. There were 3 young men, and he only recognized one of them. "It's Chun Wei from Wood Peak." He did not take Chun Wei seriously in the past, and he still did not take him seriously now. His gaze quickly shifted to the other 2 people. These 2 must be the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak recruited some time ago. I think they're called Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu. For a moment, a hint of dread could be seen in the green-clad young man's eyes. He faintly realized that the reason why Hu Fei was in such a wretched state was most likely related to these 2 people. "Tianjin, you're really early." Suddenly, a light and pleasant voice resonated in the air, causing the green-clad young man to shift his gaze to the lady who was flying in the sky from afar. The lady was dressed in green, and she had a graceful figure. Although her appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, it was still extremely outstanding. It was enough to tempt many men. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of many 5-element sect's disciples. "It's Senior Sister Tan Huan." Senior Sister Tan Huan is here. Not long after, most of the 5-element sect's disciples shifted their gaze from Hu Fei, who seemed to have gone mad, to the green-clad lady. In the distance, Duan Lingtian cast a glance at the green-clad lady, and his eyes lit up. The spiritual energy that he extended out immediately told him the green-clad lady's cultivation base. She was at the 6th level void interpretation. It was rare for such a young lady to have a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation. Her name is Tan Huan, and she's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation of Shufeng. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level void interpretation, Chun Wei said with a hint of dread when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. 5th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Chun Wei's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Chun Wei, she's not just at the 5th level void interpretation now." "What?" Chun Wei was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice, "You mean she has made a breakthrough?" "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "I can't believe she has made a breakthrough as well." Chun Wei sighed as though he had thought of something. When his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on his face. So what if she had made a breakthrough? Today, as long as Duan Lingtian was here, the rise of Wood Peak would be unstoppable. "Who's that green-clad young man who's talking to Tan Huan?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man who was surrounded by two young men in the distance. The reason he noticed this person was because Duan Lingtian noticed that he was also a young powerhouse who had stepped into the 6th level void interpretation. He's Tianjun from Earth Peak, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak. Chen Wei said with a fearful expression. He had already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation half a month ago. However, I didn't expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. I'm afraid the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time is going to be interesting. Chen Wei laughed when he reached the end of his sentence. Gold Peak had Nangong and his brother. Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian. Water Peak had Tan Huan. Fire Peak had Hu Fei. Earth Peak had Tianjun. As for Huang Daniu, he was instead dim and lusterless under Duan Lingtian's brilliant brilliance, and he was directly disregarded by Chen Wei. Of course, this was also because Chen Wei did not know that Huang Daniu had also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Tianjun, is that Hu Fei? What's going on? The gaze that shot out from Tan Huan's eyes landed on Hu Fei, who was constantly moving back and forth. Her face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened to Hu Fei that caused him to be in such a wretched state. I've just arrived as well. Tianjun shrugged, indicating that he had no idea as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, 2 gusts of wind whistling sound fell from the sky. 2 figures, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye, attracting everyone's attention. These were 2 handsome young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was dressed in red and had a gentle smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The other one was dressed in blue and stood there. His face was cold and unapproachable. When the 2 of them stood together, one was moving and the other was still. It created a huge surprise. It's Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen. At once, many 5 Elements sect's Gold Peak disciples' eyes lit up as they exclaimed in surprise. Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Chen. The younger generation of 5 Elements sect's disciples who were present greeted the 2 of them enthusiastically. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were twin brothers. At the same time, they were also the direct disciples of the strongest person in 5 Elements sect, the sect leader of 5 Elements sect. Not only did they have a superior position in Gold Peak, but they could also be considered as the favored ones in the entire 5 Elements sect. Junior Brother Tian, Junior Sister Tan. Congratulations. The moment the red-clad Nangong Yi appeared, the first thing he did was to look at Tianjun and Tan Huan and congratulate them with a smile. At once, many 5 Elements sect's disciples' eyes landed on the 2 of them. Don't tell me Senior Sister Tan Huan has also made a breakthrough. Many of them whispered among themselves as they speculated. Tianjun was still fine. The news of his breakthrough had already spread out half a month ago. Therefore, it was not a secret at all. Senior Brother Yi, why you know about it? Tan Huan, on the other hand, was horrified. She did not expect Nangong Yi to know that she had already made a breakthrough. In fact, other than her and her master, the Peak Master of Water Peak, no one else knew about her breakthrough. Now that Nangong Yi had pointed it out, how could she not be shocked? Chapter 887. Junior Sister Tan, when you came over earlier, there was an instant when your speed was raised to the limit. Even though the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't condensed into form yet, I was still able to discern that your speed at that time was absolutely not as simple as a 5th level void interpretation. Nangong Yi said with a smile. His already handsome face added a bit of charm for a moment. This caused the group of 5 Elements sect's female disciples, including Tan Huan, to blush. They were all captivated by Nangong Yi's words and actions. Does this mean that you've arrived a long time ago, senior brother E? Tan Huan snapped back to reality and looked at Nangong E with a charming smile on her beautiful face. I should have arrived a little earlier than you, junior sister Tan. Nangong E nodded his head. Senior brother E, how about me? At this moment, Tianjun, who was next to them, seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he asked bluntly, You? Nangong Yi smiled. I guess I'm a little earlier than you. Does this mean that you know what happened to Hu Fei earlier, senior brother Yi? Tianjun's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. I'm not too sure about what exactly happened. I've also just arrived not too long ago. However, I believe that many of the senior and junior brothers and senior and junior sisters here have seen the ins and outs of the matter. As Nangong Yi spoke, he looked at the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples in the distance. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Senior brother E, I know. At this moment, an ordinary-looking female disciple flew out excitedly. In just a moment, she was not far away from Nangong Yi. She looked at Nangong Yi excitedly. To the female disciples of 5 Element Sect, Nangong and his brother were undoubtedly the lovers of their dreams. Countless nights, their dreams were filled with the silhouettes of these 2 strongest young disciples of 5 Element Sect. How should I address you, junior sister? Nangong Yi smiled at the female disciple. The latter's face was flushed red, and she felt as though she was about to stop breathing. After a while, she finally regained her senses. She said excitedly and nervously, As senior brother E, I am Qin Bai. Junior sister Qin. The smile on Nangong Yi's face became even more charming. He smiled and comforted her. Don't be nervous. Just tell me what happened just now. Yes. Qin Bai nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself down. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding 5 Element Sect's female disciples turned red. They could not wait to replace Qin Bai. Qin Bai beat us to it. Why didn't I react? Otherwise, the one in the limelight in front of senior martial brother, it wouldn't be Qin Bai, but me. Many female disciples said regretfully. In the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Humph, those Nangong brothers are just gigolos. Also, in my opinion, they're not even as good-looking as Duan Lingtian. Those love-struck fools are actually so shameless for them. Huang Daniu snorted. It was as though he could not stand the reaction of the group of 5 Element Sect's female disciples. Daniu. Chen Wei shook his head and smiled. They're popular not only because they're good-looking. Most importantly, it's because they're the most outstanding young disciples in our 5 Element Sect. In this world where only the strong were respected, a man's charm was not only in his appearance. It was more in his martial strength. If his strength was weak, so what if he was perfect and good-looking? As long as an extremely ugly man was strong enough, he could control his fate with just a wave of his hand. Nangong Yi Qin. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and quietly looked at the blue-clad young man who was standing in the air in the distance. This young man, with a cold face and a taciturn expression, who did not fit in with his surroundings, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was something that Nangong Yi could not give him. I originally thought that with my current strength and the soul skill 1,000 illusions, I'd be able to dominate the younger generation in the 5 Element Sect. However, it seems like I've underestimated the 5 Element Sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was not completely confident that he could defeat Nangong Yi Qin. Nangong Yi, Tianjun, and Tan Huan, who were standing next to Nangong Yi Qin, quickly learned about the ins and outs of the matter from the 5 Element Sect's female disciple. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu without blinking. It was as though they wanted to see something from them. Interesting. Looks like Wood Peak might not be the one who's at the bottom this time. Nangong Yi smiled faintly. This matter did not concern him, so he just let it go. Tianjun and Tan Huan, on the other hand, could not be as calm as Nangong Yi. Their faces were extremely solemn. When they looked at each other, they could see the sparks dancing in each other's eyes. If it was really a trick cast by either Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu, they did not have the confidence to deal with both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. After all, even Hu Fei, who was stronger than them, was hit by the trick. Hu Fei was a disciple of Fire Peak, and they admitted that they were no match for him. For this reason, the peak at the bottom of the 5-element sect's 5 peaks could only be decided between Water Peak and Earth Peak. None of them were willing to let the peak they were in be at the bottom. The peak at the bottom would not be able to receive the good cultivation resources from the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. This was because the good cultivation resources had already been distributed to the 4 peaks in front of them. If one had to make an analogy, that was, the peak at the bottom could only eat the leftovers left behind after the other 4 peaks had eaten their fill. But senior brother, who Fei kept roaring earlier, what did he say about external force? The female disciple added, external force? The moment the female disciple's words left her mouth, Tianjun and Tan Huan, who were at loggerheads with each other, suddenly brightened up. If the trick that Hu Fei was hit by was an external force, then they really did not have to worry. This was because during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. They could only fight with their origin energy and concepts empty-handed. The reason for such a requirement was that the 5-element sect did not wish for any of the peak's disciples to have any accidents. Once they used their spirit weapons, even if there was a group of 5-element sect senior officials present, they might not be able to rescue the 5-element sect's disciples in time when they were in danger. In the past, the 5-element sect had suffered many similar losses. For this reason, in the current battle of the 5 peaks, the young representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. If they don't use any external force, they're definitely no match for Hu Fei. At the same time, they might not be a match for us either. Tianjun and Tan Huan looked at each other tacitly and smiled. Both of them had guessed each other's thoughts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred. In the next instant, silhouettes appeared out of thin air one after another. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. Upon seeing these people, the 5-element sect's disciples present on the scene were filled with respect. In the end, they looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes, who was the leader, with reverence. Sect leader, sect leader, sect leader. The group of 5-element sect's disciples bowed respectfully at the middle-aged man in plain robes. He's the sect leader of 5-element sect? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes also landed on the middle-aged man in plain robes. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain robes. His appearance was extremely ordinary, but there was a hint of determination on his face. The pair of calm eyes of his was even more profound, as though they could contain all the rivers in the sea. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the back and saw Yangling and Kuzhang. At this moment, Yangling and Kuzhang were following behind a middle-aged man in gray robes. This middle-aged man in gray robes, on the other hand, was standing side by side with 3 other people behind the sect leader of 5-element sect. He's the peak master of Wood Peak? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Unlike the sect leader of 5-element sect, who had an ordinary appearance, although this peak master of Wood Peak was already middle-aged, and time had left traces of vicissitudes on his face, he must have been a rare, handsome man when he was young. Soon, Duan Lingtian noticed that the peak master of Wood Peak was looking straight at him and nodding at him with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly when he heard the voice of a middle-aged man that was filled with magnetism. The owner of this voice was undoubtedly the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian greets the Peak Master. Also, thank you for the origin-enhancing fruit that you gave me a few days ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Third place. Are you confident? After a moment of silence, the Peak Master of Wood Peak's voice resonated again. Third place? Upon hearing the words of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and realized what he was talking about. It was none other than the specific ranking of the 5 peaks after the Battle of the 5 Peaks today. The Peak Master of Wood Peak was asking him if he was confident that Wood Peak would be ranked 3rd among the 5 peaks. Peak Master, my goal is to be ranked 2nd at the very least. If there's a chance, I'll definitely take the 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he replied through voice transmission. Ha! Good. If you can take the 2nd place, I'll owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as it's within my ability and it doesn't endanger the 5-element sect, I'll definitely fulfill your request. The Peak Master of Wood Peak's voice transmission was filled with hearty laughter as he made a promise. Thank you, Peak Master. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this promise from the Peak Master of Wood Peak was no different from a free gift. Hu Fei, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air and snapped Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian looked over, and only then did he realize that the old man who was standing side by side with the Peak Master of Wood Peak behind the sect leader of 5-element sect was looking at Hu Fei, who was still flying away with a grave expression on his face. The old man had seen Hu Fei's wretched state. This was also the reason why his expression was grave. Spiritual energy? Right at this moment, a short, middle-aged fatty next to the old man narrowed his eyes as though he had discovered something. What a powerful spiritual energy! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful spiritual energy attacking him. It instantly shattered the illusory space that he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Which Peak Master is that short fatty from? Chapter 888. He's the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tiangu. Qinwei said, Peak Master of Earth Peak? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then, does this mean that he's Tianjun's father? Yes. Qinwei nodded. Earth Peak? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Earth Peak. Before he came to the 5-element sect and was still in Settlement City, the Earth Peak's disciple who was lurking in Wood Peak's stronghold had already tried to tempt him to join Earth Peak with the price of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th-level concept fragment. Due to this reason, he had long been acquainted with Earth Peak. When Duan Lingtian saw Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looking at him immediately after he shattered the illusory space with his spiritual energy, he knew that he was the owner of the spiritual energy that created the illusory space. However, he did not mind at all. He looked back at him fearlessly. However, very soon, both Duan Lingtian and Tiangu shifted their gazes away from each other and shifted their gazes to another place. Unknowingly, the old man who was standing next to Tiangu disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Hu Fei, who was in a panic, beaten up and battered like a pig. Hu Fei, what were you doing just now? The old man scolded Hu Fei with a solemn face. It did not cross his mind that his proud disciple would end up in such a wretched state today. Not only that, it was in front of a group of 5-element sect senior officials and disciples, embarrassing him completely. He's the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai. Chen Wei's voice entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. In fact, even if Chen Wei did not say anything, he could already guess the old man's identity. This old man was standing in a row with Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and the Peak Master of Wood Peak. There were a total of 4 people standing in a row behind the sect leader of 5-element sect. Based on this, Their identities were obvious. They were none other than the peak masters of the other 4 peaks in 5-element sect other than Gold Peak. And Master. At this moment, Hu Fei finally regained his senses. When he saw Cha Bai in front of him and noticed the strange gazes that were being directed at him from the surroundings, a chilling gleam flashed across his eyes. "Qin Wei, I'm going to kill you." Hu Fei suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, who were standing not far away. The flames that rose from his body raged even more violently. He wanted to attack the 3 Duan Lingtian. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Cha Bai who had raised his hand and slapped Hu Fei, causing half of Hu Fei's face to swell even more. "Don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough?" Cha Bai's gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of anger. After being slapped by Cha Bai, Hu Fei's body trembled all of a sudden. With a jolt, he finally regained his senses and lowered his head in shame. "Master, this disciple is useless. I've embarrassed you." However, if they didn't rely on external forces, this disciple wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. "Don't worry, Master. Once the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins, this disciple will definitely make them regret it for the rest of their lives, as long as they dare to make a move." When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, he gritted his teeth. His eyes that were filled with hatred flashed with a chilling gleam as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the surrounding 5-element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. External forces? Hu Fei was made into such a pathetic state by external forces? At this moment, they finally came to a realization. No wonder the situation earlier was so strange. So it turns out that the people from Wood Peak had used external forces to make Senior Brother Hu Fei suffer such a humiliation. Humph. Nobody is allowed to rely on external forces in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Otherwise, it would be considered as a loss. I'm afraid these 3 people from Wood Peak are going to be in trouble if they don't admit defeat. I'm looking forward to seeing how Senior Brother Hu Fei, who has been humiliated, is going to take revenge on the 3 people from Wood Peak. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were going to be in trouble. Of course, there were exceptions as well. For example, Nangong and his brother, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Wood Peak, and the 2 old men behind him, Yang Ling and Kuzhang. "Senior Brother Yang, looks like these 3 little fellows have helped you to vent your anger," Kuzhang said to Yang Ling with a smile. Yang Ling nodded his head lightly. However, one could not see any fluctuation in his emotions. At this moment, his gaze landed on Hu Fei's body. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, the wounds on his face were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Traces of complicated light flashed across his eyes. After 10 years, he realized that when he faced this disciple who had betrayed him in the past again, he was no longer as angry as before. Everything seemed to have faded away now. As expected, time could dilute everything. "Now, the peak masters of the other 4 peaks, please gather with the young representatives of the other 4 peaks. Half an hour later, the Battle of the 5 Peaks will begin. At that time, the 5 peaks will be ranked again. According to the ranking, the resources that each peak will enjoy in the next 3 years will be decided." Soon after, the sect leader of the 5-element sect announced in a loud voice. At once, the 3 peak masters behind the sect leader of the 5-element sect spread out one by one with the elders behind them and flew to the side of the sky not far away. For example, the peak master of Wood Peak brought Yang Ling and Kuzhang to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Peak Master. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 greeted the Peak Master of Wood Peak with a smile, they looked at Yang Ling and Kuzhang and greeted both of them as well. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned the name of the Peak Master of Wood Peak from Chen Wei's voice transmission, Qiyu. As for the sect leader of 5-element sect, his name was Guachong. Tian-gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, brought along an Earth Peak elder and gathered with Tianjin. Father, Tianjin greeted Tian-gu respectfully. As for the other two people beside him, they also addressed Tian-gu as Peak Master. Yes, Tian-gu nodded his head with a smile. However, even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in between his brows, as though he was worried about something. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the two young powerhouses that would Peak found. I won't let Earth Peak be at the bottom. Tianjin seemed to have guessed what his father was worried about, so he comforted him. No. Upon hearing Tianjin's words, Tian-gu shook his head. Huh. Tianjin was puzzled. Jinner, your opponent this time is not the two people from Wood Peak. It's Tan Huan from Water Peak. When Tian-gu reached this part of the sentence, he looked into the distance. There, Tan Huan was gathered with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was none other than Yu Fong, the Peak Master of Water Peak. For a mere woman to become the Peak Master of Water Peak, one of the 5 peaks of 5 element sect, Yu Fong was naturally not a simple person. Her cultivation base was not inferior to Cha, Bai, and Tian-gu at all. Father, I might not be able to win against Tan Huan. She has also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Tianjin smiled wryly. In the past, when he and Tan Huan were both 5th level void interpretation martial artists, they had fought before. At that time, he was slightly inferior to her. Initially, he thought he could defeat Tan Huan after he had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. He did not expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. What? Tian-gu was shocked. She has made a breakthrough as well. Looks like our Earth Peak is really in danger this time. Jinner, you must try your best to defeat Tan Huan. Otherwise, our Earth Peak will be quiet for 3 years. Father, what are you talking about? Even if I can't win against Tan Huan, that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu from Wood Peak might not be a match for me as well. I heard that they're only 5th level void interpretation martial artists. Tianjin said. Humph. Tian-gu snorted coldly. Do you think a person who can make Hu Fei so wretched would be a 5th level void interpretation martial artist? Tianjin was stunned for a moment before he continued. Father, didn't Hu Fei say so earlier? It's because the 3 people from Wood Peak relied on external forces that made him so wretched. However, external forces are not allowed in the battle of the 5 peaks. A confident smile appeared on Tianjin's face when he reached this point. If they don't rely on external forces, it won't be difficult for me to defeat them. External forces? Tian-gu sneered. Hu Fei said it was an external force, but you really think it's an external force? Looks like the name I gave you back then was right. Tianjin, naive. Father, what do you mean by that? Tianjin faintly sensed that something was amiss. His face turned solemn immediately. You should know that other than being a martial artist, I'm also an inscription master who studies the Tao of inscriptions. I can release my spiritual energy. Do you know that I was the one who saved Hu Fei earlier? Tian-gu said. Father, I know you're an inscription master, and I know that inscription masters can release their spiritual energy. However, you said you were the one who saved Hu Fei. What do you mean by that? Tianjin asked with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Fei should be in a place similar to an illusory realm. That illusory realm was constructed with spiritual energy as the foundation. Tian-gu took a deep breath and voiced his speculation in a low voice. What? Illusory realm? Or is it an illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy? Tianjin's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 have some kind of special demon beast that has an innate soul brand and can cast soul skills before entering the Emperor stage. Humph. If that's a demon beast technique, then it's also an external force. It won't affect the battle of the 5 peaks. Tiangu snorted and said in fear, "However, the problem is, after I used my spiritual energy to destroy the illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy, I realized that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian. When the three words entered Tianjun's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused his expression to change drastically. "Father, you mean that Duan Lingtian is able to construct an illusory realm with a spiritual force? Don't tell me he's a demon?" Tianjin gasped. Shock was written all over his face. Demon. Even the weakest demon was in existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, and a single move was sufficient to defeat him. Of course not. Even though his spiritual energy is pretty good, it's still far from the spiritual energy of a void transformation stage martial artist. I'm guessing that it's very likely that he's a variant born from a human and a demon, a heaven-defined variant that possesses an innate ability. Chapter 889. Variant. Tianjin's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Shock was written all over his face. Naturally, he had heard of the variant before. They were either mediocre or heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian was obviously the latter. Innate ability. He's casting his innate ability. Tianjin exclaimed through voice transmission as he looked at Tiangu with dread in his eyes. That's the only possibility. Tiangu nodded. His face was extremely solemn. After all, a human who was neither a demon nor a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could only be a variant if he wanted to cast something similar to a soul skill with his spiritual energy. However, Tiangu would never have thought of that. Duan Lingtian was able to construct an illusory space with his spiritual energy, not because he was a variant, but because he had inherited a soul brand deep in his soul. That soul brand was made by an inscription master. Perhaps that inscription master's cultivation wasn't high, but his persistence in the Tao of inscriptions was shocking. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to research the soul brand. "Father, I'll do my best." After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Tianjin no longer had any thoughts of competing with Wood Peak. His attention was completely focused on a woman in the distance. Water Peak, Tan Huan. For Earth Peak, he must win. 2 representatives of the younger generation from each peak. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he learned about the rules of the Battle of the 5 Peaks from Chiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, each of the 5 peaks of the 5 element sect would send out 2 representatives. The 2 representatives had to be disciples of the younger generation. You and Daniu will be the representatives of Wood Peak. Work hard. Yan Ling said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a smile. Don't worry, Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian and I will definitely obtain the first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks for Wood Peak and let Wood Peak ascend to the top of the 5 peaks. Huang Daniu said confidently as he waved his fist. The reason he dared to say so was because he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. It was precisely because of this that he felt they had full confidence in assisting the Wood Peak to seize the first in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Of course, he could guess what Huang Daniu was thinking. He felt that Huang Daniu had underestimated the people from Gold Peak. One had to know that even he did not dare to say that he was completely confident. On Jin Feng's side, the 2 Nangong brothers would definitely go up together. He was not afraid of Nangong Yi, but he had no choice but to be afraid of Nangong Qin. Nangong Qin was the same as him. They were both inscriptionists. Perhaps Nangong Chen's attainment in the Tao of inscription was far inferior to his. However, as an inscription master, Nangong Chen could control his own spiritual energy at will. Furthermore, Nangong's spiritual power was at the same level as Hui Yuhao's spiritual power. Hui Yuhao's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was of no use. There's no need for first place. It's enough if we can get second place. Qi Yu shook his head before looking at Duan Lingtian. He smiled and said, "Don't you agree, Duan Lingtian?" "I'll do my best," Duan Lingtian replied seriously. "I believe in you." Chi Yu nodded his head. On Gold Peak side, which was also where Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, was at this moment, there were two figures next to Guo Chong. They were two young men who looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twins. One of them was dressed in red, while the other one was dressed in green. They were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Both of them were Guo Chang's direct disciples, and they were also his only two disciples. Even if he only had these two disciples, it was enough for Guo Chang to be proud of himself. It was enough to make many people envious. Whether it was Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, both of them were martial Dao geniuses with extraordinary innate talent. They were only in their early 30s, but they were already the leader of the younger generation in the Five-Element sect. "There's no problem, right?" Guo Chong suddenly asked. It was obvious that he was asking his two direct disciples next to him. He's no match for Duan Lingtian. The surprising thing was, the person who spoke first was not Nangong Yi. Instead, it was Nangong Chen who had a cold expression on his face. When Nangong Chen answered Guo Chang's question, it was obvious that the cold expression on his face had eased up a little. "Oh." Guo Chang's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Master, that Duan Lingtian is a little monster. According to me, and second," Nangong Yi was just about to say second brother when he noticed Nangong Chen's cold gaze that was as sharp as a knife. He could only swallow the word brother back down. After swallowing the word back down, he continued to say, "According to our speculations, Duan Lingtian should be a variant." "Variant?" The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Guo Chang's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. As the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, he naturally knew what the word variant meant. A variant was either mediocre or heaven-defying. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was not the former. "Why do you think he's a variant?" Guo Chong asked. Nangong Yi took a deep breath and told him everything that he had learned so far. Naturally, he was talking about how Duan Lingtian made fun of Hu Fei. "Chin, are you sure it's Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that created the illusion?" When Guo Chong heard this, he looked at Nangong Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Although he had noticed Hu Fei's abnormality when he first arrived, he thought it was Duan Lingtian and the other two who had used some external force when he heard Hu Fei mentioning something about an external force. It did not cross his mind that it was not an external force, but Duan Lingtian, the variant's innate ability. Yes. Nangong Chen nodded his head firmly. He was extremely certain. Guo Chong took a deep breath. He knew this disciple of his very well. If he did not have 100% confidence, he would not have nodded his head. What's the level of his spiritual energy? Guo Chong continued to ask. It's not inferior to mine. Nangong Chen replied truthfully. 7th level void interpretation. Guo Chang's eyes narrowed as he said in shock, "No wonder you said ear is not a match for him. It seems like he's either hiding his cultivation base or he's consumed a spirit fruit that can improve his soul." As the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, Guo Chong was very knowledgeable. In just a short moment, he had already guessed many things. "Chen, how confident are you that you can defeat him?" Guo Chong asked. 90%. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "You're not 100% confident?" Guo Chong frowned. Gold Peak had always been the #1 peak in the Five-Element sect. No matter how many years had passed, its position had never changed. However, if Gold Peak was defeated by Wood Peak today, the legend that Gold Peak had created in the Five-Element sect would be broken. That was not something he wanted to see. No. Nangong Chen shook his head and stared coldly at the purple figure in the distance. "He gives me a very dangerous feeling. I am not sure if a miracle will happen on him. A miracle? When he heard Nangong Chen's words, Guicheng frowned. Then he smiled and said, "That's right. After all, he's a variant." On Cloud Continent, variants, especially those who possessed innate abilities, were known as the favored children of the heavens. In the history of the Five Element sect, there had never been a variant. However, today, when Guicheng was in charge of the Five Element sect, an anomaly had appeared. Just this point alone was enough to make the later generations of the Five Element sect remember him forever. At that point, they would say, "In the past, our Five Element sect had a sect leader named Guicheng. During the era when he was in charge of the sect, a variant appeared in the sect. A variant with an innate ability. On Fire Peak's side, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes that were staring at the few people from Wood Peak seemed to be burning with extreme fury. It was a fury that could burn everything into ashes. To him, it was a humiliation that his direct disciple was humiliated in such a way. It was a naked humiliation. "Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, as long as you dare to fight with me, even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely cripple you. Only then can I, Hu Fei, vent the hatred in my heart." It was as though there were only two young men left in the world in Hu Fei's eyes. His eyes that were staring at the two of them were filled with intense red, as though he was about to devour them. On Water Peak's side, "Huaner, you've already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to suppress the two people from Wood Peak. However, I still hope that you can suppress Tianjin as well so that Water Peak can continue to be the 3rd peak of the Five Element sect." Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, said solemnly, "Don't worry, master. I'll definitely give it my all." Tan Huan nodded her head heavily. Currently, other than the 4 young disciples from Gold Peak and Wood Peak who were already in their positions, there were 3 more people from Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak besides Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjin. Soon, half an hour had passed by. Same old rules. Guicheng, the sect leader of the Five Element sect, glanced at the peak masters of the other 4 peaks and said slowly, just when the 4 peak masters of the Five Element sect narrowed their eyes and the surrounding Five Element sect's disciples were staring at them intently, Guicheng spoke. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Guicheng raised his hand, 10 streaks of light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. What's going on? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were puzzled. They had just arrived at the Five Element sect not long ago, and this was their first time experiencing the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It was also their first time witnessing such a scene. It's 10 pieces of paper. On the pieces of paper, the numbers 1 to 10 are written. The 10 young talents from the 5 peaks will fight against each other according to the numbers written on the paper until the final ranking is determined, Chen Wei explained. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is divided into 2 stages, the individual battle and the group battle. This is the first stage, the individual battle. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, "Those are actually 10 pieces of paper? Oh my goodness." As expected of the sect leader, his strength is really terrifying. If he throws those pieces of paper at me, wouldn't I be in grave danger? Compared to Huang Daniu, who was making a fuss over nothing, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. Guicheng, the sect leader of the Five Element sect, had most likely already reached the peak of the void. To a powerhouse at the peak of the void, even a piece of paper could be turned into a lethal weapon in their hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 890. The spinning pieces of paper would occasionally reveal the numbers on them. Seeing that the pieces of paper were getting closer and closer, the 5 peak masters, including Guicheng, the sect leader of Five Element sect and the peak master of Gold Peak, made their moves at the same time. Whoosh, As Guo raised his hand, a gush of invisible energy rose up into the sky and swept toward the 10 pieces of paper. It was so fierce that it set off a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. Boom! 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 Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, Cha Bai, Yufeng, and Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, made their moves almost at the same time. However, their speed was not as fast as Guocheng's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Very soon, 2 of the pieces of paper seemed to be pulled by 2 invisible forces and instantly transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that shot toward Guo at lightning speed. Guo grabbed them casually. Just like that, he obtained the 2 pieces of paper from Gold Peak. Number 1, number 10. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. When the 2 pieces of paper were pulled toward Guo, he had already seen the numbers on them. He knew that these were the numbers that Guo had chosen. He must have chosen these 2 numbers to benefit Gold Peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The second person to obtain 2 pieces of paper was Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. He was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in 5-element sect by most of the people. The 2 pieces of paper he obtained were number 5 and number 6. It was obvious that he had deliberately chosen them. As for the other 3 Peak Masters, they were evenly matched. In the end, they completely messed up the remaining 6 pieces of paper and randomly picked 2 of them. Take this. Qi Yu passed the 2 pieces of paper in his hand to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian obtained number 5, while Huang Daniu obtained number 6. What's the use of this? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. The individual battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks will start from the beginning and end of the battle. For example, number 1 and number 10 will fight the first battle, while number 2 and number 9 will fight the second battle. Qinwei explained, so on and so forth. Number 5 and number 6 will fight the 5th battle. This is the first round. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, Daniu and I will go against each other in the first round. After that, we who represent the Wood Peak can discuss who will advance first. That's it. Qinwei nodded. No wonder Sect Master took number 1 and number 10. He had the same idea. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon, the Battle of the 5 Peaks began. The first battle, number 1 versus number 10. Gold Peak, number 1 Nangong Qin, number 10 Nangong Yi. Number 10 Nangong Yi advanced to the next round. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect that it would be Nangong Yi who advanced. Logically speaking, since Nangong Chen knows that I can use spiritual energy to construct an illusory realm and the level of my spiritual energy, then he should know that Nangong Yi is not a match for me. But why did he still let Nangong Yi advance? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Soon after, he came to a sudden realization after hearing Chen Wei's explanation. In the individual battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the people who were eliminated earlier can issue a challenge to anyone other than the person who admitted defeat or lost to them. This was Chen Wei's original words. This continued until the specific ranking of the individual battles was decided. Therefore, Nangong Yi's advancement did not mean that Nangong Qin did not have the chance to compete for the top rankings. Instead, he would become the last person to help Gold Peak ascend to the top at the critical moment. As for the 2 of you, I also suggest that we let Daniu advance first. Duan Lingtian, you should recuperate for now. Unless the other 8 people from the other 4 peaks are no match for Daniu, then Daniu can win the first place. Otherwise, you still have a chance to surpass Daniu's ranking. Qinwei continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Daniu, there was no problem. He admitted that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he might as well let Duan Lingtian rest while he fought first. In any case, in the end, the person who fought for the top rankings of the individual battles for Wood Peak would be Duan Lingtian. After number 10 Nangong E advanced. Number 2 would fight number 9. Number 2, another female disciple of Water Peak. Number 9, Hu Fei of Fire Peak. Facing Hu Fei, the female disciple of Water Peak was very self-aware and directly admitted defeat. Number 9, Hu Fei advanced. The Battle of the 5 Peaks continued. Number 3 would fight number 8. Number 3, Tian Jun of Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak. Tian Jun admitted defeat. Just like Nangong Chin, he would recuperate and wait for the results to be out before initiating a challenge to get a good ranking for Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak advanced. Number 4 would fight number 7. Number 4, another male disciple of Fire Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan of Water Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan advanced. Then it was number 5 and number 6, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's turn. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat while Huang Daniu advanced. The results of the first round were out just like that. Coincidentally, the ones who admitted defeat in the first round were number 1 to number 5. Number 6 to number 10 had all advanced. They were respectively Huang Daniu, Tan Huan, another male disciple of Earth Peak, Hu Fei and Nangong Yi. They continued to fight head to tail. In the first round, Huang Daniu was up against Nangong Yi. Both of them stood in the air, facing each other. Daniu, this Nangong Yi has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Even if you admit defeat in this round, nobody will laugh at you. This was what Chen Wei told Huang Daniu before he entered the arena. However, Huang Daniu still entered the arena without any hesitation. According to him, it was a 7th level void interpretation. It was rare for him to have a fight with a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Moreover, there was no danger to his life, so he did not want to miss it. This Huang Daniu actually dares to fight with senior brother Yi. He must be tired of living. Senior brother Yi is a 7th level void interpretation powerhouse. I heard that this Huang Daniu is only a 5th level void interpretation martial artist. I really don't know where he got his courage from to fight with senior brother Yi. Senior martial brother Yi will be able to defeat him easily in one move. The group of 5 element sects disciples who were watching by the side discussed animatedly. Nobody thought that Huang Daniu would be a match for Nangong Yi. I heard that you're one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the 5 element sect. Your cultivation base has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me there? Huang Daniu ignored the discussion around him. He looked at Nangong Yi seriously and pointed his finger at the cliff beside the gold peak. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You've comprehended the earth concept?" It was obvious that he had guessed Huang Daniu's intention. He wanted to borrow the earth energy from the earth concept to fight with him. "Yes, of course, you can reject it," Huang Daniu said. "However, even if you reject it, I'll still fight with you, even if I know that I'll lose." At this moment, the group of 5 element sects disciples who were watching by the side quieted down. It was obvious that they wanted to know if Nangong Yi would agree to Huang Daniu's ridiculous request. "Why should I reject it?" Nangong Yi smiled and answered Huang Daniu. As expected of senior brother Yi, he knows that the other party has comprehended the earth concept. As long as he's close to the ground, he'll be able to borrow the earth energy. However, he still agreed to his unreasonable request. This is courage. Ordinary people might not even have it. Of course. Do you think that everyone is like senior brother Yi? Senior brother Yi, go for it. I believe that even if he borrows the earth energy, he's still not a match for you. Senior brother Yi, make Huang Daniu accept his defeat wholeheartedly. The group of 5 element sects disciples shouted excitedly. They were full of confidence in Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Huang Daniu flew out and arrived at the side of the Gold Peaks cliff in just a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh as if he was sensing something. In just a moment, strands of solidified khaki energy appeared on Huang Daniu's body and began to roll as if it was resonating with the earth. At this moment, Nangong Yi appeared in front of Huang Daniu. He could not help but feel surprised when he saw the energy rolling around Huang Daniu's body. "Looks like I've still underestimated you," Nangong Yi muttered to himself. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the solidified khaki energy around Huang Daniu's body seemed to have completed a brand new transformation as it emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Huang Daniu's head. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air one after another. They were majestic, and their numbers continued to increase, as if there was no end to it. 50, 70, 100. It was still increasing. Gradually, the increase slowed down and finally stopped there. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above Huang Daniu's head. 185 pairs of sharp eyes looked down at Nangong Yi as though they would pounce on him at any moment. How's this possible? This Huang Daniu is actually so strong. The 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in front of them gave the group of 5-element sects disciples a great shock. Even Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tianjin from Earth Peak had dread written all over their faces. 6th level void interpretation, 6th level intermediate earth concept. Coupled with the earth energy that you borrowed from your earth concept. You're qualified to fight with me now. Nangong Yi opened his mouth slowly and directly pointed out Huang Daniu's background. The 6th level void interpretation had the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The 6th level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. The earth energy borrowed from this level of earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. It was also half of the energy contained in the earth concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons. I'm looking forward to the battle with you. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and stared at Nangong Yi with a burning gaze. Putting everything else aside, I, Huang Daniu, admire you for your courage to let me borrow the earth energy from my earth concept to fight with you. Ha! Interesting. Faced with the straightforward Huang Daniu, Nangong Yi had a good impression of him. He laughed out loud as the origin energy on his body stirred and transformed into waves of blue waves that swept across his entire body. Chapter 891. When did Daniu comprehend the 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Daniu's head. He did not find it strange that Huang Daniu's cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. After all, Huang Daniu had consumed an origin-enhancing fruit just like him. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit was enough to help Huang Daniu break through. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Huang Daniu had actually comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. He still remembered when he first met Huang Daniu a month ago. Huang Daniu had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate earth concept. In other words, his current 6th level intermediate earth concept was something he'd only comprehended recently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air flowing could be heard. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The heaven and earth energy above Nangong Yi, who was confronting Huang Daniu, began to stir. Subsequently, it quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared first. It was as if they were telling the people around Nangong Yi's current cultivation base. 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, another 90 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared. They wriggled down and were ready to attack. 8th level intermediate water concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw this. He did not expect Nangong Yi's strength to be so strong. Other than having an extraordinary cultivation base, he had even comprehended the 8th level void interpretation concept. Without using any spirit weapon, Nangong Yi's strength was equivalent to 190 ancient horned dragon strength. Compared to Huang Daniu, who relied on his earth concept to borrow the earth energy, he was even more powerful. He had an extra strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation. 8th level intermediate water concept. Seeing the strength that Nangong Yi displayed, Huang Daniu turned pale with fright. After taking a deep breath, Huang Daniu's expression gradually calmed down as he stared at Nangong Yi. Although the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was still a little huge, with the help of the earth energy, it was enough for him to contend with it. The earth energy gave him an additional strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. If he did not borrow the earth energy from the earth concept, the gap between him and Nangong, it would not be as simple as just the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Instead, it was the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons was enough for Nangong Yi to easily defeat him in one blow. Senior Martial Brother Yi is so strong. No wonder Senior Martial Brother Yi agreed to Huang Daniu's unreasonable request. It turns out that he wasn't afraid of Huang Daniu at all. So what if this Huang Daniu borrowed the power of the earth? He's still not as good as Senior Martial Brother Yi. Many of the 5 Element sect's younger generation disciples who were spectating stared at Nangong Yi with burning eyes. In their eyes, Nangong Yi was an existence that they could not surpass and could only look up to. At the same time, he was also the future pillar of the 5 Element sect. Come on. Nangong Yi was surrounded by a light shield formed by aqua-blue waves. He looked at Huang Daniu with a smile on his face. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body bulged as the khaki energy around his body began to surge. In the next moment, a part of the khaki energy separated and quickly consolidated into a stone platform under his feet. The moment the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu made his move. Boom! Huang Daniu's feet landed on the stone platform and made a deafening sound. In an instant, the stone platform cracked. Cracks began to appear on it and spread out in all directions. They intertwined with each other and looked like a spider web. The cracks spread all over the stone platform in an instant. With a loud bang, the stone platform exploded and turned into dust. Whoosh! At the same time, Huang Daniu, who borrowed the force from the stone platform, shot out like a cannonball and charged toward Nangong Yi. He lifted his hand and threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch was like a landslide. The vast khaki energy swept out like a khaki divine dragon and pounced toward Nangong Yi with bared fangs and claws. At the same time, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out from the void above Huang Daniu's head and charged toward the 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Nangong Yi's head. Boom! 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 Huang Daniu unleashed his full strength the moment he attacked. The punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons shook the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. A Daniu who borrows the earth's energy. Even I can't take one punch from him without using my soul skill. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian feel extremely complicated. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have been overly reliant on his soul skill since the beginning. Of course, he knew in his heart that the reason he was so reliant on his soul skill the 1,000 illusions, was because it was the most powerful technique he possessed now. The level of his spiritual energy was higher than his cultivation base, which also meant that the effect of his soul skill would be greater than his own strength. Perhaps after my cultivation base broke through to the 6th level void interpretation, my spiritual energy did not break through to the 7th level void interpretation as well. It might not be a bad thing for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. One had to admit that the existence of the soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, had affected Duan Lingtian's desire to improve to a certain extent. At the very least, he had slacked off on the cultivation of his martial skill. Duan Lingtian hadn't cultivated the 9 dragons' radiant flash since he'd stepped into the initial stage in Driftcloud Town, and he'd instead wholeheartedly immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation and comprehension of his concept. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian, who was distracted, to regain his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the source of the noise. He saw that in the face of Huang Danyu's ferocious punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons, Nangong, he actually did not avoid it at all and greeted it head-on. He also threw out a punch and collided with Huang Danyu's fist. In an instant, the khaki-colored energy and the aqua-blue energy collided with each other. After a deafening loud noise resonated in the air, it set off a series of terrifying air explosion sounds. At the same time, the airflow in the air was continuously compressed and exploded, causing waves after waves of violent winds to sweep out in all directions in a continuous and unending manner. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind wreaked havoc, causing the robes of the people present to flutter and flutter loudly. Some of the 5 element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even turned pale. They could not help but take a few steps back and squint their eyes to withstand the violent wind that was blowing in their faces. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of the violent wind, looked at the changes in the field with a solemn expression. Since Nangong Yi chose to fight head-on with Huang Danyu, it was obvious that he also had the intention to fight Huang Danyu head-on. Fighting Huang Danyu with a single blow might seem simple, but there were many tricks involved in it. First of all, one could gain the upper hand by striking first. Huang Danyu had taken all the advantages. Under such a premise, even if Nangong Yi's strength was 5 ancient horned dragons more than Huang Danyu's, nobody dared to say that he could defeat Huang Danyu head-on. Boom! 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 In the distance, the sound of air explosion continued to resound. The airflow in the air swept out and set off gusts of violent wind that spread out in all directions. In the field, Nangong Yi and Huang Danyu's bodies came to a halt in the air as their fists collided with each other. The waves of aqua-blue energy seemed to form waves of stormy waves that crashed out one after another. It was as though it wanted to blast away the obstacles in front of it. The khaki-colored energy on the other side was not any weaker. The rolling energy continued to rush out and formed a strange resonance with the nearby gold peak. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. They were equally matched. This Huang Danyu is actually so strong after borrowing the earth energy. He can even fight senior brother Yi to a draw. One of the 5 element sect's disciples could not help but exclaim, "No matter what the result is today, this Huang Danyu will definitely become famous in our 5 element sect and become a new young powerhouse in our 5 element sect. With Huang Danyu's strength and the earth energy, I'm afraid only senior brother Qin and senior brother Yi can be a match for him in our 5 element sect. Even senior brother Hu Fei can't do it. That's right. Although senior brother Hu Fei has also made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He has only comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. When he unleashes his full strength with his bare hands, he's weaker than senior brother Yi by 10 ancient horned dragons. He's also weaker than Huang Danyu by 5 ancient horned dragons. If they were to fight head-on, I'm afraid, senior brother, Hu Fei won't be a match for Huang Daniu. However, this Huang Daniu can only borrow the earth energy to possess such a powerful strength in a specific environment. Senior brother Hu Fei can definitely stay away from this specific environment that's beneficial to Huang Daniu. That's true as well. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their words could not help but compare Huang Daniu and Hu Fei. This Huang Daniu, he actually has such strength? Upon hearing these words, Hu Fei's face turned extremely grave. Not long ago, when he found out from some of the Fire Peak's disciples that the person who slapped him twice was Huang Daniu, he could not wait to tear Huang Daniu into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Initially, he thought that someone like Huang Daniu was destined to be tortured by him no matter what the situation was. However, only now did he realize that if Huang Daniu borrowed the earth energy and did not use any spirit weapon, it was almost impossible for him to be a match for Huang Daniu. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. If it was his turn to fight with Huang Daniu, and Huang Daniu insisted on acting shamelessly and stayed at the side of Gold Peak, he would really not be able to do anything to Huang Daniu. The Battle of the 5 Peaks did not seem to have any rule that stated that one could not borrow the earth energy. At that time, they would most likely be judged as a draw. He did not have the confidence to defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi and Huang Daniu continued to be in a stalemate. The strength in their hands continued to surge out and collided with each other violently. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. That's Chapter 892. Just when Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on Nangong Yi's fist, the aqua-blue energy on the surface of Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk as though it was being squeezed together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aqua-blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk and twined around his fist. As he shrunk his energy, Huang Daniu's energy was completely released. The energy that seemed to have transformed into a khaki-colored divine dragon as it rushed toward Nangong Yi with a crushing force. Senior brother, Yi. At this moment, most of the 5 Element Sect's young disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they looked at Nangong Yi worriedly. In their opinion, Nangong Yi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry. Even if senior brother Yi loses, Huang Daniu still has an unfair advantage. Senior brother Yi did not use the earth energy at all. Many of the Gold Peak's disciples comforted themselves, including Duan Lingtian, the peak masters of the 5 peaks of 5 Element Sect, as well as the elders beside them, thought differently from the 5 Element Sect's disciples. The layman would just watch the show, while the expert would know the skill. It seemed like Nangong Yi had shrunk the energy on his fist and allowed Huang Daniu to gain the upper hand. However, in reality, he was already preparing for his next move. Just when the group of 5 Element Sect's disciples broke out in cold sweat for Nangong Yi, and when Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely focused under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi made his move. Whoosh! Nangong Yi took a step forward and welcomed Huang Daniu's punch that contained a vast amount of energy. In the eyes of the others, it was no different from suicide. Senior brother Yi. Upon seeing this, many of the 5 Element Sect's female disciples were so frightened that they could not help but cry out. It was at this moment that the blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist, which seemed to have turned into liquid, suddenly exploded as he clashed with Huang Daniu with his fist once again. Boom! A terrifying power blossomed from Nangong Yi's fist and exploded. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this scene was no different from a bomb explosion on Earth in his previous life. After the power of Nangong Yi's fist exploded, all that was left in front of the spectators was a watery blue sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed blue. At this moment, One could vaguely see two figures colliding with each other behind the blue sky. Suddenly, one of the figures with a medium build leaned forward and maintained his punching posture, not moving at all. On the other hand, another tall figure flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood into the sky. He let out a few muffled groans. Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying loud sound rang out, and a vast gale swept in all directions, blowing away even the blue sky. In the distance, Nangong stood in the sky with a graceful bearing. On the other hand, Huang Daniu stood even further away in a sorry state, and his countenance that was ghastly pale recovered slightly after consuming a healing medicinal pill. "You're very strong. I, Huang Daniu, wholeheartedly accept my loss." Huang Daniu took a deep breath and looked at Nangong as he spoke frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Nangong to reply before flying out to return to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Wood Peak. "Peak Master, Elder Yang, Elder Ku, I've disappointed all of you." Huang Daniu spoke apologetically. "Daniu, you've done very well." Kuzheng smiled. Earlier, when Huang Daniu revealed his strength without holding back, it had shocked him as well. Never had he imagined that in a short period of a month, Huang Daniu's strength would undergo such a great change. Dani, when did you break through to the 6th level of the Void interpretation stage? Besides that, you've actually comprehended 6th level intermediate Earth concept. Chen Wei looked at Huang Daniu with a dazed expression. At this moment, he felt that the big guy in front of him had suddenly become so unfamiliar to him that he had to reacquaint himself with him. Huang Daniu grinned foolishly and did not explain further. He could tell that neither Kuzheng nor Qinwei knew about the origin-enhancing fruit. Since that was the case, he naturally would not take the initiative to expose them. After all, the origin-enhancing fruit that he consumed was originally intended to be given to Qinwei by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Who knew if Kuzheng and his disciple would have any opinions about it after they found out about it? Not bad, not bad. Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, smiled and nodded at Huang Daniu. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Huang Daniu's performance earlier. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu was overwhelmed by the favor. "Daniu, you've really hidden it well. When did you comprehend 6th level intermediate Earth concept?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu deeply. Just a few days ago." Huang Daniu said with a grin. "I admit defeat." Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to reality. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the owner of the voice. Tan Huan. She was the strongest person among the younger generation of Water Peak and also the strongest female disciple among the younger generation of the Five Element sect. After the battle between Huang Daniu and Nangong Yi, it was her and Hu Fei's turn. However, after witnessing Hu Fei's cultivation base at the 7th level Void interpretation, she knew very well that she was no match for him. Therefore, she rationally admitted defeat. Hu Fei advanced to the next round. The second round had ended. The male disciple from Earth Peak had a bye. The third round began. This was because Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong. Since Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Daniu, he was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. It was precisely because of this that Huang Daniu took his place to advance to the next round and fought with a male disciple from Earth Peak. The other party had seen Huang Daniu's strength and did not have the intention to fight with him. Therefore, he admitted defeat immediately. Subsequently, only Huang Daniu and Hu Fei were left. Whoosh! Before Hu Fei even entered the arena, Huang Daniu suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of Gold Peak and leaned against the cliff. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's actions, other than Duan Lingtian and a few others, the rest of them were speechless. This Huang Daniu is too shameless, isn't he? I was just wondering if Huang Daniu would get close to Gold Peak and borrow the Earth energy when he goes up against senior brother, Hu Fei. I can't believe that he would run over there before he even goes up against senior brother, Hu Fei. When he gets there, Huang Daniu's strength will be 35 ancient horned dragons, more than usual. It's even stronger than senior brother, Hu Fei's full strength. I wonder if senior brother, Hu Fei, will take the initiative to fight with him or not. The 5-element sect's disciples present on the scene discussed animatedly. Many of them felt that Huang Daniu was shameless, but there were also many who felt that he was smart. Hu Fei flew out and stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. He stared at Huang Daniu, who was leaning against the side of Gold Peak, and mocked in a deep voice, "Huang Daniu, if you're still a man, come and fight with me." Hu Fei. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Huang Daniu chuckled. "If you admit that you're still a man, then come and fight with me. You're a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist. Don't tell me that you're afraid of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist like me." Provocation. A blatant provocation. However, one had to admit that Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. Hu Fei's eyes were instantly dyed red as he stared at Huang Daniu from afar. If looks could kill, Huang Daniu would have died many times over. However, Hu Fei did not make any move at all. This was because he had no confidence that he could defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. If he was not confident, he would not make a move at all. Otherwise, if he was defeated by Huang Daniu, he would definitely become the laughingstock of all the 5-element sect's disciples in the future. He would not be able to lift his head up anymore. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to take the risk. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became a little strange. Huang Daniu stood in the sky near Gold Peak, while Hu Fei stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. Both of them stood facing each other, but neither of them made any move. Sect leader. At this moment, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, stood out and looked at Guo, the sect leader of 5-element sect, before saying in a deep voice, "Since that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with my useless disciple, he should be the one who loses this battle. Please make your decision, sect leader." Humph. Before Guo could say anything, Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, stepped out and said in a cold voice, "Cha Bai, you're still as shameless as before. You said that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with Hu Fei. Then let me ask you, does Hu Fei dare to step forward and fight with Huang Daniu?" Chi Yu's question entered the ears of the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the battle, other than the disciples from Fire Peak. All of them nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. Huang Daniu does not dare to leave Gold Peak and fight with senior brother Hu Fei. However, senior brother Hu Fei also does not dare to take the initiative to fight with Huang Daniu. Even though Huang Daniu is shameless in this battle, I have to say that he's very smart. He knows how to make use of his own advantages. If both of them really do not dare to take the initiative to fight with each other, it would be best for this battle to end in a tie. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Although their voices were noisy, they still managed to enter the ears of the peak masters and the elders of each peak. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned extremely grave. It did not cross his mind that other than the disciples from Fire Peak, the disciples from Gold Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak would also stand on Chi Yu's side and support him. However, if this battle really ended in a tie, he would not be willing to do so no matter what. After all, once the battle between Hu Fei and Huang Daniu ended in a tie, both of their rankings would be tied. At that time, as long as the other representative from Wood Peak defeated the other representative from Fire Peak, his Fire Peak would have to submit to Wood Peak. That was something that he did not want to see. The other representative from Wood Peak Duan Lingtian, was a young man who was shrouded in mystery. Since Wood Peak chose him as their trump card and allowed him to rest temporarily, it could be seen that his strength was above Huang Daniu. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to defeat the other representative from Fire Peak, a Fire Peak disciple who had just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation. Chiyu, you can't say that. Everyone knows that as long as a martial artist's cultivation base has stepped into the void, as long as they encounter someone who has comprehended the earth concept, they would not fight with their opponent on the ground. Cha Bai stared at Chiyu and said in a deep voice, "Am I wrong?" "You're right." Chiyu nodded his head. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.